It has all been coming down to this.
We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion.
Oh my, what an incredible moment.
We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion. Time short, no time for relaxing. Be the first and last out, make it happen. We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion. Time short, no time for relaxing.
Without further ado, let's get brawling.
It's time for the North American February monthly finals. What's good, friends? We're here, we're back, it's F-Dot, and of course, I got Kenny and Ready Set along for the ride. Kenny, been a while, man, new season. How you feeling, bud?
I'm feeling great. It's good to be home. I've been missing some North America action, and this is the perfect time for it. New month, a lot of familiar teams, and some great players going to be going at it today.
Ready, good to see you again?
Least biased caster, man. It's the greatest region in the world, and that's a fact, man.
It's fun. You know, we got a whole new season to jump into, so let's talk format. Power match format, y'all know what it is, and it is best of 5 the whole way through. Very, very cool stuff. So we've got single elimination tournament. There's going to be a bunch of teams, but we're covering our semi-finals. So we're going to start in the nitty-gritty of said tournament. Should be a lot of fun, as all these teams are trying to just build up wins to make it all the way to the end of the season. Kenny, like we said, we've got some changes here. These are the teams in the East. North America is cut up into 2 different regions. So we're looking at Mystic versus Chasmac and Apolo versus Tribe.
Yeah, it's going to be an awesome day ahead of us. Got to watch a lot of East a couple weeks ago, and these quarterfinals were very exciting. If you're a fan of last year, some of these teams are going to be showing up in East, some in West, so we're going to have plenty of matches here today with some of your favorite teams. I think that Mystic Esports one and Chasmac Gaming one is definitely going to catch my eye today.
For real. I definitely, you know, I wrote down Chasmac, but it took me a while to write it down. So we'll dive deeper into our cast of predictions in a little bit. First, I want to remind you guys, of course, thank you for joining us here on the broadcast, but watch at event.brawlstars.com. That gets you all the fun stuff, that next layer when it comes down to sort of watching the broadcast and being a part of the show, quite literally. So a lot of fun things going on there for sure. And like I said, diving deep into these predictions. Hey, Reddy, you look so hopeful, so full of wonder. I wonder if your predictions are going to be right this season.
Yes, it's true. I do look a little youthful there on the right side. I'm full of
You
just
really
energy
do.
and charm, ready to predict Chasmac and Tribe. And it seems like we agree across the board. I think a lot of people are going to agree on these as well.
Great stuff. We are in agreement for now, but again, like Kenny said earlier, that Chasmac one might be pretty close, and I'm glad he tagged that because we're going to say goodbye to Kenny and we'll join back in a little bit. So that leaves us to break it down. Kenny, before we let you go, last licks on that Chasmac matchup versus Mystic. I'm going to take this on with it. My bad, my friend. But we got Luffy, Zeus, and Killer on this squad. Ready? Talk to me.
Luffy, Zeus, Killer. I mean, this is, with the exception of Zeus, basically last year's Avengers, and also after that Vanguard, we almost saw them go to the World Finals. It was such a close run. It came down to that very last monthly final. With that, though, they've waved goodbye to one of their team members and picked up Zeus, who really is my dark horse to watch for this year. Just such an absolute GOAT, such a great rookie here in the BSC that I hope you all keep a close eye on.
It's very cool to see new talent continuously come up. And, you know, last year everybody was talking about Patchy. I don't think the noise is that loud, but Zeus definitely has a lot of fans out there keeping an eye on him. And the 3 players across the way that have their eyes open, it's Toast, Juan Carlos, and Fade. Chasmac Gaming, not a new squad, on the other hand. These guys have been around the way for a minute, and a lot of times they're tough to beat.
Absolutely. I think really we saw Chasmac's true strength. And keep in mind, only half of that roster last year when they played versus Tribe Gaming and got a pretty unexpected victory, I would say, for most. But we've heard from these East teams just how good Chasmac Gaming NA can be at times. We got Toast on the cam as well, sort of the team captain of the squad. Keep in mind, a couple of their members being Juan Carlos and RBM from Vatra, a team that went to the World Finals last year. This is sort of some of the greatest duos, the two greatest duos from two amazing teams that we saw in this region last year, and I think they're going to make some magic happen.
Yeah, it's about finding that combination, though, right? You can have your great duos, but we play threes here. So you really got to find that gel. I think that's what we see here at this level. You know, it's been a couple of years. A lot of these players can hit their buttons, but who winds up being a full team, a full unit, that's really what kind of pushes us to that next jump. So our first semifinal matchup will be these two teams heading head-to-head, Mystic versus Chasmac, and we're going to start things off in the gem grab world. So I'm excited to kind of jump in here. What are your thoughts? Again, I think Chasmac, we went that way with our prediction, but Kenny mentioned it earlier. This is a close one. Mystic has a real chance here.
They absolutely do. I think Mystic has seriously impressed a lot of us around the globe. 80% of you not so impressed by their performance so far, more leaning in favor of Chasmac. Thank you everyone for your predictions. And it seems like it's pretty in line with what we had in mind here at the caster desk, but we could focus on Mystic a little bit. I think that this is a strong duo. We had Killer and Luffy from the squad last year on Vanguard. Now combining forces with Zeus, it gives some good opportunities for Zeus especially to pop off. Having that duo out as a foundation. We saw Mystic especially do very well in the Queso Cup in December, and we also have seen them do pretty well in another third-party tournament, the Snapdragon Pro Series so far. They started off with a 2-0 record. Very strong roster, definitely a force to be reckoned with.
A lot of Brawl being played at a competitive level, and jumping into Crystal Arcade, our picks and bans are coming here. Colonel Ruffs going to be the first selection overall. I like this as the first pick. Toast is will be repping the squad. We'll see who plays it, but Colonel Ruffs doesn't really dictate a hardcore composition. Really can put a lot of characters with it, so I like that brawler to start off with. Ready? They're going to pick Otis across the way.
Definitely digging it. Of course, keep in mind, Otis is going to be receiving a nerf pretty soon, so this might be the last time that we see him so frequently in the competitive scene. I think maybe the same goes for Colonel Ruffs, as we'll see indestructible walls bringing into the game as well. But I think really Colonel Ruffs here is going to be breaking open those left and right lanes if it needs to help out some teammates, especially those two blocks in the center, sort of near the gems where they spawn, so that you can prevent more value for a brawler like Gene, which is selected on the side of Mystic Esports. Stu also going to be selected, just a good all-around brawler for Chasmac to use here. I think they're also very aware of what Mystic have here. They had that last pick. They can completely dominate a lane with a tank if they know how to use it, and Fade on that Stu is going to be able to counter out any tank fairly well.
Last choice here for Chasmac Gaming. And then Zeus and Killer will have to will have to find a last choice as well. B rounds it out. That kind of threatens a big tank option here on this side. Where do you think Mystic goes?
They've got to be doing something to deal with the B here, because the brawlers that they have so far are not really able to contend with it. We don't see the max ban. They might be able to make it work with that. Some people love playing max into the B. Other people absolutely hate it because you have the speed and you can use that to counteract the slow that B has to offer sometimes. Get those fancy footwork moves out and dodge her out to the best of your ability, but they're going to have to keep in mind a few things. Here's a Carl selection, and as far as brawlers to run into B, it's not my absolute favorite, but if Mystic Esports are able to deny the wall break from Colonel Ruffs, they'll still be able to fare pretty well here, I think.
Yeah, Carl is one of those brawlers where I think, like you said, I mean, it's probably not number one on my list to go into B, but I'm certainly not upset. And look at the composition. Obviously, a Gene composition is centered around Gene. So that's the idea for sure. Mid control, I think Chasmac kind of has the better composition there with respect to just straight up mid control, but it'll be Mystic's job to really make players fight for sure. But gems in the middle being picked up. Juan Carlos, the first one to go ahead and grab. So Chasmac on the board first and foremost. But honestly, Mystic are able to really control this mid as Juan Carlos and Fade are on the right side.
Seems so. It's going to be difficult for Chasmac Gaming to make it over to Mystic's side. They don't have a ton of mobility on their team with the exception of Toast, and he's going to have to win that left lane first. So far, so good for Mystic Esports, but still, they're at a huge range deficit, and they don't have a pull yet. Even if they do get a pull, they're going to have difficulty getting Juan Carlos, as he does have a totem he can throw down. Fade on the right side, though, is doing a phenomenal job. Even is able to break open some of these walls, and that's going to be great for Juan Carlos. It's not where Killer's been lurking so far, but it'll afford a lot more territory for Juan Carlos. Killer, he's also forced to move over to the left side, where he has more cover. Juan Carlos is still trying his best to keep things at bay. Luffy with a good lane victory on the left side. Now closes in from the top. Super down. No value there. Chasmac Gaming NA forced to back up. Juan Carlos, the last man standing. And Zeus, he gets to walk all over the right side.
Very important for Killer coming through and confirming that kill after the fact. Stu gets smoked out as well. Big pull from Gene. And so it's 7-5 Mystic Esports in the lead and continuing as the mid, well, once belonged to them, but with the right lane win on Chasmac's side. Just like that, Ready, they're able to kind of take control, take the reins of this matchup. They're down 2 gems, but that's going to be fixed relatively soon.
Could be short-lived. Here comes Luffy. Big gadget in, and he's able to clear out that right side. Now circling around behind Killer, who would like that last gem, but he can just back up. Toast also Silence taken down. Fade on the right side, doing his best to move forward, but unfortunately not able to get in range. Just 5 seconds left, and there's no hope for Mystic Esports to be taken down here. It's a Mystic Esports win in game number 1, and this is quite surprising to me. I really did think that this was an outdraft by Chasmac Gaming, but Mystic Esports, they held their own, and they won those lanes, and that's absolutely vital. Even if the mid matchup is diffed, the lanes, you're able to close things in. As long as you have a 3v2, it's a winning matchup.
They also kind of nailed the fundamentals here as well. Gem carry, dedicated gem carrier. And then there was a moment where Chasmac looked like they might have been able to kind of step forward. And Zeus, the player with no gems, they specifically, you saw one of the other guys kind of step forward and, nail your fundamentals. Keep your gem carrier out of harm's way. So mid-control this time around was in the hands of Chasmac. But just like that, big damage coming out of Mystic Esports, and just on top of it, Fade falls down as well. So last one was a little close to the end. Mystic this time, really, really strong entrance.
We have to hand it to Luffy especially. He's able to do very, very well against Fade. Even Toast, he's able to shrug off pretty successfully. On the right lane, he's able to slice right through some of those sandbags that Fade decides to shoot down. But Fade and Juan Carlos combined forces to eliminate him. Now Killer's forced way, way back. But once again, Mystic Esports, they have a lot more mobility than Chasmac Gaming NA. Toast, he can dash in, but it's going to be very, very tough for him to survive if he gets a little too aggressive and gets stranded. Here comes the breakthrough. Good dodges. Luffy also fired down upon with all of this wall break. It's a winning game for Chasmac Gaming NA. Toast with no wind at his back, able to move backwards, and Chasmac Gaming NA just got to run it back, keep things slowed down at mid.
Unfortunate. Here comes Luffy on the left-hand side. Stu gets the kill. That was the moment. 2 players pushing up mid as well. Killer barely alive, not going to be able to handle it. And just like that, Chasmac finds a win as well.
Brilliant stuff for Chasmac Gaming. I think this is what we expected to see. I think we also saw Chasmac adapt to really the greatest threat on the field for them, which happened to be Carl. And on paper, Carl is still able to deal fairly well with Stu, but Stu should counter him out as long as Stu is getting those supers consistently lined up, getting the dodges. Juan Carlos, you also see doubling up on that left side, pretty much completely ignoring Killer, as Luffy is public enemy number 1 at the moment, but it does leave open the right lane. Fade taken down. Chasmac Gaming NA, they're losing a lot of territory here.
Well, this is exactly, Chasmac is doing exactly what you need to do, right? You need to identify the problem. But then Mystic, on the other hand, sure, Luffy's kind of the star player right now, so he's drawn the ire of the enemy team. So now it's Zeus and Killer's job to fill that void because everybody's paying attention to Luffy. That said, the Carl, this player has been nasty, getting a lot of these lane wins and keeping Toast, honestly, like, they're doing their own thing on this left side, but that means Toast is not involved on the right.
Absolutely does. It's going to be difficult for him to switch over to the right side as well. He's very occupied on the left, but Juan Carlos and Fade now get to pinch in thanks to a lane victory on the right. Luffy, Killer forced back, but they're still going to stay in this position. It gives him a bit more time, especially for Zeus to start moving up on the right. take out the Honey Molasses, now move forward on the right. Fade and Juan Carlos ready to contest, but he has a silence at the ready. Jim also lurking on the side of Chasmac Gaming NA. They're not too hasty to move up on it, as they don't want to get surprised by Killer. Great dashes back and forth by Toast on the left side, just trying to buy some time, dashing away from Luffy and escaping with his life as well. Brilliant plays for Toast. That's how you play the Stu counter. Amazing stuff. Chasmac Gaming NA, despite the countdown reset, they got 10 gems on Juan Carlos. It's a safe situation.
Exactly. Kill goes on Toast, so one defender down, but Killer's real low, so I'm looking at Zeus, who's also real low. Nice shots coming out of Toast. And just like that, good teamwork keeps the dream alive. And Chasmac Gaming are able to take it. Good luck for them as they take set number 1.
I think we saw great moves from both teams. I think from the side of Chasmac, we saw pretty much everyone on the brawler that, or one of the brawlers that they're most comfortable with. Toast loves the Stu, Juan Carlos loves the Bee, and Fade, I mean, formerly being named What the Dog Doing, he loves a dog. So this is everyone being exactly where they want to be. If we talk Mystic here, I think everyone also on brawlers they're fairly comfortable with, but the comp diff was simply too much for them to contend with. We saw so many opportunities where Luffy was clutching up and making such big moves, and I think Luffy on the Carl was the main brawler making this work in game number 1 for Mystic.
I agree. And what's fun about this is I really like synergy compositions, right? I really like when it all sort of makes sense. Carl is one of these brawlers that, like, he doesn't always need to make perfect sense. You can just be really good at Carl. And that skill expression is something that actually plays out on the battlefield. This time around, not enough, but I'll be honest, just barely not enough. That Carl was scary in this matchup. Chasmac does wind up on top because ultimately, you know, the teamwork is what came out in the clutch.
Seriously was. I mean, if we look at the stat comparison between Luffy and Toast, and they were matched up on that lane pretty reliably. Toast on that Stu should be keeping his, or be able to keep his distance from Carl, but Luffy continued to punish him in this counter matchup. It came to the rest of the team, really, I think, to help deal with that, as apart from, of course, developments from one game to the next, sort of breaking things down, analyzing them, and Juan Carlos doubling up on the lane along with the Stu. I think just great stuff, great team play. We'll see if it comes into play here on Pit Stop too.
Should be interesting for sure. Heist is where we're going, and we'll be in a hot zone next. And that might be where it ends if Chasmac has their way. First pick, Spike. Not going to complain about that. I really like the way this Spike is able to both control the battlefield and also make some noise.
Pretty much. I mean, one of my favorite things as Spike to see is if you can sit right under the
Spike,
safe, you
make
can hit
noise.
about 6,000 damage at a time.
All right. My joke's not going to work out here. But Daryl, classic. First of all, you're going to be able to break the wall that you need to do so, and then you want to talk about damage onto the safe. That's what the shotgun characters just do. They get up close, and they just rumble. So I actually really love the Daryl selection here. And second for Zeus, more wall break. Excellent stuff. No complaints here.
I think Daryl in particular is a very scary brawler when you're facing Mystic Esports. They've made this Daryl work on so many different maps. They even make it work in Knockout as well. Daryl also serves to counter a good number of brawlers, especially tanks too. He just manages to come out on top in the matchup. Chasmac Gaming NA though, they're not biting just yet. Keep in mind they have gotten the first pick for the second time in a row. They'll have to face that counter pick from Mystic Esports, but with the dog pick, they're going to be countering out the Surge in a fairly good way. They have one more selection to go with. Griff is their choice. He's not as strong as he used to be, but he can break open walls and he can get some serious safe damage. It's just not going to be as mobile as a team composition as Mystic Esports have.
Yeah, I look at the Griff, and what I mean, like, I look at the Griff mainly as the wall break. You know, everything else is just sort of like, he is a brawler, but being selected here mainly for the wall break, correct?
Yeah, I think that, and also you're able to do very good damage versus tanks, fire them down. Here's a Penny as well, kind of fulfills a similar role once she has the Salty Barrel down. Interesting pick for Mystic Esports, though. I mean, she is a great brawler all around, but when you're facing so much wall break like Colonel Ruffs and also Griff, you're not going to have too many places to place your turret down.
Definitely something to keep in mind. You likely will see that turret kind of up in that corner playing defensively, I think, near the gray walls. I think that'll be where she seeks to kind of put it, because these opening spots, like you said, if I'm on the other side, Mystic Esports coming out of the bottom side of your spectator UI, if I'm Chasmac up top, the first thing I'm doing is getting rid of these green pieces in the middle. But it's the left lane from Mystic that's able to push up just a little bit. Killer's gonna go ahead and heal up, but a Griff Super takes down Luffy, so it's one man by himself.
And now eliminated 2, Mystic Esports all respawning right in front of the safe, and Chasmac Gaming, they're trying to play this surgically. Defense around the left side, try and block in that choke point. The Killer and Luffy, they're still able to move through, but without any cover, Luffy's going to struggle so hard. And there's a good possibility that he doesn't even get a level up for the entire game. Here comes another wall break from Fade around that left side. And Juan Carlos doing the exact same with the piggy bank. Luffy on very low health, and you see he's even trying to get the level up, popping that gadget to get to the second level and close in, but it's going to expire before he can really get close to Toast. Good lane victories on the right side, though, as Fade's taken down. Killer now has his sight set firmly on that safe. It's up to Fade to defend, but Killer has such a beefy shield. Juan Carlos is able to help, but Zeus now has that turret at the ready. There's Toast! There are the 6K shots we were talking about, and Mystic Esports, their safe is just melting right now.
Big damage coming out from Chasmac as they've taken 52%. Mystic Esports gets involved a little bit later, but they have less than half of that at 19. So, Killer on the right side dealing with the 2-on-1 and not dealing with it well, unfortunately. Fluffy and Zeus should have been able to make something happen, but Juan Carlos's presence on this left side, even though his teammates were engaged in the 2v1, Juan Carlos was able to stop that push up mid. So ultimately, CMG still at 81% while they're finding more and more damage, 29% and counting.
Daryl connects on the enemy safe. We see some damage trickling in on Chasmac's side, but Mystic Esports continue to get punished, especially by Juan Carlos. Now closing in from the right side, Killer could fall. Here comes a shot from Toast, but the dodges are just on point for Killer. He's trying to reset on the left side. Luffy now with that level 3 good upgrades in a unwinnable looking situation. He's still going to try and make it work. They have a long way to go and a short time to get there. 10 seconds left. Killer defended on the left side. Luffy's got to make it work. Big damage in. Zeus trying to do the same. Juan Carlos keeping them at bay. Zeus more damage in. 23-19. That's the final score line. 4% differential. So close.
So close, but an interesting way it was close. You know, Chasmac kind of was just doing damage the entire game, whereas Mystic found their moments. They came in, they did 20%. They came in, they did 20%. As opposed to that slow trickle, Chasmac just consistently finding themselves on enemy side. Luffy makes it behind the defense and is just now getting some damage here much earlier than Mystic was involved in game number 1. So already a nicer look for Mystic getting involved earlier.
Very much so. They're still not going to really be able to deny this wall break in the early game. Toasty's already gotten a level up as well, and that means bad business for Killer. But Zeus is going to go for some area control with his turret placed on the left side. Juan Carlos and Fade sort of have to move away and react. They also have to defend versus Killer and keep Luffy at bay. A lot of responsibilities for Chasmac Gaming NA since they don't have a tank that can easily move on to the enemy safe. They have to play defense before they can effectively move in. And this time, Mystic is sort of overwhelming them, especially on the right side. Zeus moving in with the turret. Luffy getting good dodges and trying to ambush Juan Carlos from the left side. Here it comes, 1 shot, 2 shot. The third is going to confirm him as super, and now he has that super, level 2 incoming. But Chasmac Gaming NA continue to overwhelm Mystic's defense, and Luffy has to about face.
And this is something this is the hard decision to make. Do you just stick to it and let your teammates play defense? Because if that was the case, if Luffy did not assist, he's getting so much damage on this safe. But I think ultimately it was the right choice. Do you agree?
I think so too. I mean, really, this is a complicated thing about heists. It's tough to tell when exactly you can abandon that safe. There are a few brawlers that you absolutely don't want to let on there. Killer's one of them, and Toast is one of them too. You got a couple of huge damage dealers on either side. Mystic and Chasmac have to frame when and where they defend around them.
67% left for Mystic, 44 on Chasmac's side, so Mystic with the lead this time around. Of course, they lost game number 1, as close as it was. Fade falls down to the right side, so Chasmac won't be threatening Mystic just yet. Juan Carlos can't get in there either, goes home the hard way. And we see Daryl up top, supers on in, finds the kill across the way as well. Killer and Luffy both get some shots in. Chasmac Gaming gonna watch their safe fall down. Mystic Esports with one in the pocket as well.
Brilliant stuff for Mystic. I mean, in the first game, it looked once again sort of like an out comp there by Mystic. We saw some heavy tank busters from the side of Chasmac, and Chasmac were able to deal with it fairly well in game number 1. They were able to take defensive positions and then sort of overwhelm Mystic in certain situations, but Mystic, they've downloaded their opponent. They know exactly what's going on now, and look at this left lane. Luffy and Killer just power through. Luffy, he's able to get a very early game super as well, already upgrading to level 2, and Killer's got great jukes on lock immediately on the safe as well. It's a rock star performance from Mystic in the early game.
Again, game number 1 was just the outlier here. Game 2 and 3, Mystic have been very active very early. Not only were they the first on the safe, but they continue to do so. That said, Chasmac busting open this wall at this point is very, very good, and not something that I really saw them do earlier on. So if they want to find themselves with the dub again here, that's gonna be a great feature for them.
See if Fade's able to help with this too, because he's the one who can consistently get the wall break up and running. Luffy's still going to be able to benefit from the lack of walls now that he has that 3rd level ready to go, especially once he respawns. Killer on the right side also trying not to feed another super to Fade. 30% damage and health is just a huge asset to have with supply drop onto a team. And here comes Killer, though, blocked up by those sandbags. He's still able to confirm the kill. Great stuff. And Zeus on the left side, still trying to fire it down, but Toast is doing a great job of defending. Juan Carlos, he's bum rushing for the safe, trying to stay away from Luffy, but he's getting caught up to. Luffy's still keeping his distance. Looks like they're assessing whether they can fully commit on the enemy safe or not. Chasmac Gaming NA taking major damage, have to get rid of Killer, and they finally are, but only 14% left. It's not a good outlook.
Not at all. Now, I mean, that said, we've seen comebacks like this. Chasmac can lock up this mid. When I look at it, you know, you've got some strong areas in aisle and not really that many throwers, but Luffy jumps over. Good attention by Chasmac to take him down, but I think it's too little too late. 4, 3, 2, 1. But no zero. No zero. Oh, man. No way, right?
I would have to say there's no shot. 20 seconds left, and you got Killer. He's auto-charging that super already. Luffy closing in from the left side, trying to juke out Toast. Toast just trying, defending his heart out, but it's not quite enough. Mystic Esports for the 2nd set in a row. Yes, they take 1 game, but this time they take 2. They tied the match score 1-1. I gotta say, formidable effort from Chasmac Gaming NA, but from the side of Mystic, this was just the Daryl diff. We saw commendable efforts from Chasmac to pick brawlers that were able to deal consistently with the Daryl, and it wasn't quite enough. In Heist, you respawn really fast, you got great mobility to make it to the other side. We saw Chasmac spend most of their time on defense, and that was really the main thing that hurt them.
I agree. Definitely had to be afraid of the Daryl. I like the pick as soon as they locked it in, I was excited. And the thing is that you can't really even knock what Chasmac brought to the table. At the end of the day, I think they just lost this one on the field. Great performance, specifically from Killer, obviously. But Luffy was very involved as well. I really like this surge pick. Just immediately we think about jumping over the wall. And he did that, yeah, sure. But realistically, Luffy just brawled out. Just really piloted this brawler extremely well and won a lot of the fights. And that's exactly what the team needed.
Pretty much. I think also his team was such a big benefit in that one. Check out the kills as well. You could see just how much Chasmac Gaming spent on defense. So much damage, so many kills, and some good stuff from Mystic too, but they ended up getting more damage on the safe. And hey, that's the objective in this mode. If we talk Luffy in particular on that surge though, it, from my perspective, looked like a pretty unwinnable matchup. He's playing Surge, there are no tanks on the enemy team, and he's outranged, he's outlaned by every single one of those enemy brawlers. But Mystic Esports, they were able to flank him well, and they were able to predict some of the lane matchups fairly well to get him away from Colonel Ruffs, his central counter on Chasmac's side, and get him in position to get that super early on. We saw it in game 2 and 3. He got those supers lightning fast. Is exactly what you want as a Surge player.
Well, great look there. So now we're tied up, one for Mystic and one for Chasmac. And so we're guaranteed at least 4 sets. Brawl Ball will come next, but first, we've got to make our way through Dueling Beetles, the hot zone. That's a good friend. That's a top 5 friend for sure. Not as good as Buzz poolside, but I'm here for the spooky ghost.
I'm here for the spooky ghost too. I mean, I hope we get to see the snake reappear once again in those map previews as well. We love having friends on the broadcast as well. I think maybe, just maybe, we'll get to see Gus chasing a balloon in the background too. Here we go though. Chasmac Gaming in a first selection here, and mind the bans as well. See, Chasmac, they have that first pick, and they've gotten rid of 2 really good throwers on this map, especially Sprout, such a frustrating brawler to face. We see also Chasmac with that B pick, and one of the main things is that B, she's able to win a lot of lanes here. The other deal is she's able to counter out some pretty central brawlers on this map. She's able to do very well versus Poco, which has been banned out for Mystic, so it's not going to offer as much value for Chasmac just in the pick phase, but it's still a brawler that they love to play. Whether it's Toast, nowadays seems to be more of Juan Carlos, and also versus a Griff. I think that'll break open some walls, and it's important for Mystic Esports to snap this one up so that Chasmac don't have it on their side.
Second option here. And yeah, this is, I'm always a fan of Sprout because Sprout is such a unique character, but specifically with these tight corridors, that's really where you kind of got to get rid of a little post-it face. So Luffy comes through, and it's going to be the Janet selection, and pretty much for the same reasons that I highlighted why Sprout can be frustrating to play against. Well, Janet ignores a lot of that stuff by taking to the sky. So I really like her selection here. And in general, whenever you're trying to play Hot Zone, Janet is sort of an we think of area denial differently, but Janet being able to kind of like dive bomb the location and then get back to safety, I think is a really sort of important asterisk when you're selecting her in this game mode.
It's one of my favorite things too. Let's also keep in mind she has dropped the base. She has that gadget that basically gets you free control as long as it's not taken. Here's Penny. Love the selection. Kind of had a feeling it was going to appear at some point because she's so strong on this map, and she's just a strong brawler on about any map in general. Though if the map gets broken up quite a bit, there are possibilities that I could just ignore the turret, I can just walk away from it, but if you have B awaiting you on the other side, B's going to be able to line up the shots a lot more effectively. If you're running away from where that cannonball is going to land, B can pretty easily predict where you're going to move and get those shots lined up too. Fade also coming in with Stu, just a great selection all around. I think also going to offer some wall break. You do have the option of going for speed zone instead, but I definitely see Chasmac Gaming NA leaning in a wall break direction because they have B on their side. Mystic now with a selection of Gus, just another long-range brawler. It's going to be a great asset, and it'll also be one that can give that shield to Luffy, or I think especially Killer, so that he can go super aggro, get some damage bonus, and survive along the way.
Absolutely. Gus has quickly become one of my favorite brawlers since his addition last year. Just the double-sided blade, essentially. Long-range sharpshooter, but also that shield is so important, especially like you said, Hot Zone, your job is to get into harm's way, essentially. So we'll see how it all crumbles. Mystic Esports leading, as Zeus is the one stepping on the point. But when Toast gets involved, it can all go awry. Toast on this Stu is honestly just such a pleasure to watch. He just glides around and does his thing really well. And I mentioned it before, Daryl, but Stu is kind of the embodiment of just hit your stuff and don't get hit.
Pretty much, and I'm sure that's something every pro player loves to hear is, don't get hit. It's just that simple. Why are you getting hit, dude? You would win if you didn't get hit. And Toast, unfortunately, does get a bit tapped up there on the backside. Zeus coming in with another gadget, but it does get taken down. He only has one more left, so he's going to have to use it effectively. But really surprising start from Mystic Esports. Very very strong lead here already with a 50% lead. And Chasmac Gaming NA trying to pick up the pieces. Once they get control for the first time, they absolutely can keep it, but Mystic are trying to 100% them here. With only a 50% going the way of Chasmac.
Big damage out of Griff to win on that right-hand side. And for the first time, Chasmac getting involved here. Zeus falls down, but, you know, it's the big damage from Mystic. And this was a quick one, man. Chasmac could not find their entry at all. They just couldn't get the door in. And we're having, you're really enjoying this one, huh?
Dude, okay. I think some other people saw it. We saw Janet take to the skies specifically to get rid of the penny turret, and Zeus just kind of ran himself against that pillar on the left side, just headbutting, you know, column 9 3/4 until that turret was taken down, and then he just flew right back away. I haven't seen Janet play like that before, and maybe y'all have, but it was a nice surprise. This time though, Chasmac, they do start off with a good start, and that's a great change to see.
Yeah, I think this was very important. So what I was going to jump into is just that Chasmac, they really need a specific kind of entry point. And then once they're here, yeah, okay, we can kind of put out the honey molasses, we could drop the safe turret and make use of it. But actually getting there first, it could be trouble to kind of kick this door down. So it was very important for Chasmac to get involved early and establish themselves on the point and make Mystic look for the retake. And because of that, we're seeing almost the flip side of what we saw last time around. Juan Carlos is going to be chased down by Zeus, but he dodges all the shots. He's able to get out of jail. However, the rest of Juan's teammates fall down, and Mystic are involved for the first time.
This is great look for both teams, in fact, but Chasmac Gaming, they have the upper hand. I think really the biggest differential game over game is Chasmac Gaming NA, particularly Toast, being more apt to go aggressive off of the early game. Mystic Esports are suffering as a result. They're still able to get a retake here. They got a lot of room to walk around and a lot of room to dodge, but with so many turrets popped up by Chasmac Gaming NA, I mean, look at this. We saw 3 turrets up at once. So much damage being blocked, but really the more important thing is they had that area control, and especially the speed zone seemed to be a huge factor, and then being able to dodge out the damage and, like you said, don't get hit.
Exactly. You know, and that's really what we saw here was the fact that Chasmac demanded Mystic try to find the retake, and because largely the speed turret just able to dodge well. So Zeus, Luffy, Killer couldn't find that moment. The Griff Super is going to be a big part of their retake, in my opinion. That's how Mystic want to kind of open the door. And Mystic have a couple of more options, in my opinion, than Chasmac does. But Mystic couldn't find an answer, basically because Chasmac were just out brawling. Great stuff coming out from Toast for sure. But I've been looking at Fade. I really enjoyed Fade's work here.
Fade is doing a great job of dodging the damage and also staying at range, just outranging some of his opponents as well, even though on paper he doesn't have as long of range as Gus, for instance. I think another thing that Chasmac are doing really well is identifying particular targets that they want to focus down. Fade and Juan Carlos have been pretty apt to buddy up on the right lane. We saw them focus down Killer and then immediately go for Luffy. Mystic Esports, they've made an adaptation, now moving around the left side with Luffy instead of having him target around the right. Toast just going back and forth, zigzagging, but he still doesn't get the takedown. Zeus and Luffy have zoned him out. Juan Carlos falls, and this could be a retake for Mystic Esports.
Well, Zeus is looking for the Toast kill, not able to find it. Chasmac 3/4 of the way done. Mystic climbing now, though, is Chasmac on the back foot. Killer and Luffy on the point, taking care of business on the left-hand side. 75% is that mark to match, and Mystic Esports are almost there as they're crossing the 45% mark. But a big play by Chasmac. Killer, they're spread. Both of them go down, north and south. That might be it. I don't know if Zeus can hang on to this.
He doesn't have a turret. It looks like it's a done deal. Chasmac Gaming NA. We see Toast once more gliding back and forth. Brilliant plays from both sides, just rock solid stuff. And yeah, definitely worth a bit of celebration happiness, but he's right back to the stone cold stoic face. The face of someone who's still got more Brawl Stars to play, and you can't celebrate prematurely, especially when you're facing someone like Mystic, who very closely lost that last set. It was a very, very narrow margin. I mean, look at the scoreline. It's 2-1s across the board so far.
Absolutely. And this is something that I've been saying a lot in other tournament series and for sure here is that it is very cool to see how much better all of our regions have gotten. The competition is just tighter. I think that's a fact, Reddy.
I think it is too. I mean, look at some of the brawlers that are being picked here as well. It's not super often that you get to see Toast on the stew unless you're in a LAN setting. And he's chaining those supers together so fast. It's East versus East. It's something that I think we can appreciate from a competitive standpoint as well. And it has seriously elevated the level that this game is played.
Very, very cool to see just the maturation of the scene. You know, it's cool to see. Earlier we were talking about, you know, Zeus's rookie season and being able to step in next to, you know, Toast has been here forever. These guys have been around for a long time, so you see the old and the new, and a rising tide raises all ships. With more competition, the top end teams get better, but our lower end teams become our middle of the pack teams, and those middle of the pack teams are now fighting in the same weight category as the truly top. So when we look at Chasmac and Mystic, I wasn't just being funny when I was like, hey man, I picked Chasmac, but it took a while. This is exactly what I expected our matchup to look like for sure. So I am happy as a pig in the mud. But up next, we're going to Brawl Ball, baby. It's Pinhole Punt. And so big old circle in the middle should be a fun one. And again, Brawl Ball, just kind of breaking the mold here. We see a lot of weird stuff in this game mode.
We do, Brawl Ball in particular, but with every single map on Brawl Ball, it seems like the geography influences a totally different style of play. We can name drop a few sneaky fields. We love to see some of those tanks. It comes down to triple dribble, and we see some really wacky stuff too. And then Pinhole Punt, now we have that ring of bushes at mid, like you pointed out, but you also have lanes on the left and right that can be favorable towards some shorter range options as well. It'll come down to the bans, of course, to influence how this map is played, but some of the more popular brawlers here, I absolutely have to mention Crow. Crow is simply great for scouting out the bushes. Crow's a great brawler in general, high mobility, great utility, and sometimes when you're fighting him, it can feel like you're fighting in futility. I'm just looking for a word to rhyme, but yeah, we'll just sweep that one under the rug and try and forget about it.
We'll get there. We'll get there for sure. Something actually I think is interesting when it comes to Pinhole Punt. A lot of maps that are very grass focused, you kind of choose, do I want to abuse the grass or do I want to burn it down? Not that she's unheard of here, but this isn't an Ember map. You know what I mean? Like, we'll see Ems, but like usually not so much the gotta get rid of it. You just sort of let the grass lurkers do their thing, and like I said, maybe you pick some sort of you know, cleave-oriented characters. But brawlers here, bans are out. No Poco, no Max, no Otis, and a couple of the tanks and Gray. So largely predictable bans, I would say, considering the map and the meta. First choice, what do you think they go with?
Well, I mean, B, I suppose, from the side of Chasmac Gaming has been one of their selections for every single set where they could snap it up, and I think that's a solid choice for Chasmac, especially because they're not going to be facing the Max, so they don't have to worry about getting overwhelmed in close range. Mystic Esports now have to think really cautiously about what they're going to play into this. A long-range option would be very valuable, but they've proven already that they don't really have to have it. We saw in Hot Zone, they were still able to take a W facing B without a super long-range option. Of course, there was Gus, but as far as contending with B, not really one of the strongest. Here comes Janet, though, and I think that's a solid selection from Mystic Esports. Chasmac Gaming in A. I also want to take note of some of the bans here, and I think that also reveals a lot about what these teams know about each other. Chasmac Gaming in A getting rid of the Cheese Brawler, the Gray, and the tanks. Mystic Esports getting rid of the more consistent brawlers as well, but also ones that Chasmac are pretty known for playing.
Yeah, well said. I love to see the teams do their homework. Very important when it comes down to particularly this side of the game, the brain side of the game. As the gene selection here, very rarely am I going to argue with a gene. But so we've got two more selections. The option goes over to Chasmac Gaming. The B is locked in there. Do we want more area denial to pile on with the honey molasses, or are we looking for elsewhere?
it could really just be a matter of preference here for Chasmac Gaming NA. I wouldn't be shocked if they more so go brawlers that they're comfortable with, but I think B by herself provides enough area denial, especially given how open the geography of this map is. They need some options that are solid on those lanes, because one of the ways that we've seen these teams consistently take the victories is by winning those lanes. I can very much see Fade picking up the dog here. Colonel Ruffs maybe coming in for that last pick. Can break open the walls. Also, the bags would be good for dealing with Killer. Just still risk when you're facing Zeus because of the piercing damage that Janet has to offer.
For sure, definitely something to keep in mind. And there's the M's, and I really like this composition for sure, because I agree with you. I think what Toast brings, or what B brings, is kind of largely enough area denial, and M's is kind of half and half. So you have like 1.5, if you will, in that category. You got Crow to just beat people up, and Fade is going to be that utility sort of facilitator, allowing B and Crow to kind of do all of, you know, the heavy lifting for sure. So I really, really, really like this composition here from Chasmac Gaming. And I'm also eager, there it is, the spike on the side of Mystic. There's a lot of threat with Janet and the Gene, and so I think this spike selection kind of rounds out what Mystic wants to do, similarly to the way CMG has it.
Same here. I mean, 6 out of 7 days of the week, I would not be the biggest fan of Spike, but I guess it is that one day. It's Sunday here, and I think that Spike would be a fairly solid pick here, because if we look at what Chasmac has gone for, they do have the B, sure, but the other brawlers they have aren't really the greatest for peeking around walls, and Spike really thrives in these situations. You got to acknowledge, though, at this level of play, brawlers are consistently able to dodge out the curveball, so if Chasmac Gaming NA are playing the skill game here, they totally can, but lots of control around the left side. Luffy's thrown down that turret, and seems like Chasmac are helpless to stop it. A little bit of slowing action, but it's short-lived. Another fresh turret pops down. Juan Carlos fumbles the ball and gets taken down. He didn't pass it over the right side, and Mystic Esports take a goal. That was not intentional by Chasmac.
Not at all. That said, I think that even if we see non-fumble of the ball there from Chasmac defense, I think Mystic still scores there. Zeus did a great job of just slowly ticking down. You're right. It's easy to dodge the curveball at this level of play, but you do get around those corners, and so that's really where Zeus is kind of earning his money as the team wipe happens, but the respawns should come, and so no big goal opportunity, despite the winning team fight, essentially, from Mystic.
Wow, Mystic Esports, they're blowing me away right now, especially Killer here, hitting that pole. Chasmac, they could have opted to block it with the gadget if they had any left. You see Juan Carlos, he's fresh out of those honey molasses. He can't block poles anymore. Killer, he can just continuously bully him and combo with Luffy. Fade's trying to slow them down. Could be a super right up to Zeus. Alley-oop. We need to see it go in. There it is from Luffy right through Toast's legs. And there it is. Mystic Esports, they're bringing it back. They are a scrappy team, and despite being so close to being taken down here, they're still fighting, and they are getting through these games so quickly, especially with Janet. They are rushing down whatever side she's on, and they're winning that mid-matchup consistently. How on earth do Chasmac respond?
Well, for Mystic also, there's a lot of sort of fundamental play that's working out. They're not staggering deaths on the enemy team. As soon as they get one, watch, here comes the rest of them. They push forward. That's intentional. You stagger deaths, all of a sudden there's always a defender. But if you kind of wipe everybody out, that allows you to step forward. No goal this time around, but just wasn't a perfect opportunity. But you see that, I like the way that they are kind of very particular about their targets.
Well, Mystic
right side, we've got the Spike Super. Sure. Absolutely. So now they've got one more push ready.
Yeah, we'll see if they're able to finish it off here. They don't want to use their gadgets too quickly because they have committed pretty hard already. Here comes a super in. Goal's basically cleared out. Juan Carlos has a killer B, but he's taking lots of damage along the way. Luffy senses blood in the water. Here he comes. Fade also trying to defend Toast, the final one in front of the goal. Luffy ready for a pass, but it gets passed around the right side. Juan Carlos, though, helpless to defend it. Mystic Esports slot in the first goal of the game.
Man, again, my favorite thing, and I don't care what game it is, could be the NBA. I love seeing that communication on the field. And you saw that communication on that right lane, man. Like, that pass was called for. So cool from Mystic Esports. Left side, pass upfield, Luffy gonna have it, but the respawns are good. Fade jumps on in and forces Luffy to the sky. Will take down Juan Carlos, And also toast.
No.
Pass up field. Goal is good. Mystic Esports, we're going to a 5th set.
The most dominant set that we've seen from Mystic Esports yet, and we didn't even really get to have a chance of seeing what Chasmac had to offer there. There was not really much of a breakdown to do on the compliments we saw it in play. Yeah, little celebration, being thankful for the situation, also staying on those comms. Mystic Esports, just phenomenal here. I mean, shot calling, you called it out, F.
Yeah.
This is precisely what it was. Locating one enemy at a time, search and destroy. One gone, only one person left to defend the goal. Here's a spike super headed right towards your face, and everyone closes in around them. I also want to say, I think that this might be the idea of the Gene and the Janet in play. We saw just how much Luffy had to offer. Look how quickly he's using them as well. They knew that they were going to end this set off quickly, that game in particular off quickly. They exhausted the gadgets from Chasmac Gaming NA. On the surface, it doesn't look like a super fast rush down comp, but that's how they played it, and it worked.
Yeah, a lot of fun here. Again, able to see the comms on the field. And this was dominance. One of the cool things about Brawl is, like, we just got finished talking about how you can kind of win a match just with Brawn, just by, as simple as it is, hitting your stuff and not getting hit. This was the opposite for me. Not only did they hit their stuff, Mr. 14 kills, by the way, but it was all a facilitation for the stuff after the stuff. They were objective focused. That's why these kills are so heavy on Luffy.
Dude, Luffy must have like a Brawl Pass quest or something, because the end of the season is near, and 14 kills right there. I mean, that's a good chunk of your progress done. Beautiful stuff. I mean, completely unexpected there from Mystic Esports. We came in expecting greatness. Did we come in expecting a complete roll in that set? I can say certainly for myself, I did not. And I expect a much fairer matchup here as we head into the final map. Set number 5 coming right at you. It's Bell's Rock, first selection of Gene from Chasmac Gaming NA. Pretty solid selection. Keep in mind what Mystic Esports have banned out here. They've gotten rid of pretty much the 3 best throwers on this map, but they also have last pick. So this is suspicious.
All right. The question, so sharpshooters, there's a lot of geometry on this map, as Gray is not banned out, so we'll see him for the first time today. I mean, this is one of the last times we're going to be able to kind of be so cheesy, right? The teleport should be a lot of fun here, but again, this is knockout, so that teleport is not nearly as strong as some of the other objective-based modes for sure. But at the end of the day, Gray still hits hard, so does B. And so 2 long-range characters here selected for Mystic Esports.
Like the nanny pick from Chasmac Gaming NA, they know that this is going to be a open and long-range matchup, but Mystic, of course, can opt not to play it that way. Here's the deal. Mystic, they have a couple of Gray gadgets that they can play. One breaks walls, and the other, well, it breaks walls, but only if you hit someone on the other side. So they have great synergy with B, but they can opt to just play a standard lane game if they want to make sure that Nanny does not get much value here. Here's the Otis from Chasmac Gaming NA. They're not contributing any more wall break here. They still have the Gene, and they'll be able to chip things down, get that super fired up over time. Mystic Esports, they have a huge asset here. This is a great tool for them. Last pick, throwers banned out. Clearly, they are thinking of something. Just don't know what it is yet. It's only a matter of time before we find out, but it's got to complement these 2 brawlers they've selected already.
Coming down to the wire here. And Mystic locking in the Janet. Janet on knockout is... Here's the thing, man. Janet on knockout is not always my favorite pick, but how can you argue with a character that's literally invincible sometimes? So... Luffy going to be riding that and maybe flying their way to victory. The question that I wanted to ask is Mandy. With that long-range super, we've seen some work on knockout. That's where I kind of thought they might have went, but I think Janet does something adjacent, right? You can hit players without putting yourself in harm's way, and that's kind of the idea.
Yeah, and also, Mandy, she can feel kind of gimmicky at times because she has that long range, but, I mean, look at this map. You have maybe a few straightaways that you can fire down, and really the longest range you're going to have at your disposal is if you're sitting in that bush, and you don't want to be in that bush. That is jail for literally anyone who finds themselves sitting in there. So, for Chasmac, I mean, I think that they've played this fairly well and fairly safe in terms of the draft, but Mystic Esports, they've consistently kind of abused how strong this Janet gadget is. She's able to throw down, drop the base, and look at this. Juan Carlos, he pretty much can't do anything. He's just got to sit back and take it. Killer takes him down on the left side. There was nothing that Juan Carlos could do. It was a solved game as soon as Killer had him back there and had a gadget at the ready.
That's actually a big deal. I focus a lot on Janet's super as she gets pulled and just bullied. Good play there, and we have a team two. Both teams very healthy, but Luffy a little bit low, and Toast an inch away from death. Good shots coming out from Fade, but somebody needs to put a dot on that. Fade actually falls down, and it's Toast, the last man standing. Good trades, and Chasmac Gaming picks up round number 1.
Very, very close call. I really think that Mystic Esports, they absolutely had that one, but Killer must have thought he was out of range of the Gene Super. He was completely idle. Hopefully he was still in the game, and even if he was, not the greatest play. They can still bring it back, though. Big pull, Fade and Juan Carlos combine on the right side. Zeus is down. Luffy feeling momentum. Can be a one-man army, but it's going to be a tough fight. He has his teleporter that he can use to reposition and heal 1,000 health. Big slows, Juan Carlos reflecting some of that damage. Luffy chipped down. Good kill from Luffy as Juan Carlos falls. Luffy, once again, the one-man army. It's almost impossible, but it's just that one shred of possibility that keeps him going.
Yeah, it's coming in now, so Luffy's options are going to be a little bit limited. Trying to get up to the teleporter to heal, but will fall down before he reaches it. Great work there. Strong stuff. Ah, man. The Gene pulls, again, very easy to sit here from the commentator booth and say, you should have avoided that. But I feel like both rounds, the Gene pool was successful where players were kind of in a haphazard location. Like the Janet went in and just sort of landed in front of Gene. I, don't think that is a winning strategy. As the base is dropped, Fade needs to leave, and he is going to go out the hard way as Zeus finds the capitalization.
Let's see how Mystic Esports are able to react. They do have a huge advantage, a 3v2, but we saw what happened last time. This time, no Gene pulls in play. They're certainly not taking any risks at this point. Zeus has another gadget at his disposal if he wants to break down walls. Juan Carlos is able to get his super off of that interaction. Chasmac Gaming NA, they're not in a winning position. They're in a losing position, in fact. Once that poison closes in, they might opt to just run in there and avoid feeding any more supers, especially to Zeus. Juan Carlos doing exactly that, going down to the poison. Killer has his super, and Luffy just might have a super, but we know that the Gray does not have that teleport. Here comes the main super, making its way over to Killer, maybe to Luffy. Big damage, but no one there to finish it off. Had that cooked for just a little bit longer, and he would have gotten the one-shot. Point is, let him cook on that Ninny. Let that autofocus cook. And now Juan Carlos is going to have to pay the price. Almost going down, final bomb being dropped. There's the kill. Killer also almost able to take down Toast in close range. This is a 2v2 now.
Would have liked to see Zeus a little bit more north, but ultimately doesn't matter because the second kill goes down. Fade alive, the 1v2 unlikely. And so pop over the wall, and Mystic Esports gets round number 2. And more discussion. Love to see a communicative team, man. I'm so corny about that, but like honestly, communication wins games. That is how you win the tournament.
It's all about that team communication 100% of the time, especially for both of these teams at crucial moments. We've seen them identify one single enemy, the public enemy number 1, if you will, to take down. And so far, we've seen Zeus break down some of these walls, but not make them super open, just make them more optimal to hide behind. I love that. You almost never see that on this map. So far, so good for them. They have way, way better positioning than Chasmac so far, but it'll come down to who gets the first supers to start redirecting the pace of the game. Keep in mind, it's match point, and it all comes down to just 3 rounds of knockout.
My ideal match ender, by the way. Knockout is so... you get white knuckle as Mystic Esports makes their push forward, dropping Gadget taking care of business on the right lane. Toast and Fade alive. The 3v2, not as unlikely as the 2v1 in my opinion. Toast walking forward though by himself. Fade couldn't help. And just like that, Luffy and Killer combined for the kill. And the denial of the supercharge up. So Mystic Esports 1 round away from taking this. Okay.
I'm here for it. It would be a bit of an upset too. 80% going with Chasmac Gaming NA. All condensed into just 2 rounds now with the vast lead of Mystic Esports. They have 2 supers on their side, one a teleport, one a slow. Of course, more significant than the other. Zeus can get a teleport in. Fade, he's ready with the lamp blowout if anyone gets too aggressive. Chasmac, they're focusing on charging up these supers, playing it safe from there. Luffy's also got that killer B. And he could pretty much sit here for as long as he wants, but he might not opt to stay there too long. Fade, he's in jail. This is where you don't want to be. He might be able to escape. He has that super as well. The payoff has been massive for Chasmac, but no kills just yet, as that poison's bound to be closing in very soon as well.
That's big though. Mystic Esports has made that play almost every time. Drop the base, go on in, get somebody on either the left or the right lane. And this is the first time Chasmac avoid it, but they can't avoid the secondary push. Base gets dropped to the left side wins. Janet takes to the sky, damage is good on Fade, but he's not dead yet. Toast is getting hit, and so is the top side. The gas comes in, and Mystic Esports goes all the way and takes it away from Chasmac Gaming NA.
Massive, massive victory for Mystic Esports. What a match. And I would be grateful to love you back, buddy. Mystic Esports on top for now. Very, very close match, going 2-1 on almost every single set. But we saw set number 4. Those were the beginnings of something huge for Mystic Esports. They had something on the back burner, and it was a W. Hot and ready to serve some L's to Chasmac in that final set. Amazing. What a beautiful match for Mystic Esports, and a great arc for them as well.
Facts. And again, I think, I want to celebrate how Mystic Esports finds this victory. Not just in the Brawl Ball, I think that's where it was on display the most, but in Knockout as well. This team has a playbook. They have set strategies that they say, all right, ready, hike, and then they execute their play. And it is obvious front and center in the Brawl Ball, but we saw it in this Knockout as well. They had a specific thing in mind. Every single time Janet dropped her gadget, they went in and focused on a side lane. Very, very cool to watch a team like that. That is my preferred. I love the X's and O's, man. And this is a squad that absolutely brings the clipboard. And I think we're going to see a lot more of this team as they get better and better. Zeus is going to get more and more used to playing in a competitive environment. This team is going to get better and better working together. And I think we're seeing the beginning of one of the next top teams in NA.
Hard to agree, and the stats tell a very, very similar story. Look at that for Luffy, 8 kills, and in Knockout, that is just ridiculous. And keep in mind how close this one was as well. Chasmac Gaming NA very realistically could have taken this one. They got a game on their side as well. This is just miraculous stuff for Mystic Esports. And once again, I would say keep your eyes on Zeus, the dark horse, a new rookie in the NA BSC here on the big stage. I'm all here for it.
So much fun to see, and such a great testament to how healthy the scene is, that we just have new and exciting players every single season here in the BSC. But we still have our favorites, and right now Luffy is y'all's favorite, the MVP of the matchup. Honestly, yeah, man, probably would have went with Luffy as well. I think across a lot of the game modes, Luffy was the one making it happen, ringing the bell, starting it all off. Couldn't do it by himself, so it's always tough for me when it comes to MVP, but I'd probably go with Luffy as well.
True that. Definitely one of the prime players to focus on this team. I'll tell you what, though. I mean, okay, F-Dot. We know you like to make friends with the different characters that show up in the map fly-throughs, so we have your reaction of seeing a new friend. Here it is.
Wait, what? I was so excited about the pixel robots. They're so cute. That's so funny. Oh man, I I gotta compose myself, guys. Go get a water. We'll be back with more BSC after the jump.
Here, the ultimate comatose collaboration from Poco and Sandy, featuring hit tracks Tired of Losing to You,
I'm tired of losing to you.
Dying for a Lion,
No more fiesta. Por favor, give me siesta.
and the number 22 hit single, The Sleepy Tune.
Little brother, say no word. Sleepy too.
Sleepy Tunes.
Shake out those sombreros. It's the Fire Fiesta. Featuring Amber, the high flyer fire supplier for hire. Poco and Frank perform a brain-melting medley of the Sleepy Tune. And what's a show without a topless appearance from El Primo? But now, it'll set your fans on fire.
Brawlers from all across the park are joining up to Star Force. They're state-of-the-art. They're clever and smart. They're doing their part. Are you? Discover sentient beings, defeat villains, explore the galaxy, take your brawling into orbit. Join Star Force. Would you like to brawl more?
Would you like your own ad featured in this year's Brawl Stars World Championships? Just come up with a cool Brawl Stars product or ad idea, and we'll do the rest. Add your ideas in the comments below. We'll be making a new one every month.
And welcome back to the BSC Monthly Finals. It's February, and it's NA East, and it's Kenny. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great, F-Dot. What a first match we had on our hands. It's been a crazy month already. Always love seeing some fireworks go off in NA. Great stuff to see. Of course, Mystic Esports taking that one 3-2 in a nail-biter.
Yes, should be a fun one now. Apollo Crew versus Tribe Gaming. Tribe Gaming, one of the most storied teams in Brawl Stars in general. Apollo Crew, obviously newer to the scene. That's always exciting. Colt K, Rich, and Crispin definitely going to take the field today and see how they wind up. I'm eager to see because we clearly have some new faces on the field, and I'm excited.
Yeah, it's one of the most exciting parts of these new sub-regions. You know, we get to see some new talent rise up to the top, and Colt, Rich, and Crispin have earned themselves a spot. They lucked into it a little bit with a disqualification, but nonetheless, they still had to work very hard to get here. I anticipate they can put up some good stuff here.
Should be cool. Oh, and a fellow exposed brick individual. We love the I love the aesthetic for sure. Should be cool to see as they take the field versus Tyrant, Zulon, and Islivy. These guys are, like I said, I use the term staple a lot because for a while they might have kept the scene together. Zulon's been screaming on stage for years now. We've got a chance to see them at LAN, win a couple of times, now trying to return to be those top dogs. And I said it with Reddy last week where Tribe Gaming seem to have new wind under their wings.
Yeah, I've got asked by a few casual friends that have recently gotten into Brawl Star. You know, one of the most common questions is who's the best player in NA? Who's the best player? Honestly, there's an argument for all of these Tribe Gaming guys. They're phenomenal players, and it's good to see as Livy coming into another year. You can see in the background even, he's accumulated a few kind of accomplishments there. You can see all of the land setting stuff that he's gotten from last year, and of course the semifinals run at Worlds. This team is back together, and they should be as fierce as ever.
Definitely a scary entity to go up to. But Apollo, the one thing that I always say when it comes down to like a matchup like this, obvious top card and newcomers, is the fact that Apollo, a little bit of an unknown quantity, whereas Tribe, there's years of tape. You know what these guys play. You know kind of what the idea is, and so that might be a leg up, having an insight into the way Tribe Gaming kind of approaches the field. They play kind of standard Brawl Stars. They're going to adhere to the meta. They're going to look towards top of the tier list, and knowing that Apollo can kind of utilize that. Of course, they're good at the game and play what's good isn't exactly the biggest tip in the world, Kenny, so maybe will still be an uphill battle. But Super Beach is the first place that we're heading to, and it's Brawl time, baby.
I think you still bring up an excellent point, though. Unfamiliarity is something they can maybe take advantage of. In a map like Super Beach, tons of combos that can work out here. You see immediately Max and B being banned, a couple NA and global staples. On the other side, some utility brawlers coming in. More of those side lanes like Colonel Rups, Spike. You get the Penny, who's a very popular brawler right now, too. I think all standard stuff so far, but to your point, Apollo, you know, with less tape on them, maybe they can pull something crazy off, but already they're going to be fighting against it. The Gray comes out as pick number one. It escaped the ban phase somehow.
And this is something that, you know, the top end established team can do. Hey man, we're just going to pick the good stuff and you've got to climb the tier list. Good luck, homie. So starting off the picks and bans phase with Gray, you know, one of the strongest, most dominant individual brawlers at the moment, definitely kind of sets the tone going in. But Poco with a selection here for Apollo crew, first and foremost. Definitely kind of a standard Brawl Ball pick for sure. What do you want to see teamed up with Poco here?
Yeah, this is an interesting takeaway for them. You know, a lot of times when you see Gray, immediately you're starting to think some of those tanky brawlers. You want an opportunity to take advantage of that teleport, get up and close and personal with your enemies, whether that's somebody in the meta right now like Ash, Sam, even somebody like Jackie shows up quite a bit. I think they're taking good countermeasures to this in case Tribe Gaming goes with one of those tankier options. They're going to pick up Poco, which is something that definitely could have added to the HP category of Tribe, and Otis, of course, with that mute button, going to be able to instantly halt anything that's coming at them. I think this is a good opportunity for Apollo to kind of counter or at least prepare for what Tribe could possibly go for.
I like the Otis selection here as well because, like we said, likely we're going to see a tank next to this Poco. But everybody knows that. So go with the util selection and then leave your tank for the last moment so that you don't get hard countered. Tribe probably going to lean into that direction as Libby picking up the M's, who does a good job on Super Beach for sure. In general, I like M's in Brawl Ball because she can kind of street sweep the direction that you want to walk up. Lou, staple of Hot Zone. Talk to me about Brawl Ball.
You know, it's funny you mentioned that. The Ice Cream Man shows up quite a bit these days. You know, I think early on it started as an NA brawler, but especially after this weekend, especially after kind of watching some scrims of a lot of teams across the world, Lou's showing up just about everywhere. I think Super Beach is a good opportunity, especially if you're going against some of those tankier brawlers. Of course, he is one of the more difficult brawlers to play. His shot is not exactly straightforward. You got to kind of line those shots up just right and take advantage of those supers. That's a huge X factor here. If they can't get those Lou supers cycling, they're not going to be able to take advantage of them. They're going to fall behind. I think a little bit of a safer approach here if you're Apollo, but of course Tribe Gaming have the mechanics to absolutely make this work.
Should be a fun one for sure. At the end of the day, Lou, it's been fun kind of watching meta trends because I promise not to get too deep into the weeds here, but meta game is dictated by the strongest players in the region plus the actual, you know, patch updates for sure, but also just what people are doing. And watching Lou hop from being a special niche pick, specifically in NA, to more and more selection is really just a matter of, well, people watched him, so now they play him. And I think it's really cool the way meta is a living beast. Middle popped up, and a whole lot of action, honestly. Players falling left and right, but it's really just a deathmatch at the moment. Tribe Gaming finally getting that second player down, but staggered, and so the Poco respawn disallows Tribe's opportunity to score.
Yeah, they're getting a little desperate here. Dropping the base now. Rich going to be cornered. And already we've seen Zulon, the X factor here, like I mentioned, pick up 2 supers. It's a huge zoning opportunity. You can give them a brain freeze as well for all their troubles and hold up any enemy pushes. Right now, they're just applying at that pressure. Another gadget going down, just trying to push Tyrant away. But Tribe finally moving back a little bit. More of a midfield fight now. Might be an opportunity here for Apollo crew to move up this map.
Yeah, the drop the base is doing kind of what Tyrant's doing with his basic attack. So finally, Crispin's able to walk up on his right-hand side, and a kill opens up. Rich might have the entrance, and he does, as Libby can't find the defense. No real disruption there at Gray's disposal. So because of that, able to just walk it in. Apollo crew did a good job of winning on the right side and then pushing on the left.
Ooh. Well, now a real opportunity for Tribe. A kick over to the left-hand side. A super going down. Colt going to be frozen, and Zulon with a goal. Nice response here from Tribe Gaming, the veterans, showing that they will not back down here.
Important low latency goal. If you get scored on, the quicker you're able to equalize that, the more of a statement you make. And this is the bigger statement. 2 players down. Goal in the pocket. And they weren't the first to strike, but the iron is certainly hot. Tribe Gaming, up 1.
Yeah, Apollo crew put up a good fight there too. You know, I thought they would be having a leg in that fight just after a really early goal, but Tribe immediately respond with 2 of their own. I mean, very quickly and concisely. Some impressive stuff coming in from them, and just like a 50s cartoon, it's going to be the grand piano falling from the sky.
Zulon doing good work on Crispin, pushing that mid lane out. Now focusing on the right side as Tyrant's going to get the ball. Colt full HP, so Tyrant can't walk in. Tosses. And there's a Lou super. And there's the damage on the Colt. So the door is open. Can Tyrant walk it in? Shoots it. Tribe are the first one on the board. Kenny, it looks like Tribe have kind of downloaded what Apollo want to do here.
Yeah, they really have. I mean, that's another pickup instantly for Tyrant on the right-hand side. A brain freeze onto the Colt on the left. It's a tough situation for him. They've got to teleport as well with his Livy. Plenty of opportunity as long as they stay up here. A super from Colt. Zulon falling weak, and another super at that too. I mean, Zulon has just been one to watch, cycling super after super, and now let's see if his Livy can get a little cheeky with it. There's the teleport and the free goal as well, as Livy catches them off guard and puts up a major one for his team.
Oh my goodness, that's how they drew it up in the back. Just, all right, so get the ball and teleport to the, you did it, dude. Good for you. Great stuff out of Tribe. And yeah, man, I mean, looking at how Apollo kind of approached at first, it felt like, all right, they're going to inch their way up the field, use Janet gadgets here and there. And Tribe Gaming kind of sat back and went, okay, got it. And now Zulon's just kind of farming these stuns, farming these supers, and Tribe Gaming really, they're not really concerned with the Janet, and they're just pushing forward. Great stuff out of Tribe.
Yeah, that's some excellent stuff right there. And I know you said earlier you're an X's and O's kind of play guy, and that's exactly what we saw there. That's what you got to do with Gray, and at a professional level, that's exactly the kind of skills they can bring to the table at any given moment. If you have a teleport across the map, it's going to leave opportunities for a veteran player like his Livy, really showing his stuff right there. Tribe Gaming, you know, started off down a goal, but after that, it was smooth sailing from there.
Well done by Tribe Gaming. One in the pocket, 2 away from finding themselves in that grand finals. And again, Tyrant with the most kills, but if you're asking me, I think it was Big Z that was real impact maker there. Tyrant was farming on that right side. I'm not taking it away. The numbers do not lie. But I think Zulon's sort of attention to finding the brain freezes, finding the supers, that opened a ton of room for Tyrant to do what he did.
Yeah, I think you bring up an excellent point. If the Lou gameplay is not on point, it's just not going to work. And of course, Zulon brought everything he had there, played an excellent set, and I think that's a big reason for why Tribe Gaming ended up getting that one.
Colt and the boys have to find something else as we move on to our second set. It's going to be Hot Zone, so it might be a different way to approach. Brawl Ball, I find, is such a different skill set in juxtaposition to some of the other game modes that we have here. And so maybe that one just a little bit of a sore spot. We'll find out as we jump in a Hot Zone. Open Zone specifically. Kenny, talk to me about the map. Any particular map-focused brawlers you want to see?
Yeah, I mean, Open Zone's an interesting one, right? People look at this on paper and they say it's a sharpshooter kind of map, but we're at a competitive level here. There's up to 6 brawlers that can ban every single time, and there's only so many sharpshooters to go around. Some of the more creative ones that I've seen recently, kind of a resurgence from early in the year, is somebody like Pam, who traditionally does well into some of these sharpshooters, can deal with people like B, like Piper, like Bell, especially with that healing station. If they end up going with an aggressive brawler, it actually works out really well. It used to be a traditional Daryl counter way back in the days of 2022 early on. Meg, of course, going to be banned here almost every single time, and if not, going to get played. I like this safe approach. B, going to be able to deal with a lot of different brawlers. A safe first pick, and there's our boy Lou once again.
Now, Lou on Hot Zone, that is the tried and true. That is the quintessential. That's kind of the spawn point of where his popularity came out of. He puts down a big circle, and the goal of this mode is to stand in the big circle. You see where I'm going with this? It really just makes sense. So teaming up with Lou, that's the fun thing. He's just good, so you don't need any particular players with him. Janet just kind of, again, you can deal damage without putting yourself in harm's way. Good for knockout, good for hot zone as well. So Tribe Gaming have two kind of evergreen selections on the hot zone. Who would you like to see? I know option over Apollo, they've got a pick, but who do you want to see Tribe round their composition out with?
I think it could be really interesting. You always want to try and react to what their other team's doing, but Tribe are really known for going for some safer picks. They play Janet pretty frequently across the board. I know they like picking things, especially earlier on in the drafts, that can't necessarily have a hard counter into them. Penny would have been somebody I really would have liked to see for them. They're not going to let it slide. I think that turret can just do so much work, and especially when you got things like the Honey Molasses Pod on the ground from B, it just adds a little extra utility, a little extra zone control in addition to Lou as well. So we'll have to see what they end up going with. I think strong start here for Apollo crew, though. Like to see both of those brawlers.
Time ticking down now. And the last selection here for the crew. Well, hold that thought. We'll see where they're going. I was really planning on like hitting that at 0, but it's not the cards, I suppose. B and Penny, always strong picks. Nothing really. I need a little bit more entry. So I look at B and the Honey Molasses and the turret, etc. Great for when you're already on the point, but how do you open that door when there's a Lou threatening to drop the super? That's a big question for me. So that's what I want to see, that third pick be for Crispin. Something more like that can start the fight, an initiator, if you will.
Yeah, somebody like Max may be a good momentum swinger for that. It's somebody that I see that's, actually is banned. But yeah, kind of that same idea though, right? I mean, somebody like Stu's Speed Zone, kind of to give them a little extra utility. We got word that the pick is going to be Gus. I think that's a little good versatile pick here for this team. I mean, it's all long range. They got to be careful with it, but that shield, especially at a professional level, they really know how to take advantage of that.
Yeah, there's not going to be this big moment that we see where they like push the button and go. Essentially, they're just going to look to win their lanes, find some good kills, and then when they do have an opening, walk forward and just kind of start paying rent. There's not going to be this big drop the base moment, go ahead. Rich kind of stepping forward and taking a lot of damage, but honestly didn't fall down for a while there. Took the ire of Tribe Gaming. Right now, it's red team on the point, as the push forward from Rich didn't really work out.
Yeah, and the tough thing about this composition too is, Gus, great for a team, but as an individual, especially in a 3v1, I mean, heck, any of us wouldn't do great in a 3v1, but it's really hard to reclaim that without all three teammates here. They're gonna have to be careful, take advantage of these kills, find some early pickups, because otherwise, Tribe Gaming's gonna continue to run away with this.
I really like what Tyrant did. I think it can be really, you want to hold on to your Lou super for the point. But he's done this twice now, where he just castles out Apollo Crew's right lane. If Rich wants to get involved outside of the turret, he has to go all the way around on the backside. So a good way to zone out the player. That said, as much talk as I did about the zone out, it's actually Apollo Crew that's going to step forward now, but just for the moment, as Livy from downtown finds one, Janet takes to the sky, and Crispin going to eat it as well. So Tribe Gaming, 80% and counting. I think that's that in the beginning of the end.
Yeah, it's a difficult situation. There's that 100% marker, and Tribe Gaming just dominating from the get-go there. I think you're going to need a better start here early if you're Apollo, especially against a really solid team like this. You can't afford to go down early. They're going to punish you for it. I mean, when you look at that last game, they had multiple measures to try and deal with them stepping on that hot zone. You got Lou's super, and then in case that doesn't work out, you got 3 nest eggs alongside his Livy that he can trap all across that hot zone. So if they even want to dare step on it, they're going to give him a hard time for it.
We haven't really mentioned the Bell so much. Not super meta, but I think a great pick here with the mines, and also something to kind of deal with this long-range sharpshooter strategy that Apollo Crew kind of brought here. Sticking Bell in the mid, really kind of quintessential what she's supposed to do. And Apollo Crew, like I said, I think their whole plan was to play lane and win lane with long range. Not allowed. Tribe says, no thanks, and they're just able to kind of win these fights.
Yeah, this is coming down to a lot of mechanics here for sure. I mean, nobody's given up a lane yet. Heck, they haven't let them stick their pinky toe onto this hot zone. Another pickup there, a kill going down as well. Rich going to be low HP, though. Zulon with the pickup, 2v1 situation. Like I said, Crispin just not enough DPS to really do anything. Colt trying to skate his way there and still can't quite reach that hot zone.
Zulon in a bad spot. Ultimately going to pay for it. But it do not matter. Objective-minded as ever, Zulon. I'm just zoning, bro. As the team gets 100% very, very quickly. And so an easy hot zone for easy living. That was a stretch, but go with me. So, done, son. On to the next one.
Yeah, I thought that was a good one. I mean, it's in the name. That was a free one for you. I'm with you there. I think the people at home definitely got it. We have a lot of fun here. I mean, it is what it is. But, this has been kind of routine stuff for Tribe. I don't think they've been super challenged at this point yet. Maybe we see something different in Safe Zone. But there's some newness to this too, right? I think for Apollo Crew, this is their first monthly finals as a squad that we know of. Tribe Gaming made it to semifinals at Worlds. When people at home are kind of looking at this and seeing the score right now, these game results, you have to keep in mind Tribe are just one of the best in North America. They're one of the best in the entire world. Anybody could struggle against them on any given day. So you never know what's going to happen. Set 3, though. Still looking at Tribe here.
Absolutely. Apollo Crew, this is how you improve, right? This is, quite literally a David Goliath type moment. Tribe gave me one of the most storied teams in all of competitive Brawl Stars, not just now, but historically as well. And for my money, they are better now than they have been in recent memory. So this is obviously an uphill battle for anybody, but particularly Apollo Crew, since they are stepping up front and foremost. 2-0-2-0 so far for Tribe Gaming. They find themselves 2 little ones away from the grand finals, which they'll be going up against not Chasmac, but Mystic. If you joined us a little bit late, a slight upset with Mystic taking down Chasmac. So Mystic waiting in the wings there for the grand finals. And Tribe Gaming, we'll see if they finish it out here.
Yep, still one more in their way, of course, but Safe Zone, a very fun map to watch. If we see the Lou here, I would be a little bit shocked. So I think they're going to have to mix it up just a little, but some familiar faces we could absolutely see. Somebody like the Bell occasionally shows up here. I like 8-Bit a lot on this map too, a global brawler as well, something that NA has known to use for a long time. So I think we could have some really fun brawlers show up here.
For sure. When it comes down to heist, this is where you get to see some of the weird stuff, like you said. I'm always going to root for the Daryl, although it's Safe Zone. So we'll see if you need it. Daryl usually a little bit more exciting when you've got wall break to jump into, but like you said, this one was a little bit more open, is a little bit more enticing for the standard sharpshooters. I would expect to see some of the Brocks, etc. But the bans are out. And I kind of expect to see Brock on the ban list for what it's worth. And he's done. All right. So Russ, B, and Griff. And then Grom, Colt, and Sam.
It's really interesting to see somebody like Colt get banned here. I think kind of the same line of thought as somebody like Brock, right? A very large part of the meta on this map is opening up that right-hand wall. And there's the man himself, like you were talking about, for good reason. He's a solid brawler on this map. The incendiary he leaves on the ground can definitely affect the walking patterns of the enemy, and opening up that right-hand wall, just so important on this map to give you a little extra space.
Max also gets a little exciting here. I find that on a lot of heist maps, Max still good, self-selected, but doesn't really get to, be used to her full potential because there are so many choke points and corridors here. A lot more open space to just run around, and there is a little bit of geometry by way of water, and Eve gets to ignore that as well. So an even more open field here for Apollo Crew. I do have to say, I'm an Eve hater, though. I never like this too. Even when the brawler's good, I just don't like it because I'm a hater.
I mean, I respect the stance on that, and at least you're firm on no matter what meta it is, you're going to roll with that. 8-bit coming in here too. Big reason why people like it is just the sheer amount of damage you can have, and because some of those more traditional sharpshooters like Piper, like B, like Bell, you know, even though Bell has that little bounce shot, it takes a lot of shots to take down the tanky arcade machine. It's something that can do really well for them, and I think into somebody like Eve and Max can totally be fine here.
Could be a good look. I think anybody really fits in this composition. Long range might be where I particularly lean, and the Penny, well, that kind of fits the bill by way of the mortar turret. So I like the selection for Penny. Penny is just kind of an evergreen selection these days. Everybody loves Penny. Everybody loves the turret. Here, a couple of spots to kind of hide it for sure. Should do well in that midfield, but again, I think she's more of a sideshow where we're looking at the 8-bit to kind of be the center point of this composition. Brock to do a lot of the heavy lifting with respect to the safe damage, and then Penny, she gonna kill people. That's the idea there. And Colette rounding out the Apollo crew selection. Classic heist. That super gets the job done.
Yeah, in addition to the Penny pick there, they're really shutting down what makes Eve so special. One, she can travel across that water, but of course with the spawners that her super gives, you know, Penny can just shred right through those with a piercing shot. I like Colette here in the sense that she can get a lot of high safe damage. I think that's a very game set minded pick, and in addition, of course, we mentioned it earlier, I mean, a very healthy arcade machine is what they're facing, so having Colette, who can deal really well with very tanky brawlers, can do that extra damage, might be necessary if they want to try and get this win.
As Livy on the Brock early breaks open this lane. Dealing with Crispin. One shot for each of them. Crispin able to find the hard stuff, huh? As Livy gets the double kill and the door is open. Both him and Tyrant pouring onto the safe just like that. And it's 32% by Tribe Gaming, who has yet to suffer any damage on their side.
Yeah, and Tribe have all the control in terms of what walls they want to come down. They're really going to be able to take advantage of the pressure that they can apply from this Penny turret. 8-bit really benefits from keeping this up, and right now, I'm not sure they're going to climb out of this spawn. 1% left. The finishing blow. They shred right through that high safe as Livy with a big smirk on his face. Oh, goodness. He knows they did good work.
Oh, no. As Livy, he just don't laugh at him. Oh, no. My man, that was just easy looking for sure. Drew it up, drew it down. Tribe Gaming dominant in this semifinals. Colt able to push up on the left side. That's the Max being played by Colt, by the way. Colt is banned players, but Max can jump on in, find some damage onto the safe, and that's a good look. Again, Apollo only 8%, but it's more than they were able to get in the first one.
They establish themselves once again. It's going to be two supers down, a salty barrel as well. Rich trying to jump over him, can't quite get the leap, and they're going to need a leap of faith. If anything here, it's just a difficult situation. Now, once again, I think they're just going to end up getting spawn trapped here. They're going to need to pick up at least 1 to 2 kills. They even want a shot at clawing their way back in this.
Oh, yeah, no, they have built a base. They know what they're doing. This 8-bit turret is in the exact same spot as last time. Drop down the barrel. In comes Colette for some damage, but she'll be punished for her discretions. Crispin popped thanks to Zulon. And just very easy for Tribe Gaming. They take the victory, and they take the big victory as well. 2-0, 2-0, 2-0 in the pocket, and it's a W for Livy. Let them know, kid.
Yeah, some routine stuff right there. I think GG's, though, to Apollo crew. Gotta respect it. I mean, for an opening month, it's very difficult to overcome somebody like Tribe Gaming. Tough stuff for just about anyone if you want to face off against a semi-finalist at Worlds, somebody who's been a long and storied franchise in this game. Overall, you know, I think you'd be proud of yourselves for making it here, and just look forward to next month and just taking this, improving off it, and hope we can do better.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. When it comes down to it, if you made it to the semifinals in your monthly finals, you have beaten the rest of the player base. So it's easy to kind of get caught up in, oh no, we kind of get stepped on. But showing up here is just a good time. You get to play against, I guarantee you Apollo crew has watched Tribe Gaming play from home as a fan. And now they get to take the field against them and also learn from the big boys. I think that's a big, big deal. The fact that Apollo Crew clearly a little outclassed here, but next time, maybe a little bit less. And again, just to drive it home, it's fun to play on stage, man.
Gotta respect it. I mean, that's right. He's just like you, just making friends out there on the broadcast. And look, at the end of the day, it's about having fun too, right? I mean, you can look at this, you can be sad about it, you know, at the numbers, at that, all of that. Tough seeing that. But again, like you said, they could come back next month a little bit better. You learn from it. It's their first one after all. Tribe have been through this process a bajillion different times.
Lot of fun seeing Tribe do it. I'm excited to see more of Apollo Crew for sure. I wish them luck in the next monthly finals and see how it all boils down. Because again, I think the most important thing here is if I'm Apollo Crew, if I'm coaching them out or whatnot, I am just simply telling them, watch the tape and figure it out. Ready? If you are coach of Apollo Crew, what are you saying to them after that loss?
I mean, honestly, versus a team like Tribe Gaming, a formidable effort, I think, is pretty much the way to think about it. Also, it's not every day that you get such a high-level match versus a team like Tribe Gaming. So, if anything, it's going to be a good experience for them to roll back the tape because it's a very tough match for Apollo Crew, a team that, until now, a lot of us had not heard of and could very well be making their way gradually onto the Brawl Stars stage here in NA East.
Always very cool to see the new faces for sure. And of course, I invite you new faces to join us at event.brawlstars.com. You get the broadcast and more. And I always like and more. So definitely join us on that platform for sure. But that leaves us with the grand finals lurking in the future. So it's been a fun day. Like we said, we started out here in the semifinals, kind of jumping into it, right into the thick of things. And the first one, Reddy and I casted between Mystic and Chasmac. A little bit of an upset, but an exciting one, and not a fluke, not a mistake. Mystic earned it. They were the better team on the field today.
I mean, well fought on both sides, I think is a great way of putting it. It was a well-earned victory. If it went either way, it came all the way down to the match point. Mystic Esports, they're looking like such a strong team right now, but after taking down Chasmac Gaming, there still is one greater threat, which is Tribe. Luffy, Zeus, Killer, they have the tools in the toolkit to make it happen. They made one upset happen already today, and two would kind of be a pipe dream, but it sure would be a spectacle.
I mean, you say so, but that's fine. Call me a plumber, because I think Mystic might be able to get it done, especially with the competition that we saw earlier today with them against Chasmac. Like I said, that was... what word didn't I use yet? Convincing. Let's go with that one. I looked at that team and I went, okay, y'all earned it. And I think you can do it again in the finals. And for my money, Chasmac Tribe, big conversation. But they are both kind of top shelf squads. And so Mystic Esports, it's not like they had an easy way here. It's not like they kind of cheesed their way in. It's going to be hard going up against Tribe. But this squad, Tyrant, Zulon, and Izlivy, I think they can do it.
I think it's certainly possible. I mean, Mystic Esports, once again, I've said it, I'll say it again, they have the tools in the toolkit to make this happen. However, Tribe Gaming, they're sort of one of the best teams in North America if we look at things holistically. We remember the score line of last year. Tribe Gaming, they were incredibly dominant, and now without some of their main rivals out of the picture, particularly STMN now being in the West region, Tribe Gaming kind of get to run free over here, but they've already made it through Apollo Crew in a very convincing match. Mystic Esports, I think, is going to be an appropriate opponent for them, but we haven't really seen that team interact with Stamina too much. It's going to be hard to make a judgment. It's the first month of the year for BSC, so this will be our litmus test for what we can expect from the region going forward this year.
Well, I think we still have Kenny here with us, and yeah, I want to ask you about the Mystic one, because as watching in the back versus casting, two different perspectives, and you were able to kind of sit there and take notes while me and Reddy were casting it. What did you see about the Mystic squad that might give you faith with them in this next one?
You know, these guys are really not strangers to the whole grand finals thing. I know they're under a new name, but Killer and Luffy have been in this spot before. They've challenged Tribe Gaming a ton, and I think you called that out earlier really well. This is a team that's clearly got some good chemistry. They're making very communicative, good decisions. Their drafting was solid, and beating a team like CMG, not an easy task. While I do roll with Tribe Gaming, it's just kind of one of those default answers, right? Until I see them get beat, I just kind of got to roll with them. They made a semifinals run at Worlds, but this team was dangerously close. Now they add in Zeus, who, so let me, like Reddy said earlier, is a dark horse, and many people need to know his name. He has been phenomenal this entire BSC offseason and is a very worthy pickup.
I respect it. Real quick before you go, you said you're leading Chasmac. How many games?
I'm gonna lean Tribe. I'm gonna go 3-1. I'm gonna go 3-1.
Okay, I respect it. We'll come back to you later and see if Tribe wins it in 3-1, or if I get to dunk on you a little bit. I'm just kidding. I will be very excited if I'm correct, though. Bridge too far, as I push my joke too far, is going to be our map. I'm sorry, Kenny, I love you. Heist is where we're headed. Ready, set. Should be an exciting one. Another relatively open map. I think we're going to see, similar to what we kind of ended our last match with, I think we can see similar drafts.
We can definitely anticipate to see some similar pickups on Bridge Too Far. Of course, there are a few differentials. Wow, that's a landslide prediction for Tribe Gaming. F-Dot, you're going to look
huge.
like galaxy-brained if you turn out being correct here. 6% siding with you. I'm going with the 94% this time. I do place my beliefs firmly with Tribe Gaming, but I'm still excited to see what Mystic has to offer.
Absolutely. And something, you know, sometimes I always like to clarify when it comes down to those polls. 94% of people are leaning towards Tribe, which, like Kenny said, is a great sort of default, but it doesn't mean that those people think that it's 94-6 matchup. These people might think that it's a very tight matchup, but ultimately they select Tribe. So don't be skewed, don't be swayed. I think this one will be pretty close, as the Nani is the first selection here for Tribe Gaming. Banned out kind of all the usual suspects. The Eve is very, very popular on the map because, well, look at it, all that water. She ignores it, so it's awesome. And some of the long-range choices as well.
Yeah. Well, one brawler I don't see in the ban phase, though, is Brock, and I think there's a strong likelihood that that could show up. We'll see Lola from Mystic Esports. This is a favorite of the team. They love playing this brawler. It's also fairly good on this map, though my personal ranking from what I've observed, it's not the best. It's not absolute top tier, but it can sure get the job done, especially if you connect with the safe and if you're able to dodge out some shots effectively. Some other popular brawlers here, though, definitely got to talk about 8-Bit, and then, of course, Colette is in that discussion as well, since Colette counters 8-Bit very, very hard, and he can seriously lay into the safe. One of the things that we see usually dictate some of the pace on this map, yeah, there's a Brock that we were talking about, is the fact that it can be quite difficult if you don't have those walls broken down and you're leaning to a pick like Nanny. So Tribe Gaming might be considering that, or they just run Nanny on the wider lane of the left and the right.
I think we can definitely expect a little bit of wall break. I don't think it has to be an all-in strat, but, you know, grab a brawler with some features. I do like the Lola selection a lot, like you said. I just like these players with Lola, but you can get really creative with your ego placement, especially in a very segmented map like this where you have 3 separate lanes very, very divvied up. If you get creative with your ego, you can start to like get very, very fun when it comes to those lane matchups, opening the door for some like really cool skill expression. So always a big fan of that. 8-Bit here, teamed up with the Nani, and no surprise there, as he's going to be able to just amp everybody up, strong damage onto the objective and otherwise. And the Bell, kind of in the same vein, long range stuff, strong damage with the assistance of the teammates. I like the draft.
I like the draft from Tribe as well. One brawler, of course, excluded from this is Colette, and I think really Tribe Gaming's idea is that if Mystic Esports decide to go with a Colette, it would be kind of the obvious option into 8-Bit. She would get outranged by 8-Bit and by Bell and by Nanny, so it's going to be pretty much difficult for her to fight any lane except for an 8-Bit. I think that's probably, yeah, there we go. Going to stave Mystic Esports off from going with that selection, opting instead for a bow. which appears their strategy is primarily going to be placing down those mines at mid and then slowing down 8-Bit. Doesn't have to be mid, just whatever lane 8-Bit is on, it will slow him down a lot. And he's already slow to begin with, so it'll be a serious challenge. I'm liking the draft from Tribe Gaming. It's usually one of my main criticisms of Tribe is that they are working on those drafts a lot. It's definitely a pain point for them, and this looks fairly good for them.
Got to agree. Got to agree for sure, you know? And talking to the guys on Tribe, they'll be some of the first ones to kind of say the same thing. Look, we're great, but sometimes our notebook, our homework isn't always there. And so a strong draft from them, like it for sure. 8-Bit's going to be on the left side with Bell playing mid. So definitely keep an eye on that for sure. Zulon wins the duel, but Zeus wins on the other side. Too slow for the left laner to really make use of this opportunity, so 8-Bit will drop the amplifier and just kind of chill.
Killer now putting down those mines on the left side. Zulon has to bait them out, but since he has plugged in, he'll be quite a bit faster, able to bait out these mines way better. Killer now sends his blood in the water. Beautiful stuff, and definitely a mistake for Zulon. He did not intend to stay on top of that mine as long as he did. Tribe Gaming now suffering a deficit as we speak. And Zulon still trying to thin that left lane. This is pretty much what we anticipated as Bo trying to slow down that left side, and he's lining up some good shots. Zulon could have the kill shot, though. Now, especially strafing with those shots, doing a fantastic job. Little teleport in as well as Tyrant starts getting some damage off of the safe. Tribe Gaming still at a deficit, though. Someone's on their safe.
Yeah, this was a good call. Mystic was active pretty early and doing a lot of damage at Tribe Gaming. And so when Tribe Gaming got the opportunity to go, you saw as Livy kind of looked to the right, maybe I should play defense, but ultimately chose to be aggressive. And I like that call. The opportunities that Tribe Gaming have been few and far between, so when you have them, you have to kind of make use of them. Whereas when they respawn, then you take care of the aggressor. It's exactly what they've done, and because of it, Tribe Gaming now have the lead, bringing Mystics down to just a third of HP.
Tribe Gaming still trying to hold on, especially on the left side as Zulon has the turret up, and he's not playing like an 8-Bit typically would like to operate on this map. Usually want to be connecting with that safe, but he's doing such a great job in the left lane of playing control that it doesn't even matter, and it's boosting up his teammates as a result, as Livy especially benefiting from this. Tyrant holding on to the right lane, playing the range game. Luffy getting fired up with some of these shots too, and Zeus is going to have to be the last bastion, the one trying to push through. Just 10 seconds left, but there's not enough time and not enough movement for Mystic Esports to make it through. It's a Tribe Gaming victory for game number 1. It looked clean, it looked consistent, and it's a fantastic outlook for the match. It looks like Mystic Esports are quite well aware of this as well. They pop the pin, spin on the left side. They know just what Titans they're faced up against, and they're not really surprised with their performance, even if they're bringing their A game. Tribe Gaming are just diff.
Oh yeah, I mean, sometimes you just gotta, scoop, go next. Luffy really abused here. Just outranged on this right side. Can't really talk to Tyrant, as Tyrant's just yelling at him from across the field. Zeus trying to deal, again, and I like this call. I think it would have been easier for Zeus to be the target here of Livy, but hey, I can fire 1 or 2 shots at the safe, and those are the windows of opportunity that Tribe Gaming need to look for.
And Tribe Gaming are seriously doing a good job of defending too. See, Mystic Esports, if they just get a few good connections on it, say particularly with Luffy and Zeus, then they can take a massive lead. We already see Luffy's only gotten a bit of damage on that save, or really just a microsecond of opportunity, but it's still taken 18% off. Same goes for Tribe, but only in the case of Zulon. It's all about control for these guys. And here comes the teleport. Tyrant, he has to teleport a bit prematurely since he was getting aggroed by Luffy, switches over to that mid lane on very low health. Luffy trying to engage on the right side. Zulon goes down. Zeus super onto the safe. Is Livy and Tyrant trying to defend mid? Meanwhile, Zeus gets to go crazy. Almost got the kill shot onto Tyrant, but Killer's able to get it done. Trip the nest egg and now goes down. It looks like Mystic Esports are probably going to have to try and defend now. Their times of attacking the enemy safe are done just for now. Tribe Gaming fire back, but Killer is on the tail of Zulon on the right side.
Ezra will be doing a great job of playing mid, finding those pot shots on the safe, but also providing damage to the enemy squads as well. Right now, opting to stay aggressive. 65% remaining for Mystic stage, whereas Tribe Gaming, a little behind here, as Mystic has been able to do the majority of the damage, but as Livy and Zulon, 2 kills, opens the door, and more damage from the Bell. But again, that's the thing, is you're getting 1 or 2 shots at a time from the Bell. It's not like we're seeing the damage like the Brock Super up north before.
Great play from Tyron on the left side, too, to take down the Brock. And Zeus now switches over to that mid lane, tries to engage as Livy. He has that super at his disposal. Bit of extra damage on Zulon, might switch over to the right. He has more room to juke things out, but his Livy's aggroing as well. Luffy also marked up with that damage booster, is trying to make his way through, but Tribe Gaming are going to be taking this back. Just 1% difference. Tyron with the final shot, and as Livy with a bit more to hammer the point home. Tribe Gaming with a 2-0 victory in set number 1. A great outlook for them. And look at his Livy. Handsome as ever, piercing blue eyes, and really just another day in the office for the dude. Excuse me, that might have slipped out. I might have been engaging with the Twitch chat earlier.
Oh no. Oh no. I agree, his Livy is very handsome. But a nice look, what you said, very kind of routine, clock in, clock out. They knew what they were doing. They went to work. I think the mid lane Bell was really, really fun to watch. And honestly, this is a good example of Tribe knowing exactly how much they needed to win. It almost reminded me of like the last seconds of Bounty, where Tribe is just like, all right, we just have to do more damage than them. We don't have to bring it down to a 0. We don't have to do all that. So we didn't see them overextend. They played exactly as aggressive as they needed to. And I think that discipline was really important to allow Tribe find the win, because this was an example where nothing shows up on the scoreboard ready, but Mystic had a lot of moments that they got a lot of safe damage, but it just was one step too little.
Well, I mean, Mystic Esports might have had their moments on a poster, because look at Zulon's stats, 15 kills on his side. And this is sort of what I was pointing out. The way that he was playing 8-Bit in some situations is not the typical way you see it played on this map. Usually 8-Bit's just rushing towards that safe and relying on his teammates to sort of accent him as he tries to get that damage locked in. But he was farming up the kills. 15 is just fantastic, but once again, it's kind of untraditional. I think Tribe Gaming, they sort of do this the right way. We've seen the control attempted to be played before. We saw it played by Chasmac a bit earlier, just a couple of matches ago, and it didn't really work out for them because they were playing into very, very aggressive stuff, and they got a little bit overwhelmed. Tribe Gaming, they shut down every single lane, and while that damage was only gradually trickling in, they were able to surpass what their enemy had there. Ring of Fire coming up next. Here are your friends.
There they are. That's my squad. So Hot Zone one more time. Very eager to see what's going on here. Our bans are standard. No Pocos, no Sams, no Grays, but also the Crow and the Bee. So ultimately, when it comes down to Ring of Fire, Crow is super scary, but any of the assassins can kind of make their mark. But you got to be, again, cognizant of how much area you need to control. At the end of the day, you got to play the point.
Absolutely. You have to place your focus around there, and often, okay, it looks like Tribe Gaming get the idea. That's literally the definition of control on the point. Place down the super, the entire point's blocked off, and hey, maybe even do that a bit more so. Place it closer to the enemy spawn so that you can spawn camp them a little. The spawn trap on this map can be very, very powerful, especially if you have one of your teammates positioned in the enemy bush. You cannot be forced out of that position unless it's by, say, a pinch, really. Because otherwise you're fighting versus an unknown enemy. It's very difficult to flush someone out of there by yourself. So we'll see if there are any of those ideas. Here comes the Meg, a brawler that we usually see banned out here. So now we'll get to see her in action and see what Mystic Esports have in store for us. Love the stew as well. Have touched on this a bit earlier. Typically you want to not feed those supers to the Lu. And if you engage the Lu with stew and sort of dodge back and forth, don't let him hit you. It seems simple, but it's not. You don't feed him the supers. Zeus has to be cautious though. You're relying a lot on your health of consistently getting your supers, getting like 7k health, and being an absolute tank, taking a ton of damage sitting on the point. If you do that into a Lu, then you'll end up feeding more supers, and there's not really much your team can do from there.
Colonel Ruff's going to be selected here to round out the draft alongside Lu. And I mean, we see that we see these combinations a lot for sure. Lou just kind of king of hot zone at the moment, and then extra help with area denial as far as like sandbags are concerned for sure. Just really good at creating a base of operations on the point itself. So a nice look for Tribe Gaming so far. And their third selection, the Lola. All right. So we've got just strong DPS. That's the idea, I think, out of the Lola. And so Zeus and Luffy, who are they combining with their Meg and Stu selections?
Well, you have that last pick. It's always a great asset to have on your side. It might be a tough call, however, because Mystic Esports, I mean, typically you don't manage to get the Meg on this map. A lot of times it is banned out because of how strong it is. So if they find something to accent that, be quite powerful. Here's a penny, not necessarily something that's going to be boosting up the teammates, but is going to be something that is quite powerful. Keep in mind, though, Tribe Gaming, they do have Colonel Refs on their side. They'll be able to break open walls, and they'll be able to remove some of the areas where Penny is super, super strong. So as far as last picks, it's not the perfect last pick, but it's still a good brawler to have on your side. Also, another thing is that Killer will be able to pierce some of those shots through his Livy's ego, should he have it up in front of himself. So just another thing to note headed into this matchup.
Good one for sure. I think all eyes are on the Meg. This is a brawler that we rarely get to see because she's just banned so often. I think, you know, the fact that she can kind of engage two different ways. She's a stand switcher, essentially, with the mech and without. And I think that dynamic playstyle can really be tough to deal with at times.
Certainly is. We saw it just a moment ago. Zeus on the right side, 3 taps the right lane. Luckily, though, Zulon was able to get a super off of that and breaks open that wall. But Zeus also has a turret up. It's massive control for Mystic Esports, but we still haven't seen Tyrant get a super, and Luffy's doing his best to try and engage that peel Tyrant off of either of his teammates. Killer also has the range advantage, but he also doesn't have a super quite yet. There he is, super active. Luffy trying to make his way away from Tyrant. Tyrant finally manages to fire up that super, but Luffy, he's uncontested. He can be frozen on the point. It doesn't really matter to him, as Livy now stepping into the plate once again could shove him off a little bit. Mystic Esports are looking quite good here. Tyrant chains another super, and it's more control. The backlines of Tribe Gaming are pushed really, really far back.
Zeus gonna fall down here on the right side. Maybe there it is. Tyrant able to finish that one off, and so that opens the door for Tribe Gaming to step forward one more time. Mystic on the back foot for the first time all contest. That said, they're 3/4 of the way through. Lou Super, well placed to zone out players from walking up mid, but it's gone now. And so Luffy walking up, pressuring Tribe Gaming off left side, won by Zeus, and they're gonna drop some more damage. Big time for Killer, and gets the kill. That's gonna be enough. Mystic Esports on the point, and they take game 1 of set 2.
Rockstar performance here from Mystic. That could not have been played more perfectly, especially if we look at that matchup versus Tyrant on the Lou. They denied those supers for so long, and eventually Tyrant started to pick up the pace. He started to get going. He had one super chained up after the other consistently. However, Mystic Esports, they had Tribe Gaming closed in their spawn, and it was too much percentage captured by that point for Tribe Gaming to really fire back. We see once again, though, Zeus engages the right side. Last time he got to ambush Zulon, and he's going to get the kill again. Zeus has been consistently winning lane versus Zulon, and that is a huge, huge spectacle, though it's sort of what you expect, too. It's the Penny versus the Colonel Refs. Zulon cannot use any sandbags versus him. Zeus once again tapping up Tyrant. This is picture perfect from Mystic.
Luffy hasn't had to do anything all game. And that's a good thing, because his two teammates are just zoning while the Stu sits on the point. Meg is just running. Honestly, he's playing free safety. He's not even sticking to a lane. Just kind of attacking whoever needs to be attacked, sometimes sitting on the point when things get hairy. And usually when things get hairy, it's off of Tyrant. We're seeing a lot of the Lou Supers kind of push players out. But Mystic Esports, this is what they do. They take one step out, and they get stepped on while the Lou Super's up. But then it's down, and Mystic are really able to kind of deal with it well.
They might finally meet some stiff opposition, though Zeus is trying to line up these shots onto his Livy. He positions that Killer behind the wall. Killer also on the left side, yeah, just being an absolute menace, a total pest inside of these bushes. When he gets popped out of the mech, he's not going to have much health, and Tribe Gaming are well aware, and he is too. He needs to play it safe. He's still a swipe on Azulon. They're camping these bushes. It is so difficult to remove them. Killer with another swipe. This is why Meg is banned so often. Zulon's trying everything in the playbook. He'll finally get that kill on a Killer. Is Livy not sneaking past so easily on the right side? Or maybe so. Luffy trying to deal with the 1v3 now. Has that super dashes right into his Livy. Killer just needs to survive for a bit longer. No mech required. Mystic Esports take a 2-0 in hot zone.
And again, this is similar to what we saw when Mystic went up against Chasmac. There were moments where Chasmac just seemed to outclass them a little bit more prepared, a little bit more experienced. And then there were moments where Mystic shows up and they have a strategy, they plan it, and they execute it, and it looks like this. Tribe Gaming absolutely fell down to the communication, the planning, and the strategy of Mystic Esports here. Basically, the idea was Luffy would kind of be this enigmatic, I'm going to sit on the point, but between Killer and Zeus just winning all of these duels, and Killer zoning out in general, all the space in the world was created for Mystic Esports. Very, very well done by the Penny pick. Not even the pick, but just the performance of the Brawler.
Totally. I mean, Zeus on this Brawler was so terrifying, really. Didn't seem to matter who he was faced up against, but he was hot on Zulon's heels for a good majority of it. Look at this, Zeus, 7 kills. It's precisely what we were talking about. Very, very dominant on those lanes. Didn't matter where Zulon went, Zeus was sure to follow. And also, can we talk about the Stu gameplay as well? There were times where Luffy was really, really backed up. He was not at the forefront of this fight, but when he was taking on Lu every single time, especially when that opportunity was offered to him. And this is pretty much the counterplay to Lu, and it sort of doesn't seem to work on paper. It's like a don't get hit situation, but Mystic Esports show you how you get it done.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we had the conversation with Stu and with Max. Sometimes it is that simple, and denying super really just comes down to, you know, piloting your character in a 3-dimensional event. Don't get hit, dude. All right, next up, we've got Bounty, and it's on Canal. Reddy, how do you say the name of this map?
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, you got to pick your words carefully here. If you ask me, I'm from Texas. We got the Rio Grande. This is Canal Grande. But if you're not me, you probably say Grande because, well, that's the actual Spanish.
You're like Arizona.
And maybe out of respect for Mystic Esports, Spanish-speaking team by and large, I ought to say Grande, but yeah, I'm still from Texas. I'll say Grande.
Oh.
Point, nah.
Like,
you'll never get me to say Grande instead of Grand, bro.
Well, Janet is going to be speaking up today, Tyrant first selection overall here for Tribe Gaming. As when we look at Canal Grande, it is largely, one of my favorite things about this map is we largely play the lanes up, down, right, rather than west to east. So might change things up a little bit. No squeak because of how small that middle is. Squeak can really just kind of shut down anybody's plan to walk there in the mid, so they'll be gone. But the Penny selection overall, never going to argue with it, especially on this map. So many places to put your turret.
Pretty much a lot of geography to take advantage of here, especially when you're on Penny. But of course, Penny's going to be good versus some tanks if they want to get up in your face. You got a Salty Barrel ready. Tribe Gaming gets a little bit tricky. Of course, Mystic Esports have already gotten rid of the Gene, so no necessity there for using a Salty Barrel to block a pull, but still just a good all-around brawler, especially if you need to block a little bit of extra damage. Here's the Otis from Mystic Esports too. Just, once again, a good all-rounder. They're saving that last pick for something a little spicy. And keep in mind, only one thrower has been banned out. Mystic have gotten rid of Tick, which means that Sprout's pretty much going to be the most viable thrower here. If not Grom, they could really go for either, but Sprout might be more optimal for blocking enemies inside their own spawn. Carl is going to be great with dealing this. He's also going to be able to grab that blue star right off the beginning of the match.
Carl does really well on Canal Grande in my experience of watching. Just, you know, Flying Hook just allows you to traverse the map a lot. And like I said, I mean, Carl is just hard to call him an evergreen character because he is a little bit different, but usually gets things done. and the Lou. The ice cream man shows up and will be serving. And again, Kenny really brought it up how Lou has just become more and more of a standard pick. Listen, if you got choke points, I'm ready to give you a brain freeze. So I like the Lou selection, and I like the big adoption rate of Lou for sure.
Lou's a favorite brawler of mine just because it can be so disrespectful to lock people in place, and it's a great way to counter out tanks, but Mystic Esports, either they didn't get the memo, or they think they can just do tank better, pretty much. They're going to be having to dodge out a lot of these shots from his Livy, or whoever picks up the Lou. We saw Tyrant play it in that last set, but it's going to be difficult, that is without a doubt. Here's an important thing to note, though. No wall break on Tribe Gaming. They have absolutely zero wall break. If they don't get that middle area off the beginning of the match, or they don't do the impossible and take it back from an Ashe, then they can expect to sit in their spawn for a good part of the match.
Yeah, that is true. We'll have to keep an eye out. Left side, Tribe Gaming coming out of the top side in red. Tribe Gaming grouped up, looking for Killer. Probably the right choice, as the blue star is in the hands of Tribe Gaming. Like we said, that Carl going to be able to pick that one up nice and easy. So now it's up to Mystic to kind of be the aggressors here. And that's what they're going to do. Stepping up forward on the left-hand side. But slowed down, stunned, and gunned. Not able to be dropped, though. Whoa. Killer stays alive, turns it around, and Zulon is the one to fall first. But an answer back thanks to the super. So it's 3-2, Tribe in the lead.
Now, Luffy caught up in the cold snap, but still they're able to bounce back. They're camping Tribe Gaming in their spawn. Killer, he can't really commit too hard. He doesn't want to give any supercharge to Zulon. Luffy also trying to take down Zulon as Livy circles overhead. Now focusing on Zeus. Tyrant, no attacks required. If you're silenced, that super keeps spinning, and he's able to take the right lane as a result. Tribe Gaming, they maintain their lead, but they also take the right side as Livy, he's really fighting for his life, able to get a super off that last shot and escape, but now they're running for the hills immediately all the way back to spawn. Zulon almost taken down. Here's a super to block things up, almost a freeze onto Zeus. There it is, and the final shot's coming through, but no Cigar, never mind, as Livy takes him down, and Tribe Gaming with 30 seconds on the clock still maintain a lead, only by 2 stars, taken back by Mystic Esports. It is back and forth like nobody's business, but 20 seconds is just enough time for Tribe to bring it back.
Coming down to the wire here, and Mystic has the lead. Tribe Gaming gonna have to jump in around this single-digit mark so they can get their kill and not be returned on. Tyrant flying hook in, taking some damage before he can even reach Luffy. Ooh. There's the super, down he goes, 11-7, and Mystic are the ones with the W.
Great stuff for Mystic. I think it was very, very impressive how they were able to lock Tribe Gaming into spawn, especially, and get that take off the beginning of the match. They were facing Tribe Gaming with a free blue star. Tribe, they're going to consistently get that blue star. It looks like Tyrant has opted not to do that this time, though. Not going for the blue star. Now it goes to Mystic, and Mystic has the lead off the bat. They still have to stave Tribe Gaming away from this mid area as Livy survives with just a shred of health, no doubt assisted by the drop the base gadget on the left side. So trying to take on Killer once again, now with a lane swap of swords and getting some entry damage onto Luffy and Zeus, also setting up Zulon for a bit of success on the left side, but Mystic Esports still at the lead, even if it is just by 1 star. They can camp here for the entire game and they'll be just fine doing that, but could be forced out by Zulon, especially as he's circling on the left side, could get a freeze versus Killer. Here it is, a super popped by Killer, and another super down. Zulon freezes him up. Killer takes the lead as well. What an interaction on the left side.
The turnaround there was dirty. Killer getting that W. Doesn't even matter if he's stunned. That's the tank work as Tyrant gets killed. Was able to reciprocate. So it's a lot to a little with a baker's dozen on the side of Mystic Esports, and Tribe with just 4. Killer is really stepping up there, and he's worth 5 stars. But at this point, Mystic Esports almost triple of what Tribe has. Still a lot of bounty to be played. There's over half a minute. That's an eternity in this game mode specifically. But at the end of the day, right now, Mystic Esports has a large, large hill to stand on.
But they also can't afford to play so aggro. They're already backing up Tyrant, coming in from behind, trying to take down
Just like that.
now. Is this Livy's going to land soon? Here it comes. Big connection. But Mystic Esports are still in the lead. Killer, Zeus, safe on the back lines. 3 stars is what separates Tribe Gaming from bringing it back. Zulon and his Livy trying to push in. 5 seconds. Tyrant has no gadget. Need damage. Killer's going to go down, but it's a sacrifice. Zeus and Luffy remain alive. And Mystic Esports take yet another 2-0 set.
And Mystic Esports now are a set away from taking it away from Tribe Gaming. You know, Kenny said 3-1. He might be right in the other way, because Mystic are 2-1 at the moment, and we're going to be moving into Brawl Ball, which is where they looked the most dominant in semifinals, in my opinion. They look good in a lot of those game modes ready. And this is one of them for sure. Watching the bounty was fun, but Brawl Ball might be scary. Let's look at the rearview mirror first, though, as we reflect on this bounty matchup.
Mystic, they seem to have sort of a matchup difference in some departments. It was very, very prudent for them to still go with the Ashe despite facing Zulon. I mean, look at this on the left side. Killer, you saw him spamming that auto aim on the on the super while he was frozen, but he still came out on top, and you can't argue with the results. 2-0 lead for Mystic Esports. That's massive. Tribe Gaming, though, have to commend the drafting ability, though it just didn't seem like Lou was really the way to go for them. They were reaching for some kind of way to deal with the tank, and they weren't really sure what to go for. Some of their prime options were taken away from them. They love that Penny, but they especially like to play the Otis. Mystic Esports took them before Tribe Gaming could pick them. But Lou was not enough to deal with Killer's Ashe.
It really wasn't, you know, at the end of the day, Killer, like, it was just strong stuff from Mystic, and they were very particular. I think there was a point where you noticed, and I think you said it, about how Mystic was a little bit over-aggressive, and it got them into a little bit of trouble. They were up like 15-4, and then they pushed up a little too far, and then all of a sudden it was a 2-star game. They noticed that, and they were like, oops, let's try that again without the oops. And they kind of stuck to it, and it looked good. But coming up next, we've got Sneaky Fields, and just reminding you folks, 94% of chat went with the folks that are losing big picture. 6% of us, I say us because I'm on that side, went with Mystic. And as I mentioned, coming into this one, Brawl Ball looked like the most dominant game mode for this team in their way to the grand finals in that semis versus Chasmac. And I want to see him do it again here. Killer with the first selection, Otis snapped in.
Let's take note of something, though. Mystic Esports, they don't have last pick here, and typically that's where they can thrive because Killer is fantastic at these tanky brawlers, particularly Ashe. This should be no surprise, though. Tribe Gaming once again going with the Lu fairly early on. It's great versus tanks. It's just a fairly decent all-around brawler on Sneaky Fields, but the main objective is to make it work against the tanks. I think we even saw Tribe Gaming play this at Worlds, and they were still able to pull off some pretty good moves in the absence of facing tanks. So I'm definitely looking to them to make this brawler work its hardest. But they still have another choice here. Rico is their selection. This is one where it's not really my favorite pick. I feel like there are some better options that they could go for, but that's what they're comfortable on. Oftentimes, that is what works. But I think this is a bit of a questionable pick. Mystic Esports can certainly take advantage of it, but Tribe Gaming are gearing up to deal with tanks, and Mystic Esports might actually be out of options.
We'll see. Counting down here. And at the same time, as Janet selected here for Mystic, Tribe Gaming, I think they need a little bit of additional wall break. And so if I'm Mystic, that might be something I'm thinking about. There's so many variables to digest when you're going into picks and ban phase, because not only do you have to think about your comp and maybe how it counters the enemies. I love this Rosa selection, but also all of the implications therein. So I like Rosa. Not only is she going to be a tank, but she obviously does well in on a map like Sneaky Fields. I think this is a great choice from Mystic Esports.
Agreed, and I think it also takes advantage of something that is indicative in Tribe Gaming's comp, especially with the selection of Rico, is that they're not super keen to be breaking down walls. Otherwise, Rico's going to suffer big time. And if they want to break down walls, they're going to have to break down bushes too. So this will be something that could hurt them. Here comes the Ashe from Tribe Gaming. They're taking advantage of having that last pick. We've seen Zulon on this brawler from time to time. I just wonder if he'll be able to make it work today.
I'm glad you said it. Zulon, I like Zulon on other brawlers. That's my statement here. I like Zulon on some of the other brawlers. When I look at the Rico, it's this wall on the left side. I kind of want to shove Rico on the left or right, break those 2 blocks and allow him to use the side wall to actually leverage that range. We'll see how it works out in the middle, because on the right-hand side, we'll get use of all this geometry for sure. But one more time, Luffy's able to push up first. Killer gets the kill on the left-hand side. And help from mid opens the door. Respawns are coming. And just like that, Mystic realizes the window isn't open as large as it might be. But we're not playing in the mid anymore. We're on Tribe side.
It looked for a moment there like Killer intended to pick up the ball, but stopped just short and had to about face, run things back. Couldn't make it all the way there, but still, they forced Tribe Gaming into not the greatest of positions, as Livy's still prepared to defend for as long as he needs to. Zeus gets the silence as Livy's gonna fall. Tyron and Zulon, the last bastions of defense on the side of Tribe Gaming. They're all getting cornered in. Here are the rats. Killer quickly disposes of them. Zeus and Luffy gearing up for defense, a takedown onto Zulon. But now Tribe Gaming are staggered. This might not be what Mystic Esports want, but they clobber the team. A pass over to the right could lock this one in. Zulon respawns just in time. Good shots from as Livy force them back. And the stagger seems to be a bit too much for Mystic Esports to deal with. They lose so much control. 2 brawlers fall. Luffy trying to grapple for absolutely anything he can, but it's not quite fast enough. And Tribe Gaming now take the control of it.
A little bit of chaos there. Like you said, staggered kills, but there might have been an opportunity, but it looked like there was a stutter step. Because of that, Mystic Esports, not only do they lose their opportunity, but they give Tribe an opportunity of their own. And it's Tribe Gaming, the first ones on the board here. A goal for the red team. We start off anew.
Mystic Esports, they sort of got caught up in the offense and they could not retreat without all going down, and it reached a critical point. They all fell. Tribe Gaming were able to break through all of those cracks that formed in the defense along the way. Is Livy on the left side, though, trying to force back Mystic Esports once again. Killer pushing in, he gets frozen, has another super ready to chain. Goes for Zulon, now for Tyron. Tyron has another super as disposal, but he doesn't throw it down. Zeus and Luffy trying on the left side. Get rid of Zulon, they're not quite able to do it. Is Livy at their back, still trying to peel, get some assistance on the right side. Destruction by is Livy. The takedown to Zeus on the left side. The clock ticks down, and Mystic Esports have an impossible comeback, 10 seconds. And Tribe Gaming, they're not letting this ball go anywhere. It's gotta be a win in the bag.
This is kind of the opposite of what we saw from Mystic last time around, where we saw cohesive, team-oriented play. And we saw that with the first play of the game, where Mystic was able to push up 2 Tribes quadrant of the map. But then that second opportunity that they had, they kind of fumbled a little bit. It was a little bit about the stagger, but also a little bit about the way they approached. So they just kind of dropped the ball, like quite literally. And ever since then, they went in one by one by one. Whereas here, this is more of the gameplay that Mystic want to see, this team-oriented gameplay, where they're able to kind of get this team wipe. Luffy's going to be able to push forward. Zeus is here to do damage, but with Ashe up, the defense is good, and will ultimately get a reset.
Slight miscalculation there. They thought they could all tank Zulon, but he filled his rage meter while he was attacking all of them. He was able to pump out 3,000 damage in a single blow. Good game sense there by Zulon, attacking them both at the same time so they couldn't leverage their health pool. They score a goal and walk it in. Killer also kind of feeding some of these rage bars on the right side. Luffy has to land back in position, but he's right inside of the freeze. Pockets it in the right side. Zulon, an easy pass over the left side. This one's for Tyrant. Walks it right in, and Tribe Gaming start off this game with a nice goal.
Doing well here. Tribe Gaming doing kind of exactly what they need to do to Mystic, is disrupt, put them on their back foot. And Mystic, a well-coordinated team like this, when they're not able to be coordinated, might just beat themselves. And I think that's kind of what we're seeing, is that when they sort of get, thrown off and put in a tizzy, they have a hard time coalescing back and figuring it back again. Tank on tank. Killer wins, but dies after the fact. Luffy tries to step up.
Tribe Gaming still maintaining control of mid 2. Here comes the silence. Tyrant sort of left out to dry. Luffy and Killer now on the right side can push through. Zulon heals up with his final gadget. There are 40 seconds left in the game, so there is an opportunity for Mystic Esports to diff that matchup on the right. They're going to keep on chipping him down, maybe go to the back right. Big Hail Mary play for Luffy, but at least he gets the ball out of the back right corner. Tyrant's probably going to pop it right back in. That's an SK play right there. And Tyrant and Zulon try to defend with their life. Big freezes. They shut it down. Just 15 seconds left. A countdown active. Mystic Esports pretty much all left on defense. No mobility up the field. Tribe Gaming, they've done a great job with the Lu this time.
Insane play out of Tribe. And this just goes to show you, man, that all of the educated guesses, all of the inferences, all of the stuff, at the end of the day, you gotta play the game. And everything, I think, was pointing to a Mystic victory, at the very least on Brawl Ball, at the very least looking pretty good in it. And honestly, that might have been the worst set for them in this matchup, which is crazy because that was the best set for them in the very last one. So a great job by Tribe, not only to notice that Mystic loves the Brawl Ball, but able to kind of step over them and bring it to a set 5. Ooh, this one for all the marbles.
For real, Tribe Gaming could close it out here. I mean, it goes on to the final set. Mystic Esports, they had their chance in what seemed like it would be a set that they confidently had in the bag, but it's just like you said, Tribe Gaming, they're acutely aware of exactly what Mystic Esports want to play here. They first pick that Lu as quickly as they can. And let's also note that Mystic Esports, they didn't have a last pick at their disposal this time. Tribe Gaming in Bounty, they may have selected the Lu, anticipating the incoming Ashe, and Mystic Esports were able to make the call from there. Yeah, we'll still roll with the Ashe. This time, Mystic Esports had to make the call of playing a tank, not knowing how Tribe Gaming were going to deal with it. And they picked the Rosa. It had its moments, but Zulon on the Ashe just went to town. 13 kills and 8 kills at each side. Just a great set for Tribe Gaming, and I think very well drafted.
Absolutely. And I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you whatsoever, but I think the real difference maker here for Mystic was it just looked different. There was less cohesive gameplay. A couple of it, not just the Brawl Ball stuff, but some of the other sets that we got a chance to watch, they almost looked like they were on a foosball stick, where they all moved together. And last one, the ants go marching one by one. Just not great, Bob. So we'll see if things turn around here in Knockout. We head to Gold Arm Gulch. No Fang, no Brock, no Tick, no Gray, no Mandy, no Grom.
And it looks that Mystic Esports, they have that first pick, so once again, they might be at a slight disadvantage here. I'll tell you one pick Mystic Esports have seriously put to work on this map, though, and that's Daryl. And if they choose this brawler later on in the draft, they could absolutely surprise Tribe Gaming with it. Usually, you might want to go for a throw as your last pick if that is something that your enemies are vulnerable against. They have nothing that can break down walls. Or you can also go for something like Fang that Mystic Esports have prudently banned out that can get in close range versus some brawlers that are particularly squishy and cannot fend for themselves in close range. Mystic Esports, they start off with the Gene. I definitely like this brawler. It's a strong one. Especially, it can suss out enemies inside those bushes on the right side using vision gear and provide some good visibility for everyone. That plus do very well versus throws, which interestingly enough, Tribe Gaming are deciding to go for fairly early on. I wonder what they got planning here, because you almost never go for that brawler so early.
It's definitely an interesting one. And there can be benefit to, a lot of times you want your first pick to be a little bit ambiguous so your opponent doesn't know. But the other side is, I mean, you are playing with your hand face up, as I often like to say. You're telling the opponent the strat, which might goad them into picking the counter to that strat that you have already Omega brained out that you're going to counter the counter, right? And so by picking such a definitive character like Sprout, you're definitely sort of setting the tone for what's going down. With the Piper selection, I mean, Tribe Gaming are goated at Piper. That really is just what it comes down to. I think that's the entire science behind that selection. Ready?
I mean, this is as Livy's signature brawler, right? And we used to see Zulon a lot on the Piper before as Livy started rocking the stage on this brawler. Here's the Daryl. I mean, this is precisely what I was talking about. Mystic Esports, they love this brawler in general, but on Goldarm Gulch, they have really, really done a good job so far. Here's a Squeak as well. One thing that does worry me a little bit for them is if Tribe Gaming, say, pick Otis or just a good all-around tank counter, not only is it something they're comfortable on, but also it would be kind of difficult for a Killer to face versus if that Otis farms up to the super, and then Killer has no way to attack once he rolls in. But I'm looking at Zulon, I'm looking at Tyrant. These are both brawlers that are very, very vulnerable to close-range attacks from Daryl. Here's the Pam. And this is probably their secret weapon. They're looking to use Scrap Sucker, perhaps, to deal with that. And also, this is something that we haven't seen on this map in, I think, a good few months, is the strategy of let's wait out the match, let's push it till all that gas is in the middle, and then we'll use Pam and we'll use Sprout to maybe lock you out of mid or have way better survivability in mid for the endgame.
Should be a lot of fun. I think Mystic Esports comes with a very Mystic Esports draft. You know what I mean? This is their comp.
Very much could be, especially as they have that Daryl on the left side.
Definitely going to keep our eye on Killer. Such a big presence in some of the earlier maps, specifically on tank characters. Played the Ashe really well in Brawl once upon a time, so definitely want to see what the Daryl doing.
Tribe Gaming still maintaining control on the right side. Very slow-paced game so far. As Livy and Tyrant are playing for the control more than anything else. As Zeus, he's trying his best to get some chip shots off. And surely by the time Poison is closed in, he will have a super at his disposal, which means that as Livy or Zulon are going to have to bait those out. Zulon has a turret that he can sacrifice to block it, and as Livy's able to vertical super up. Bit of a wasted homemade recipe there by as Livy, but that might come back to bite him too. Zulon closing it on the left side. Killer rolls right through, goes for Tyrant, goes to the Poison. Zulon also outranged, outdone, zoned towards the top, and as Livy falls in turn, Mystic Esports start off this game with a round victory.
Yeah, I got a little scared when Killer Daryl rolled in by himself into two players, and then he won. I mean, Luffy helped out for sure, but that looked a little spooky. Mystic Esports going to work early here, getting round number 1, round 2 just starting. Tribe Gaming relinquished up there to that northeast quadrant. And Mystic trying to find their spot. You said before that it was a little passive, waiting for that gas to kind of close up. That's kind of what Tribe wants to do with the Pam, but Mystic seemed totally fine with that approach as well.
Oh yeah, once things are closed in, they have a couple of options. Killer can roll in and get some great damage in close range, or you can bring your enemies to you, have Zeus pull him through. But Zeus pulling towards Luffy might be a bit of a bold play, though Killer's still lurking in the bushes. We see wall break on the right side. This Livy clearing things out on their side. Mystic Esports, they're hanging on to these walls as long as they can, but with all of this fire raining down upon them from the right side, it's going to be tough. Here comes the hedge. They're all cornered on the left side. Big pull for Zeus and a takedown. It looks like Zulon and as Livy on the top right side are completely vulnerable. Vertical super for his Livy and lands right in the clutches of Killer. A wonderful, wonderful match here for Mystic Esports, and they bring it to match point.
Fantastic. Just fantastic. That gene pull. A lot of times, you know, I think it was just today that I said, when I see a gene, it's a gene comp. This is not a gene comp. The gene got them out of jail. Sprout locked him in, and all right, that's how we get out. We'll break the Sprout wall with that gene pull. Really, really well done there by Zeus. Being patient, hanging on to the super. Now, the opposite of what we've seen. It is so aggressive here in the early stages of round number 1. Quite literally the opposite of what we've seen, where it's just been very passive until the later stages of the round. Instead here, right off the rip, and some early wall break from Penny, So his Livy might have a better time this time around. Piper, excuse me.
Has me scratching my head a little bit too. Is Mystic Esports, it's hard to tell whether they or Tribe Gaming are dictating the pace of this game here, because Tribe, they tried to play control game last time, it simply didn't work. Here's a hedge in from Tyrant to block things off on the left. We get some easy free shots off of Luffy and Zeus. Good takedown on Killer on the left side. Zeus sort of left out to dry as well. Right between Tyrant and Zulon. Try not to feed the super to Zulon, but it goes his way anyway. Tribe Gaming take the very first round. They have 1, 2, 3 supers on their side, and it's just a good all-around outlook for them. But Mystic Esports, they're not making the same decision as last time. Now moving up around the left side, 2 supers in hand. They would love to pull anyone on Tribe Gaming. However, Zulon and his Livy might not be the best targets. If they can pull Tyrant, it's a great situation for them. Here comes the hedge, and maybe Tribe Gaming are going to try and bait it out.
I think that was the call. Tribe Gaming saw that the Zeus pull was going to be used to kind of counter that Sprout, but Sprout dropped it a little early, and Mystic just kind of said okay and waited it out. Not that threatening of a situation as opposed to last time where they got quartered in there with the gas. Killer making his way up north with Luffy, and that's where Killer was really effective last time around. It's Zeus down the bottom that gets the kill though, and now it's a 3-on-2 for Mystic.
Killer can roll on any target. Here he comes for his Livy. A super for his Livy, but he doesn't really have anywhere to go. Zulon falls in turn, and his Livy, the last one to go into the poison. Mystic Esports leading by 1 game. If they take this round, they win the match, they win the monthly finals. Tribe Gaming can still extend it and push it just 1 step further, but they have no supers to make it happen. They have no way of blocking Zeus's pull as we speak. No super for his Livy, no super for Zulon. Killer is on the top side. His Livy looking quite lonely on the right side, but Tribe Gaming still sort of converge and congeal as 1 unit. But if his Livy is left alone, it's a perfect target for really anyone to go for, even the pull from Zeus.
Supers all aboard here for Mystic. Just waiting for the perfect opportunity to really all in. Again, has to be that teamwork. They've got to find the all-in moment. And now they're put under duress, and Zeus barely alive. Good shots again. I think it was Ez Livy that's doing work here. Charged up the super. But Killer looking for the topside flank. Being kept at a distance by Tyrant, and we're losing ground. Luffy getting shot here, but Killer on the top, distracting 2 separate players. Luffy's trying to find the kill onto his Livy. Pop, pop, pop. Mystic Esports take the round, the set. They take the monthly finals. Tribe Gaming falls. Congratulations to Mystic Esports.
A David and Goliath story in Brawl Stars form. What a metaphor here for Mystic Esports. Not the outcome that Tribe Gaming wanted, however. Definitely a disappointing outcome for them. As the Kings of North America, they've passed on the crown to a new champion, Mystic Esports. What a performance from these guys. Completely unexpected, completely thwarted so many of our predictions, but absolutely well-deserved.
Fantastic. And I love to see the reaction there from the Mystic players. Just, I mean, a little bit of relief, a little bit of adulation, a little bit of just like, yo, we beat Tribe. And like I said, man, these players have watched Tribe Gaming win monthly final after monthly final after monthly final. And now, you know, Killer up there just throwing the headset off like, man, we did it. And again, I said this when they won their way through semifinals, and I'll say it again. This wasn't a fluke. It wasn't an oopsie daisy. It wasn't a my mistake. Tribe Gaming, sure, they could have played better. Any team that ever loses could have played better. Mystic Esports won this intentionally. They are the best team this month in North America East. And what a pleasure it is, not just to say that, but to see it. Great stuff from Mystic.
Totally so. What a performance from Mystic Esports. What a run. What a great celebration, too. Just wholesome stuff. Absolutely deserved. Just he was about to let off like a werewolf howl there, about to rip off his shirt or something. What a celebration here from Mystic. And once again, completely deserved. Look at the stats here, too, and they tell a fairly interesting story. Look at all the damage flying in from Tribe Gaming, but not capitalizing on those kills. This is the playstyle of Mystic Esports, especially with the Daryl in hand. Yes, it's Kills City, but damage-wise, not quite as much as Tribe. They bide their time. They wait. MVP-wise, it's gotta be Killer, the resident tank player on this team. Completely blown away. I'm sort of at a loss for words at the moment.
Super well played. Well, it's good because we've got another caster that can speak for you. Welcome back, Kenny. Reddy has no more words left, so it's your turn.
Yeah, I mean, F dot, you can safely dunk on me. I got dunked on. It is what it is. I'm going to have to change my approach for predictions in the second half because clearly the favorites aren't necessarily getting it done. Look, we have a new king of North America East. 2023 is a brand new slate. So as far as I'm concerned, Mystic, the team on top right now.
Absolutely great, fun stuff to watch. Like I said, I respect the listen. This is the default answer, and you need to prove me wrong. I respect that. So I'm not here to dunk on you, but they done did it now, and now it's time where you know, not you specifically, but 6% of fans expected Mystic to do it. But they 3-1'd Untamable Beasts. They took all 5 to take down CMG, and people didn't have them in semis either. And then they took all 5 to take down Tribe in the grand final. And again, shout out to the 6% of fans for believing in the new blood. But Tribe Gaming, they played well. Mystic Esports, they are this exciting. And again, bringing up the fact that they have Zeus on their squad as a rookie. Whew. NA East, going to be spicy. And here's the big picture. Mystic Esports for their dub get 108 points. Tribe Gaming, Chasmac, and Apolo round out the second, the third, and fourth place teams out here. So a nice way to kind of start North America East ready. Really, really enjoyable grand finals. But also, the semis were sick too.
The semis were such a spectacle, and even though they didn't go precisely how I personally, or actually I think all of us expected them to go, they were a great thing to watch, and it goes to show just how tight the competition here is in North America. You have the predicted winners for the vast majority of people in every single one of these matches played here in NA East going the exact opposite way. If that's not the definition of the competition accelerating in this region, then I don't know what is. And it's a fantastic thing too, because the better this region gets, the more competitive it is, then the better combatants we see represent NA East at Worlds.
Well said, for sure. North America East is piping up to be one of the more exciting regions, but don't go anywhere yet. We still have another one of the exciting regions, North America West, coming at you after the break.
You are a lion. until you reach the end. Oh no. Sing it with me, Paris. Let's go. You are a lion, you are a fire. Top of the mountain, you are defiant. Through the day, through the night, you will break open. Never let you give in till you reach the end. Unknown. Together we'll never let go. No, no, no. 'Cause you can't break a hero. You can't break a hero. You are a fighter.
Bonjour Paris! We're the Bad Randoms. Welcome to the Brawl Stars World Finals. Am I just cursed or gone insane? The shadows whispering his name. It's no wonder he's the first. He will make your life worse. He loves your pain. She goes dashing for the wall, never lets go of the ball. This is your fate. 'Cause we risk it all just.
It has all been coming down to this.
We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion.
Oh my word! What an incredible moment!
We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion. Time short, no time for relaxing. Be the first and last out, make it happen. We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion. Time short, no time for relaxing.
Without further ado, let's get brawling.
Welcome back, Brawl Stars Nation. We just crowned a new champion of North America East, and I expect very similar fireworks here in North America West. I'm Kenny Barlow, joined with me, my good friend Ready Set. How are we feeling about that first half?
I'm feeling great. You know, if you're Kenny Barlow, I guess that makes me Ready Setithan, but we can debate that one later. Full names aside, or maybe we should just call him Stamina, right? It's STMN. They'll be facing TLG West in the very first semifinals. Dog Walkers versus Wash Team, our second semifinal. Both of these, Kenny, they're going to be absolute bangers. There's just no other way about it.
Yeah, you look at this first semifinals match, and I'm already excited. Anytime we get to see STMN play, it's just an awesome sight to see these guys now build up even more time with each other. They've been together for a very long time, and it just so happens they've moved in together. They're roommates now. It just goes to show how much fun they're going to have with this and how seriously they're taking this. I mean, they made it all that way in Worlds last year, 2 years in a row now making it. And of course, TLG West, still some familiar faces on that team, some that have been in the BSC in the past, of course, but haven't necessarily made that leaps and bounds that STMN have.
I can't be the only one who heard you say, and they were roommates, and think to myself, oh my God, they were roommates. Of course, you know, a certain generation will get that reference, but still, yeah, it's been such an amazing thing to watch, especially if you've been keeping up on social media and things. STMN, they seem to be having so much fun living together, and they're honestly picking up their game as a result. Seems to have accelerated their gameplay.
I think so too, and I think in the predictions as well, it's probably going to reflect similarly. Yes, it is. It's going to be STMN for the caster desk here. I'm curious to see what the people at home think. I mean, of course, like F. says, that percentage of who's winning and losing doesn't always indicate how close it should be, but I think in this case, this is similar to me, at least, maybe not as much as the Tribe Gaming match we saw earlier, at least in the semifinals, but I think STMN a safe favorite here considering their accomplishments.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, they've been to the World Finals 2 times in a row. It's, of course, Bobby, OG, the sort of OG duo of that team, now with Czar and Sands added to that combination as well. Just such an amazing team to watch. I'm so glad that we get to see all of these teams compete, but it seems like we really agree on a lot of the predictions, so I wonder if we'll get surprised 100% this time.
Yeah, we've been in unison before and been defeated earlier today even. Of course, if you want to cast your predictions at home, event.brawlstars.com, the absolute best place to watch some Brawl Esports. The starting lineup today, though, it's going to be Sands, Bobby, and Czar, at least for this one. STMN, of course, need no introduction, but we're going to give it to them anyways. Semi-finalists at Worlds, a phenomenal roster, and trying to make a name for themselves in this new sub-region.
And yo, quick shout out to the profile pictures. That's just brilliant stuff. Everyone looking fresh, clean for this upcoming matchup, especially Sands. And STMN, I mean, this isn't the only place they're showing up looking handsome in those profiles. On stage, too. We saw them last year at the World Finals and really did have the rallying cry of entire NA region behind them. It was a pretty close match versus Team Queso. I won't lie. STMN at times, but my main criticism and their criticism of themselves too is it can be inconsistent, which for viewership purposes means they can pop off or they can have us on the edge of our seats in a near unexpected outcome, let's say.
Yeah, maybe they're just a little content-oriented, doing us a favor. Never know what you're going to get out of them. But I think this World Finals matchup that you see on your screen here really does show that they're never quite out of it. This reverse sweep was one to watch, a very hard-earned spot to make it as far as they did last year. And look at that. There they are. They got the stamina flag in the background. There's the setup that we've seen now a couple times in things like the Snapdragon Pro Series. But Bobby feeling good. You dribbling that little tennis ball right there. I see the handles.
I thought it was about to get sturdy on cam as well. Last time we saw them on cam, it was a different competition, but we did see them doing some push-ups. Wonder if Czar's form has improved thanks to all the help that people on Twitter were sharing. But we also see Sands in the background too. Glad to see he's finally back in the house and everyone's going to be playing in person.
Yeah, it's super awesome. I think it just takes the dynamic to a whole nother level, right? It's going to be Z, Reaper, and J-Heart, though, on the other side. A very solid set of people, of course, Z, J-Heart, a couple of familiar names if you were with us in 2022. But if you're in 2023, this is an opportunity for them to prove themselves once again. They've had some good runs in the past, certainly some strong players in this team, too.
Totally agree. This is just a good lineup of players, but they have stuck around sort of that semi-pro name tag for quite a while. So if they're picking up the pace here, if this is a consistent appearance for them as TLG West, then this is a great look for them. Of course, they're already competing with TLG, so that's a great start for them. And I'm seriously looking forward to how they're going to be performing in this West region.
Agreed. I mean, this is a new opportunity, right? Sub-regions change things up just a little bit here. We get even more teams that show up in all of these monthly finals, of course, starting from the semifinals onward today. But they had a nice win earlier on in this bracket as well. I believe you covered that just a couple weeks ago, being our NA West expert on the panel. And we'll definitely appreciate your insight as we continue here. I think there's a chance here they could, piece up a set here for sure. But like I said, STMN, just the amount of accomplishments, they should be the favorites in this situation. I'm wondering how the people at home will react, but definitely want this one to be a close one, and TLG West definitely going to be somebody that have to prove themselves today.
This is true. I want this one to be a close one too, because I'm never one to turn down some good Brawl Stars between two cracked teams too. But as you said, there's a definite favorite in this matchup, and there's a definite underdog too, apart from just favorites and who we like to watch as an NA region, right? But TLG West, once again, this is a good group of brawlers. And like you touched on, we've seen them in 2022 as well, but they weren't repeat offenders in the sense that we saw them consistently appearing in the monthly finals in North America. Now they're in the semifinals. This is a huge, huge upgrade for them. If it's a repeat appearance for them, a repeat performance too, that would be absolutely massive. But it all starts here. It's a brand new season. It's a brand new region too. They got to get through STMN though. It's going to be quite the challenge.
Yeah, and I think that's a great statement. You know, obviously this is the semifinals we're jumping into, and already making it this far is an insane accomplishment, especially when you look at that bracket. There's some really good teams, some other guys even competing in things like Snapdragon Pro Series and doing a great job. You have teams like West Coast with a set of players that are doing well. You know, there's even more that didn't make this semifinal spot that had to really claim their efforts here. I think it's going to be a fun one to watch too. We saw it in NA East, of course, if you joined us earlier. I mean, Tribe Gaming, the absolute throne of the North America region last year, and now there's some new talk in the town. I think this could be an opportunity for somebody like TLG West to make a little bit of an upset. 91% though are going to roll with STMN.
Yeah, I mean, I'm personally part of that 91% too. I mean, well, okay, if we talk holistically though, sort of the upset potential here for TLG West, keep in mind, of course, you called me the NA West expert. I wouldn't go so far, but I definitely was along for the ride. And if you tuned in to watch the community cast, you might have seen STMN. I believe they got taken down by Poppy Chulos. So, rather, not Poppy Chulos, different roster. They got taken down by Dog Walkers, who we'll get to see in just a moment. However, that's quite an unexpected outcome. STMN, they still managed to go through that lower bracket pretty well. But this kind of goes to show, are they content-oriented, or can they just find some times where they're a little inconsistent? We'll have to see what TLG West makes of it.
We're going to go ahead and hop into this game. Here is going to be Penny, Gene, and Sam on the bottom of your screen. A very North American composition, of course. Sam's somebody that is a very dominant factor right now, and basically his job is just going to be getting really aggressive, trying to do as much damage as he can. Reaper picking up this kill, though. Z tag teaming this on the right-hand side as Bobby now steps, trying to trigger these mines. Going to open up the map a little bit. Of course, TLG going to be crafting this just the way they want it to be.
Sand's having a bit of a rough time on the right side as the Sand, he's still rushing and creating some room. Bobby's going to be able to pick up some gems as a result. Big gadget in, Reaper picks up the kill. J-Heart still circling overhead, pops down the gadget, sort of a preemptive measure to deal with Bobby's pull, which he expected, but it didn't come through. Still, he's able to afford a lot of room for the remainder of TLG West to continue walking around in this area. Bobby also sort of baiting out some of these mines. It's going to hurt Sands a little bit to not be able to walk over that super confidently. Here he comes, getting stunned, in fact. Tries to pop the super. Will still survive a little bit longer thanks to picking up the Knuckle Buster. Z and Reaper all the way on the left side, seriously running as far as they can. Let's also talk Czar. He's completely backcapping them. Oh my goodness, and a takedown. Sands, he's going to have to run all the way back now.
Oh my goodness, poor Reaper. He had to run an entire mile around the map just to try and avoid all that. All for nothing, too. Another pull from Bobby as well. 9-1 now. It was looking so good for TLG West. All of a sudden, it's crumbling. Reaper trying to get his super off here. Sands healing himself up, though. The Sam plays are going through. Hart with an opportunity here. Sands still staying up, though. He's got so much HP, dangerously getting close. 650. It doesn't matter how much HP the man has. The magic buffs keep him up. And 13-0 going to be the final score there. It's going to be STMN taking game number 1.
Wow, we got to pay really close attention to Czar this time, because what we didn't see was how was he able to sneak all the way around behind the enemy team and mess them up from behind like that. That was nutty. He might be able to do it again, but he has to win that right lane first. We already see the interaction switch up. Sands on the left side taken down as Z and Reaper combine forces. Czar is a little cross-eyed, trying to take on 2 enemies at once and ends up getting caught in all of that aftermath. Z and J-Heart now turn their attention to the left side. Sands needs to be taken down. Bobby a bit overextended, but he at least has the pole taken down by the mines too. J-Heart seriously taking no prisoners as he circles overhead once more, landing on the back lines and trying to retake this right side. But Czar's on the case, could get some good damage in. Already 1 hit. J-Heart has to run away. Sands facing serious opposition as well. More mines down. Hail Mary pull by Bobby didn't quite connect, but at least it helps Sands on the left side take down Reaper. So far, though, so good for TLG West as Bobby trips the mines.
Those mines can be pesky, you know, maybe a little surprised to see Bo come out here. And I know we didn't get quite to see this draft, but when brawlers like Max, Ash, Stu, Otis are all banned, you got to make some choices here, and Bo going to be a very formidable mid here. Reaper trying to get some damage in there. J-Heart putting on the pressure as well, dropping the base and now taking to the sky is going to safely stay up as Z only needs 1 more gem.
He's playing it safe. Could be too safe, but they have a lot of time. He also has a turret left ready to go, so he can block Bobby's pull. Could get preemptively taken down. Here's the pull and a reaction of the turret, but it didn't even hit. I'll quote Bobby on this one. You miss every pull, you never aim. And unfortunately, that one didn't connect. TLG West on the right side still continue to press forward. Bobby could be close to another pull, though. He's gradually farming it up. Sands beating down the opposition on the right side. He breaks all the way through. 10 gems in hand and going all the way back to the back lines. 10 seconds to go. TLG West, nowhere to be seen.
This is going to be heartbreaking if they go down here. Here comes J-Heart, but so much HP to work with if you're Sands. He's just standing here, not even afraid of the opposition. And it's going to be a very clutch play from Cute Sands on the Sam that clutches up for STMN. The man's in the house, and it's very clear. Beautiful plays there to clutch up that set.
And this is just sort of what it looks like to watch Sam. It's why we see him banned so often, because you can do stuff like this. You can continuously super in, run down the lane. Are you losing lane? Maybe on paper, you're getting killed a lot, but you gradually push things back. And just one victory like that is enough to completely turn the tides of the game.
Yeah, that's crushing if you're TLG West. I mean, honestly, that was about as even as a set as you can get. But remember, this is gym grab. There is no mercy in this game mode. If you have one mistake after continuous effort and gameplay there, I mean, they were up that entire second game very safely, getting kill after kill. And all it took was one magical play from Sands here. You're going to see it on your screen. It's just easy enough. Z with 9 gyms feeling the pressure. And, well, Cute Sands just walked away.
Is definitely tragic for TLG West. This was their best looking game yet. And of course, it's only been 2 games so far, but it was a vast improvement over game number 1 for them, seeing how confidently STMN was able to run away with that one. On the stat comparison, it's exactly what you're saying, Kenny. More damage and not quite as many kills, but I gotta hand it to Z for 8 kills. A good stat to have under your belt headed into the next one. J-Heart, probably not feeling too great about his performance in that last set either, but there's still more Brawl Stars to be played. And hey, TLG West, once again, they looked really, really strong versus STMN.
Yeah, and sounds like we're going to get another substitute here too. It's going to be OG now coming in actually for STMN on this next one. Bobby, Czar, OG, a classic combo. And one of the beauties of this New Year format is going to be that you can substitute players in between sets. And I think when you've got a strong 4 like STMN, the world is your oyster. I mean, you can strategize based on maps. If you've got a player on your team that's particularly good at certain brawlers that cater to those maps, you know, you can pick your poison and really have each individual focus on what you want them to. I think that's one of the things that we may see emerge this year.
Absolutely. And while I think we need to see STMN play together as this squad, Sands, he's been hanging around STMN for about half a year now and might need a bit more time for us as a Brawl Esports community to really settle down on what role he gets switched in for most times. Once upon a time, we saw STMN, they had Toonie on the roster, and Toonie came in exclusively for one thing, and that was to play tanks. He even came in at MSI to do the exact same things, play tanks. So it's exactly what you're saying, Kenny. You can switch people in depending on what exactly your strengths are. I gotta say, by the way, this is a killer fly-through. I already love this environment,
wow.
And to see it from a new perspective is just brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, the real retro-looking arcade-esque type stuff. I loved that. I think that is so, so cool. And one of the many things why I love this game, love the team behind us. And they're F-Dot's friends. Say hi, F-Dot. I'm sure he's on the sidelines waving at every single one of them on this pit stop map. And now we're going to get to hop into our draft. Nita, Gray, Colonel Ruff's all going to be banned. Excuse me, is that a Dynamite first pick?
It is most certainly a Dynamite first pick, and it has me scratching my head a little bit. But they did ban Barley, so there's really not another very good thrower here besides Grom, if STMN want to pick that. We've seen something similar. We saw Dog Walkers go for this strategy if you tuned into SPS a couple of weeks ago, but it fell flat on its face. It really did not perform. What I will say, though, is that in that same comp, they had a wall breaker that removed a lot of what Dynamite was capable of using to stay safe. We'll see STMN now selecting the Max, and while this isn't usually chosen on this map, I think it's going to be great to rush down Dynamite in particular. While it's not really the focal point of what STMN are trying to do here, if they're able to consistently get that mobility, keep things at mid rather than defending, then they'll probably never have to worry about Dynamite on their safe.
Yeah, Yeah, and I mean, if you just pick something simple like a Surge here, it does really well into any tanks that TLG West could pick up. It does well into the squishy brawlers, ones like Barley that are banned, of course, and then Dynamite, which makes a lot of sense why they pick it up for themselves. If it's TLG West, Jayhart going to be snagging that one for them. I think that takes care of at least one counter, but, you know, one good tank matchup and just trying to avoid that Surge could go a long way here if you're STMN.
One final selection. They have gone with the Surge, and there are ways to counter that for STMN, but STMN probably are leaning more in the department of let's go for a power pick, especially when they need a bit more safe damage here. They don't have anything to break down walls, and they need line of sight. Here comes the Bull from TLG West, and I actually really do like this pick, but once again, this is a brawler that breaks down walls. It's going to be breaking down walls that Reaper needs to be using as a Dynamite. That said, Dynamite can still contribute a good amount of damage, and they can be selective about where they use Bull's super, but still, Bull's just a great damage dealer for this map. I think there might be better options, especially since Daryl has not yet been selected. STMN could be keeping that one on the back burner. They have to be very wary of the Surge, and they go for the Colt, actually. This could be a Cute Sans specialty.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really interesting one. You know, you mentioned Colt, of course, being played by Cute Sans, and they're actually going to be rolling with OG, Zar, and Bobby, so I'm kind of curious how this gets divvied up among them, you know? I think I could totally see that, but this is a unique one to me. I mean, we see Dynamite, we see Colt. Let's have some fun, boys. I like it. Let's go.
I'm 100% here for it. Of course, it is OG, Zar, and Bobby in here, so no Cute Sans Colt today, but there'll still be some entertaining action. OG switching in here on the Colt, already going for the wall break. Probably not precisely the wall break that he wanted on the left side. Jayhart's still going to be able to use that, but he does have a few more at his disposal already, getting rid of that wall on the right side. Z tumbles to the ground. OG swerves up the right side, trying to keep his distance from Jayhart. Big wall break, and that's what we needed to see, especially for Bobby and Zar. Need line of sight with the safe to do serious stuff, and OG, he just doesn't stop chaining these supers together one after the other to continue breaking down the walls and denying value to Reaper.
Yeah, a couple really good plays here from STMN. They're creating this map to look the way they want it to. Z, of course, going to be breaking it open. OG on the defense, though. Barrel stuffs him with the pistols by his side. It's going to be Zar now assisting the teammates. There's that energy drink, which makes Max so special and unique in this game. Jayhart still at that tier 1. They're going to have to get that up to that 2-3 level if they even want to contest.
And he might be denied it for the entire game. The only brawler I can realistically see feeding it to him is Zar, but Bobby's still going to charge around the left side. He might have fed a super, and we see also Z charging towards the enemy safe. STMN suffering big damage. OG also falls from the big barrel of boom, tossed out by Reaper. Still standing by as sort of a turret trying to guard this point, but with Max speeding in, it's going to be almost impossible to hit these shots. Bobby, Zar raining down upon the safe, but Jayhart also has a second level. He's running the upgrade gadget. He could get some range to deal with, but OG still stuffing him back. Reaper connecting with the safe. It's got to be a base raise in his department, but Bobby, Zar, and OG refuse to fall. They take down the safe, and TLG West, they're really starting to feel the heat.
Yeah, really starting to feel it for sure. I mean, just excellent plays overall. Even towards the end of that, Zar with 500-ish HP manages to pop a super just for his lonesome. Oftentimes, you won't see teammates do that, but I think that's just the confidence you got to have in your teammates. He gets in there, gets that extra chip damage, and kind of just paves the way for his teammates to follow through as well. Early pickups too, and it's going to be Bobby. Zar looking good right now. It's just a lone Z on the field, and he's going to have to deal with every single one of these brawlers on the other side.
Still get that super over time by taking damage, but he doesn't want to feed OG, especially now that he has that super, breaks down the enemy walls. Jayhart popping the gadget to upgrade for a temporary period of time, 30 health left. Has to stay safe. Good dodges versus OG, and he's actually able to get the diff on the lane, now at level 2. Serious upgrade for him, taken down by the fat splatter from Bobby, though. And it just doesn't seem like there's enough wall break for significant damage to pour in from STMN. Big connection from Reaper as he stands by, still trying to finish. He sneaks up the right side, has that super ready to go, and Bobby is ready to respond. Big wall break too as he pummels through, silenced by Bobby, and needs to connect onto the safe. Big damage, 1, 2, bang, bang, 7k damage taken off. The TLG West still are at a loss.
So much damage opportunity here with this Colt play. Czar with another kill as well. J-Heart going down too. And now a mute button being tapped onto Z there. The silent seabed keeping him out of this one. It's going to be Czar juggling this, dodging super well. The phase shift through too. The speed for the teammates. J-Heart getting desperate now. They're just trying to take shots at him. Finally moving them back a little bit. One kill going through. And now Z, Reaper, and J-Heart may have an opportunity here. But OG going to shut that down real quick with those Colt shots.
Yeah, someone's been practicing 1v1s in Purple Paradise because I don't know what else OG could be on. Bobby, no-look shot to the backside, and Czar and Bobby rain down on the safe. And no expressions from their side. Just another win for the boys as they take the set. What on earth are they channeling here? They bring in the Colt on pit stop. You just don't see that very often, but OG gets it done. You saw just how dominant he was, hitting one full clip after the other, full clip into the super, into the takedown onto Bull. It was brilliant. I could watch this all day long. Can we get more pit stop, please? Okay, doesn't look like it. But we have another set coming up at least.
I agree. I mean, what a fun set there. And of course, I kind of see the vision a little bit too, right? I think Colt's a fun pick. I'm happy. But also when you see a Dynamite first overall and he's got the super, he's got the gadgets, there's so many ways to just open up this map, rendering Bull kind of useless at times. You know, he really has to close the gap there. So without a super, he can't really do much here. And of course, they have Otis to address that too. They have Max where they can maneuver a little more. I mean, overall, I think STMN had a really good draft on top of it, obviously being super fun for us.
Of course. I mean, I think most days of the week you wouldn't see a Colt on this map, but STMN, this is very reactive from them. I will say, it's not every day that you have to draft into something like Bull and Dynamite at the same time. Look at the stats on the side of TLG West too. You saw they're contributing a lot of damage, especially J-Heart. 5 kills, a lot of damage, but STMN take the cake. 6 kills, 9 kills, 7 kills. They absolutely run over those enemies as they circle in for the safe, and it results in a victory for them too. Well drafted for STMN, and I think on the side of TLG West, their draft, I'm still scratching my head a little bit about the Dynamite. I'm sure, as I always say, it worked better in scrims.
Yeah, you know, sometimes practice is practice. It's something they clearly believed in. I see the damage that he can deal. Of course, if you're great, Dynamite, it can go a long way. A little wall break opportunity with him too, but looks like STMN are cooking up another surprise for us. They're going to be showing off every combination that they've got. They're going to be putting Bobby on the sidelines for this set, and here comes Cute Sans, OG, and Czar. This is a trio that we don't get to see too often with this team. I'm very keen to see how they can do without Bobby on this roster.
Bobby on the sidelines bench, but hold up. Let's let them cook for a little bit. Let's see what they have in store for us as we move into dueling Beetles for the next set. One of the brawlers that I expect to see banned out or picked here probably got to be Sprout. And this is one that STMN famously hates, so we'll see if it's banned out just yet. Okay, neither side. But of course, a lot of this draft can revolve around those final counter picks. If you don't have wall breakers on your side, then you leave yourself insanely vulnerable to some thrower action totally knocking you down. STMN, they go with the B first selection, and this is a good all-around brawler on this map. There's no other way to really debate about it, whether you played it mid, whether you played on lane. It's just a fantastic option. Even if you're facing other snipers, you can just run the honeycomb and have a bit of extra protection. Penny, another selection from TLG West, take advantage of some of those walls. STMN also need to be thinking about some wall break here because it's a great accent for B. They also don't have last pick, so no possibility of picking a thrower there. And lastly, they need to be breaking down some of the geography, some bushes, and some of those walls to deal effectively with Penny.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. Of course, Penny going to double up into that honey molasses pot. If they drop it, can shred right through that with a piercing shot. The Penny turret applies a lot of pressure, and now we grab an Otis in there too. Hello, Bobby. Good to see you, brother. Just tuning into the draft, trying to make sure the teammates are making some good picks here. Just checking in. Got to coach them a little bit too, you know?
Yeah, check out the camera, just make sure it's fully operational and have a little bit of fun on the side. Just because you're benched for the game doesn't mean that you can't also contribute to the team morale and have a little bit of success in that department. But we could talk about the pick too. Here comes Otis, as you just mentioned, on the side of TLG West. Once again, good, solid, all-around brawler. There's the wall breaker that STMN had sort of on the back burner, thinking about that a bit in the back lines. And while he does have quite limited wall break, it'll still be pretty solid for offering B a bit more value. Final selection from them. Once again, they're being mindful of this last selection from TLG West and what they might be leaving themselves open to. The objective is leave yourself hard countered by as few things as possible, on top of many other things. We'll see what they have as that last selection.
I love that train of thought, too. I mean, sometimes it's not necessarily about the brawlers you take. It's about what you leave yourself prone to, and that's what that 5th pick comes with. But Gray, about as safe as it gets. I mean, it's hard to leave that one on the table if you have the opportunity to pick it for yourself. It's going to be B, Griff, and Gray. That's a pretty nasty combo.
It's not a mirror, Bobby, all right? All right. Well, flexing the facial hair on the couple of us up here who don't have magnificent beards, like, and maybe I'm just talking for myself, but still. Wall break department, I think OG on that Gray is going to be a great way to accomplish that. Not only can Sans do it with the gadget, but OG can do it with the gadget as well. Final selection from TLG West is the Lolo, just good all-rounder. I know I keep on repeating myself a little bit, but some of these picks, they're not super directed. TLG West, they're playing pretty general stuff. In STMN, the strategy is a bit more pointed. They've gone with wall breaks, they've gone with B. Whoever is on that B better be popping off, because if TLG West is able to juke it out, then it's going to be actually a quite challenging match.
How may I help you?
Yeah, of course, they're going to be picking up the cash register, a long-time brawler synergy to go with B, dropping that piggy bank instantly. They're going to want to open up this map, try and craft it the way that they want it to. Oftentimes, they're just going to be looking to set the field to give B as much of an advantage as possible. And Sans with the TP early, picks up this left-hand lane and a gadget as well, too. He's going for it all. It's going to be Reaper having to fall back for now, and STMN climbing their way back into the percentage.
No doubt, just good KO potential from Sans, especially he can teleport in consistently. As long as J-Heart is faced versus that hole on the left side, he's got to keep his distance lest he wants to be surprised by Sans, and even OG can use it to get in close range. He heals 1,000 health along the way, of course, if Sans is running that star power. Along the way, though, Zar still connecting these fat Vs onto J-Hard. Good teleport through from OG as well to finish off that kill. Along the way, though, TLG West have gotten a commendable amount of capture on the point. STMN, they're only just now pulling ahead. But with more and more of the walls breaking down, Zar becomes an even larger threat. Big slow Reaper blocks out the damage with one of his gadgets. Huge connection from an OG, but he falls immediately after. Though, STMN, not much to worry about here. They continue to remain on this point.
Yeah, Gray really displaying what he can do at a competitive level. For casuals like myself, you know, it's sometimes hard. He's a sharpshooter-esque type feature. OG showing it off once again, gets the pickup onto Z, finally goes down. Sans, Zar trying to step it up here, but that teleport at a pro level, they're going to hit their shots, and they can really punish bad play if you just get a TP and have a weaker opponent on the other side.
No doubt, TLG West acutely aware of this, and making sure that they don't feed yet another super to Sans, but they have along the way. Here it comes, teleport in, heal along the way. Reaper with a great defense, and even blocking up some of those damage. Missed super from Z, though, is seriously going to cost him. The jukes are here, and they're ready to play. Zar silenced up too. STMN could have met their maker here. TLG West are bringing it back slowly but surely. Sans with the teleport in, big connection from OG. Z on the right side tries to chime in and keep OG back, but he has another super to farm up. Z taken down, Reaper down. STMN have just taken back the lead. There's one more push left in store for TLG West, and the teleport in looks beautiful. Picture perfect for STMN. Just one opportunity left for TLG West, and it's just not enough. STMN, they're pushing it to match point.
Wow, good stuff. They're really testing out every combination that they have, and if they manage to come away with another set, I think that's going to be a statement. They're confident in themselves. No matter who they throw out there, they are a squad of 4. This is not a trio of a team. It's a full roster, and they really showed it off there. I think overall a great job. You saw TLG West put up a good fight, a back and forth, and it felt like STMN kind of were favorites in the kill category, but ultimately it's about how long you can put your toes into this hot zone, and I thought TLG did a great job of that.
They absolutely did, especially considering that they're facing versus the Gray that can teleport on them at any moment. J-Hard gets yanked back, but no one's really able to react in time. OG getting tapped up, J-Hard getting slapped up on the back left, and Sans now circles behind inside of these bushes. Great hook on a Z, and Zar comes in for the connection, but it's not quite enough to take him down. Really a nail biter for STMN, as they've started to bring things back, but TLG West are looking very formidable. Reaper down, could be another one onto Z. We have to see that turret placed in a good position for TLG West. Big stuff on the left side too. Just no mercy shown by STMN as they continue to build this lead.
Yeah, it was a close call in our first game, and now game number 2, it's starting to be a little bit of a runaway. They're just cycling kill after kill. Another teleport coming in from OG. The follow-up with the super 2. J-Heart goes down. Reaper juggling 3 fierce enemies. And what can you do when they're on top of you at all times? No walls available. Sharpshooters not missing a beat. This one's going to be tough for TLG West.
There's still counterplay, but it's going to be tough. Z, he dumps a super. It doesn't make any contact at mid, and Sands is ready. Right next to this teleporter, could get a surprise kill in. OG, he's thinking about it, but he doesn't need to. Zar silenced on the right side. J-Heart, Reaper, Z, all hit by that super. Reaper on the right side. It needs to shove Zar off this point, and here comes the turret. Really, anything that he can do to block up the shots, and Zar's just not biting. He's just taking the time, chilling, trying to heal up some health along the way. Now, take down the turret. Reaper, he's got nothing. No area control anymore. J-Heart forced to retreat. Z and Reaper almost taken down by the combo teleporting in. Z is the fight for his life. Has to dodge out Zar, and he's doing a great job so far as well. Continue to build up that percentage. TLG West very much could bring this one back.
This is anyone's game at this point. I mean, whoever wins this interaction is really going to probably come away with it here. Lola making a big step up, though. The freeze frame for protection. A desperation super out of Penny. 90% for STMN, but TLG are not going anywhere. That missed silent C-bet is a big deal, though. Sands comes through with the TP, and now all of a sudden it's 3 brawlers for STMN. A surge coming in from J-Heart and Reaper, though. It's not enough. STMN are back to business here and in another grand finals for themselves.
Amazing, amazing stuff for STMN. A little trick shot there, too. Oh, over the shoulder. Totally meant to catch that. Great stuff for STMN. And once again, they're just chilling. Another day in the office. OG wants the ball, too. There it is. Hey, just because you got on the bench for a moment doesn't mean you can't still have fun and coach the team a little bit, too. All-star performance from STMN closing this one out. And strong stuff from TLG West as well, I must admit. But the scoreline tells a bit of a different story, and you kind of can't debate with the facts sometimes. 2 zeros across the board. STMN, they're shaping up to be very strong in this region.
Yeah, that's some formidable foes right there, but credit where credit's due. I mean, it was 2-0s across the board. I'm with you. At the end of the day, a donut's a donut, but they did a great job. I mean, they kept it competitive. I think all things considered, like you said, this isn't a team that necessarily was super consistent with those monthly finals and grand finals last year. I think this is a good building block for them, right? It's something we talked about earlier against Tribe Gaming. You know, sometimes when you play the best, it's good to put out a feeler, to learn from it, to look at the footage, and come back next month a little bit stronger. A semifinals appearance is still absolutely insane. So definitely some good stuff from them, and hope to see more from the future.
J-Heart, Reaper, Z, they've been playing well, and they've been doing it for a darn long time. But faced versus STMN, I think a lot of people might be faced with a scoreline like this. 9, 8, 11 on the kills for STMN. They were seriously pummeling TLG West in this matchup. But hey, TLG West still came quite close to winning that last game. We gotta remember that. Had it not come down to that final team wipe, we could have been looking at a very, very different scenario and a game victory at the minimum for TLG West. Still, all-star performance for STMN. Sans, Zar, OG, and Bobby on the side are such an amazing roster and really amazing representatives to have here in NA. Zar the MVP as well, locking it down on the B, keeping his distance, keeping control, and especially if we rolled back the tape and looked at that last set, he's playing so patiently and playing so consistently. It is exactly what you need to frame your team around if you're the type to pop off.
Yeah, I feel like for the people at home, it's very difficult to vote for an MVP when you had all 4 guys show up and absolutely play perfection. I mean, it was a 3-0 across the board. Wouldn't have blamed anybody. Of course, you can vote for that on event.brawlstars.com. That's where everybody's casting their predictions, trying to cash in on those exclusive rewards. It's a great place to do it. But they've got another great match ahead of us for it. I think it's going to be a really fun one. And this second semifinal matchup is one I definitely had marked for this weekend. I'm really excited to see what happens here.
Dog Walkers versus Wash Team. I'm a huge fan of both of these. Dog Walkers, they've gone by many, many names, but now settling on Dog Walkers, I'm pleased with it too. My main question is, which of them on the team is the dog that is being walked? I'm sure we'll find out as we jump into the game, but Wash Team as well. One of those team names that it's not super true. This is actually a really, really good team and a realistic contender for the Dog Walkers. Something I want to point out, though, is how strong the Dog Walkers have looked lately, particularly in the West region. These guys are terrifying. And we've even heard something similar from the members of STMN themselves. They're scary good at drafting. Patchy, Charles, and Chino, just an amazing team. Patchy and Chino being a longtime duo, and Charles chiming in as well, a player that we've seen pop up in the BSC for a few years now, and he's finally seriously getting his turn in the spotlight in a top-tier team.
Yeah, and there's the man himself. It's good to see him get another opportunity, like you said. Very talented player, and just unfortunately due to some roster changes in the past, hasn't really been able to find a home, and I hope he finds one here with these guys. I mean, phenomenal gentlemen to do it with. Like you said, Dog Walkers have been kind of on a hot streak here. People forget STMN actually had to come out of that lower bracket, I believe. It was Dog Walkers who beat them in those qualifiers, and Wash Team, it winces me a little bit every time I have to say it, because like you said, it's a great set of 3 dudes. Batuches, Payne, Frixie, even one of these guys went to the Worlds last year, and Frixie and Batuches dangerously close. Wash Team absolutely has a dog in the fight here.
They totally do. Hopefully they just don't get walked today. That's the real question we'll be scratching our heads about. But I completely side with you here. Betches and Frixie, there's no debate about it. This is a all-star duo. Someone's relaxing here. This looks more like you're sitting back watching a video on YouTube rather than playing Brawl Stars. But hey, if that's your gamer pose, I'm here for it. That's conservation of energy if you feel this relaxed while you're in a game. Fun stuff. I mean, just a great group of guys too. But I'm glad to see that Payne has also found a home, because his 2 former teammates of Vatra, they're now in that East region. Yeah, thanks for the thumbs up, buddy, and good luck as well. I've been rooting for these guys for a good bit of time, and Dog Walkers are not going to be an easy opponent to take down.
Yeah, I hope they prove to themselves that they're just simply not a Wash team, because they're so far from it. Any team that makes it to a semifinals deserves a little more credit. I like the sponge, it's funny, but honestly, I just feel like they're a really solid team. I think on paper, this looks like a squad that could be one of those top 2 teams from this region. Keep in mind, we're competing for a world spot, for an LCQ spot. Dog Walkers, STMN, some big names in it too. But Wash Team, I think, deserve to be right there with them coming into this 2023 season. This is going to be the first matchup between 2 great teams to determine who can kind of give themselves that early lead that's necessary to go on to the big stage.
Pretty much, and it all starts here on Super Beach in Brawl Ball. Let's check out the predictions. 34% of you with Wash Team, 66% of you with Dog Walkers. And honestly, I think that's about how I would rank this match. I expect a Dog Walkers W, but Wash Team are so strong, and I think they're actually quite underrated. So I expect great things out of both teams. Momentum is number 1 for me in this match. I think that Dog Walkers in particular, they're great at drafting. They have insane mechanics, but they can get tilted if they start to lose, and that's sort of what I've observed from matches in the past. So for Dog Walker's sake, hopefully that doesn't happen. And also, can we talk about the Dynamite ban?
We laugh at it a little bit, and I think it is funny just because, well, it's Dynamite. I love the little guy. But if you're not going Barley, you're typically going Dynamite. And when, kind of doing my scouting report on all these teams across the world, honestly, Dynamite has shown up in practices. After all, they are practices. But if you just want to get rid of throwers, I honestly get it. There are some nasty Dynamite players out there. So eliminating that, maybe getting rid of a wall break option at that too, could be where their heads are at. A safe approach on Wash Team side, though, it's going to be Otis and Max. That's a strong duo to start off their draft.
I like it from Wash Team, but they're playing it into Crow, which is very, very bold. I wonder exactly what the mindset is there, because typically you see Crow picked after Max, well, with the exception of Super Beach, right? Everyone wants the Crow on Super Beach, but on any other map, you see Crow's reaction to Max. You're able to slow things down and such. But maybe Wash Team are considering a Poco for their final pick, and then being able to clear up any status effects using the gadget Protective Tunes, the second gadget for Poco. Dog Walkers, though, they go for the gray, and they have 1 more left. So what I'm sensing from Dog Walkers is they actually have quite low DPS, which might be something that Wash Team intend on sort of punishing too. There's the Jackie. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, I take it all back. Now I'm scared for Wash Team. It's the great Jackie.
Yeah, my head was right there with you too. When I saw the Crow, I thought Poco maybe is a response with his gadget, of course, which can eliminate those status effects, but whew, they got a world of trouble coming at him. It's a Gray Jackie combination. This is something that ran rampant in that 15-0 challenge to get here, and now we get to see it on that Super Beach. This could be really lethal. Wash team gonna have to be careful how they respond to this Otis with the mute button. That's great, but Jackie can kind of continuously move. I actually really understand this pick. I think in general, El Primo, a pretty good answer to most tanky options. This is by no means a freebie for either side, and that Jackie Gray combination so strong, but of responses, this might be one of the better ones out there, believe it or not.
Agree. I think this is probably some of the best that they could do in terms of brawlers that they could pick, because they're not a whole lot of strong options that you can pick into that Jackie. Once she teleports on top of you, what do you really do? Besides Primo, he counters out basically every tank, and he's not on the lane exactly that he wants to be on either. But versus Patchy on the left side, he is going to be giving that super pretty quickly, and not really by any choice of his own. Pain already getting clobbered by the teleport in. Chino with the Death Wish up the left side going super aggro, but he might be able to walk all the way through this. Frixie defending for his life, but it's not enough. Dog walkers, they're walking right through him.
Well said. I mean, just what it is. They just walk it forward. They teleport. They got the beefy Jackie, the Crow, and there's another one too. Oh, the mute button hits him, but doesn't even matter. He's just stumbling his way up the goal. Charles with the goal. Early lead and win here for Dog Walkers. My goodness.
Someone tell me, is this an any % speed run here? That was ridiculous from the Dog Walkers. All it takes is that clutch teleport in. Beautiful. Wow, how did Patchy it up with that ball as well? Wash team, they got teleported behind. Nothing personal, kid, says the Dog Walkers, but this time they're going to taste of their own medicine. Could be Frixie walking it through. Nope, never mind. Oh, no way. No way. Is Frixie? What? What's going on? He's not going for the ball.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe out of shots. Maybe he just didn't believe that he could get there in time. I saw it too. I think there may have been an opportunity, and you got to take those while you can, especially when you've got as aggressive of a composition. I mean, Dog Walkers have Chino with over 5,000 HP, and that's probably a third or quarter of his damage already taken off. Jackie's a beefy brawler. Nice pull on the Pain there as well, and this defense is going to have to hold, and Patchy just looking for that next super. A pull coming in from Chino. It's a 3v2 situation. They may not even need it. Now just getting aggressive, and Batucha is the last man in their way.
Charles, Patchy on the right side, could be ready for another teleport, and there's a fan splatter from Betiches to shut them back. But really, they just need Jackie. Patchy with the teleport in and a takedown onto Frixie. Chino also now joining the battle once again on the right side, looking to close in around Betiches and Pain. There's a teleport in from Patchy. He gets silenced up. Betiches does confirm the kill, but he's still taking poison damage. Tries to get something versus Charles, teleports over to the right. Frixie has that super ready to defend. Charles goes for a clutch play. No way did that work! And Dog Walkers, they close out that goal. One already up on the scoreboard. That's every casual's dream to make that shot like that. I cannot believe my eyes. And Dog Walkers, they look to close it out once again.
Oh goodness, Frixie can't quite do it. Charles with the walk-in. Beautiful set coming in from them. I mean, they had a clear strategy in mind and they executed it so well. I think there were times there, if we look back on our replay a little bit, maybe a little bit of some missteps. You know, we pointed out that there could have possibly been a goal on that other side. We saw a little bit of a misfooting there, I think, too, from Max. You know, instead of going to the right, she really needed to kind of drop back, go towards that goal and be the path in between that, and just didn't really do that. And that Crow jump in was awesome. Great plays. And I mean, Dog Walkers came out swinging here.
They totally did, and Wash team, they were not prepared for it. The Gray, I mean, we've seen Patchy play this brawler so much. Immediately when that brawler came out, Patchy says, I'm the Gray, and he plays Gray pretty much whenever he can, it looks like at times. And Dog Walkers are ready to form a team composition around it. I can't believe the amount of flashy plays we've seen Dog Walkers get away with so far. In Wash team, I've said it before and I'll say it again, they didn't seem prepared to deal with it. And it looks like the nerves were getting to them as well. There was an opportunity, like you just touched on, where they had the ball at the goal precisely where it needed to be, and Frixie seemed to be stun-locked. He didn't know what to do. Here's just a beautiful play. But I'm surprised. It looked like Frixie dashed behind that wall to avoid the damage from Crow, and in the end left the goal open. Maybe he didn't have any gadgets left. You can see here he doesn't have any gadgets left, and that's probably exactly what happened.
Yeah, and that draft was a little sneaky too. I mean, they first picked Crow, not alluding to the fact that they were even hinting at, you know, a Gray or Jackie combination, but ended up working out really well for him. I mean, you look at this too, the kills pretty even across the board, but on paper, it was all dog walkers. I mean, from the get-go, they were really in favor, played the game mode to perfection. I just love it. I mean, that was a very entertaining set to watch, a lot of grit coming in from them too. And I think Batucha, Payne, Frixie, gonna have to go back to the drawing board a little bit. I just don't think they were equipped to really deal with that surprise combo at the end.
As far as drawing boards, I really only see one thing as far as considerations for them, which is, holy, don't let Patchy on that Gray. He's just so darn good at it. And also, Gray's just a really good brawler all around. There's a reason that Gray is getting nerfed in the next patch to have a bit of delay on that teleport for allowing teammates to come through. It is so strong right now. And at least in situations like these where Wash team were just a bit out of their depth as soon as that brawler was selected on the dog walker side. But here comes a Crow from Wash team. It's a response to Meg, and I think that this is appropriate. Meg, she leverages her health a lot in order to gain some success here on Hot Zone. And this is the reaction from Wash team. Henny, also a fairly good selection. You have pretty much a surplus of places that you can place this turret on the map, so that's a huge consideration. Dog walkers need to be thinking about how they react to that. Also, they're going to be framing their composition around the Crow. They also need to think about B, I believe personally, as it's a very strong brawler on this map, given how wide and open it is.
Yeah, I want to point out too, I really like what dog walkers have done in the ban phase here. They know they have this first pick, and even though you see Lou on the other side, the other team, of course, doesn't know that. Lou going to be a great answer into somebody like Meg to give her a brain freeze. Once you get her frozen in that mech form, you just kind of render her useless, and anytime you can do that against a big, beefy mech that's not the fastest thing in the world, you keep your distance, you can address it pretty quickly. They're going to pick up B as a response too. I'm loving this draft from dog walkers, and if you're Wash team, the biggest thing with Meg is either you have to slow her down, you have to stun her, or when she's in that robot, you have to have some seriously high DPS. So I'm curious to see what this sixth pick is in terms of a response, because overall, dog walkers have a really solid combination here.
It's looking really scary for dog walkers. Wash team, they had that last selection, and what it looks like this comp is missing more than anything is a brawler that can pretty much just sit down on the point and reliably sit there. Max is going to be that brawler, and while she won't be sitting still, she has a lot of ways to sit within that vicinity. She has the speed, which will be fairly good for dodging out B, but she has to earn it first, or totally not earn it if you're running the star power that gives you the super for free while you're moving. It's a fairly good excuse for spinning, hey dude, I was just charging my super, relax. But still, versus dog walkers, I don't know if this is really going to be enough to slow them all the way down.
Yeah, this is interesting. I mean, again, I think this Meg just might have her way. You're going to have to really play a good set here against somebody like Meg, because again, might not see her on every single set, every single map, but this is one in a mode where she shows up all the time at a competitive level. Just so easy to sit on that point when you have a ton of HP, high fire rate with that shot as well, so they're going to have to really establish some control and handle that. Charles, Meg here, not feed it super too many times. Chino going down here, Patchy trying to help out his teammates, stepping onto that point, but so far, strong start here for Wash team.
Absolutely. It looks like dog walkers are probably going to opt to switch up some of the lanes as well, as Charles now takes the left lane and Patchy now switches on the right. Immediate success as Payne falls, but Wash team have such a huge lead. They could lose Frixie here if they're not cautious. Frixie's getting great dodges. Leave it out of his step. Payne takes a bit of damage for him as well. Poisons Charles, who's now going to be falling out of that neck, but Payne goes down in some of the aftermath too. Betches has erected the turret on the right side. Chino and Charles trying to take him on. Betches falls down. Charles, he has that shield up. He's looking nice as he heals up too. Has a good amount of health leverage. It's going to be difficult to deal with this onslaught on the right side. Patchy's trying to defend versus some of it. The Wash team are able to accumulate capture on the point as a result. Charles also helps take down the Crow with the jump in. Patchy also taken down. Dog walkers get to sit on the point for just a moment longer. Wash team are quick to respond.
Yeah, I'm loving this stance here for dog walkers. They may be down in percentage points, but this is where Meg really starts to shine, the swing through. Batucha's going down, and once she can kind of just assert herself on this point, that's where things get good for them. They're going to need to regroup a little bit here. Payne charging up on the top left-hand side, getting his HP in check. Chino, that nice super going into the max speed, really slows down any offensives that you can get. Batucha's pick up on this right-hand side, now pushing away dog walkers. Wash team back with the lead once again.
Jump in, Payne. Flying his tokens down, Chino and Charles really versus Poison. Oh, Brawl. Patchy on the right lane. Looking for particular damage from the point, but won't be able to land and get things cleared out. Frixie basically at full health. Takedown for Betches. Final flashing gadget forward for Frixie. And a victory for Washed Team. It was about time for the Washed Team. They've been looking good so far, but they did get a bit outdrafted in the last set. Now, despite a good draft by the Dog Walkers, they're holding on. They're looking fantastic with the max plays. They're reliably dodging out the shots from Chino with teams. And that's the name of the game. Is he said once, and twice, and many more times after that. Don't get hit, especially versus E. And it's not easy to pull off. The Wash Team wants to do it. At least in game number 1, could continue it in game number 2, but only time will tell.
Yeah, I mean, that's about as good as it gets, and as good as it gets of a start, too. Applying so much pressure right now. I mean, they haven't even had an opportunity to step on the hot zone yet. Here comes Charles, though, all charged up. Chino trying to fire away shots at them, too. Pushing away Wash Team for now. Pain low HP, but Tuch has low HP. Frixie trying to phase shift away. They've got a strong start, but now maybe an opportunity here for Dog Walkers as they pick up a kill.
Wash Team need to fend off this push from the Dog Walkers, but they do have a good lead, so they can take their time. Charles and Chino getting very aggressive. Pain goes down in the onslaught. Patchy on the right side lands right on top of Betches. There's the kill. Patchy expertly avoiding those shots from Frixie. Now gets to run back and hide in this corner for an ambush on the right side. Down goes Frixie as a result. Pain has a super. He can use it to escape, but he might go down with the ship. Down he goes at the hands of Charles. The Dog Walkers now start to creep up on Wash Team's capture percentage so far, just crossing that 60% margin, maintaining a lead. Patchy on the right side still. Aging Pain, trying to keep him at bay. Charles is going to pop out of this mech any second now as well. This could provide a pretty solid entry point for Wash Team, and it looks like it's good so far. Frixie could use a super, but he's still all over this point.
Oh, this is going to be tough. Charles, big amounts of HP. Now going to be a lone brawler. They address it fairly quickly. The others go down. It's just Charles standing. The shield trying to keep him up as long as possible. And this one's going to be neck and neck here. Wash Team need to hold on for dear life.
Could very much do it. Chino has a powered up B. If he gets a connection, that's a kill right there. Not on the Betches, though he had just enough health. Chino still laying down the law. The percentage ticks up. Charles is not going anywhere. And despite a close run, it's still a Dog Walkers W. Wash Team, they looked good, just like they have in every set before now. But they could lose this one. It could slip through their fingers if they let it.
Yeah, I mean, that's where Meg really starts to shine, right? In those big moments where you need the amount of HP. If you give away that hot zone or have a team wipe, for example, you know, we saw earlier several brawlers go down. It's really hard to reclaim that. Charles already getting that super too. He's going to be powered up now. Pain, what can the guy do? He's too squishy to deal with that. Incoming mech going through. Frixie trying to deal with it all at once and just gets overwhelmed. But Chucha is now forced away, and Dog Walkers should have complete control of this hot zone.
Could relinquish control if they're not careful, though, especially if Frixie's able to make some slick moves, but Chino's reading him like a book, predicting those movements. Frixie still, though, managing to slip through. Pain now jumping to the backside, but he's taken down by big shots from Charles. Speed from Frixie, but it's a solo speed. It's all about trying to get behind those enemies. Wash Team are trying whatever they can because they're at a serious deficit at the moment. Patchy falls to the poison as well, and down goes Chino in turn. Charles, the last one to go. It's a team wipe for Washed Team, but Dog Walkers are coming back with the resolve. Everyone going up the left side, interestingly enough. Patchy, the first one to get those entry frags all the way towards the enemy side. An easy takedown versus that turret, replaces it with one of his own for a bit of bonus damage and falls in the process. The Dog Walkers are bringing it back with a slight advantage. And Charles in that mech. There's not much Washed Team can do in close range.
3v3 situation. Dog Walkers with control for now. The max speed trying to energize his teammates up. Pain has a super in hand too. Could punish the enemy for it. Patchy with the piercing shot. It's Chino with the pickup there too. Frixie gets the kill, and it's just a lone Chino standing. More max energy drink to go round. It's gonna be an opportunity here for Wash Team to try and tie this up.
Still trying to maintain his position, especially Pain on the back right side. Wants to take down Patchy, but he takes to the skies. Chino on the left, trying to keep Frixie away. Betches landed on the back side. Patchy falls in the process. Wash Team just need to clear it out. It's all up to Charles. Slow onto Charles. He won't be able to make it onto the point even. Can't get the swipe off. And Wash Team take the set. A close run for sure, but once again, a good look for Wash Team. They've taken a set off the Dog Walkers, who a lot of people predicted would take this one. I predicted would take this one, but we know what Wash Team are capable of, and despite that draft, they were slimy on the max. There's no other way to put it. It was just good gameplay.
I agree. I mean, we've got a match on our hands here. I think the people at home are going to have a really fun day with NA. It always is, of course, but today especially just feels like a very, very competitive one here. I'm loving what I saw there from Wash Team. I think overall, like I said, Meg, not an easy one to address. Oftentimes to deal with her, you're going to see Lou come out, some high DPS come out, and they just kind of stick to their guns and just play a really good set. I think they could have easily been overwhelmed at times. You know, you've got the Crow gadget, which can slow them down. Sure, the Penny turret can apply a little pressure to push them away, but when you've got 7,000 some odd HP, Charles can kind of just walk it forward. I think a really good stuff there from Wash Team just to, you know, go with the strategy, be confident in themselves, and overall just mechanically play a good set.
Agreed. And Dog Walkers also, we saw moments where they completely split up and everyone tried to do their own thing, and moments where they all teamed up. They were very, very quick to adapt their strategy. Oh my goodness, look at Charles. And also look at Betich's. I mean, by the looks of these stats, you'd almost expect that Dog Walkers took the win, but Wash Team a little bit more even across the board. Still though, this is Charles saying no help, right? 14 kills. Huge stuff for the guy. Looking forward to his performance as we move into Safe Zone for a brand new map and a brand new set. Now with more safes than last, 2 more in fact. Of course, on the right side, you can expect some wall breakers as well. Could become an open map like we just saw in the last set, depending on which brawlers banned out, which ones are picked up, but a lot of times, players like to lean towards some of these wall breakers.
Yeah, great point. And Colt going to be the first wall break selection. I know this may seem crazy again to see Colt, but this is a map where you can expect that. And of course, when you see that Brock banned, you only got a couple options here of what you can go with. I think this is a confidence pick because, of course, you could go somebody like Griff, drop that piggy bank, break open those walls. But we saw it earlier. I've seen it a ton in previous competitions too. Colt is even entering the ban stage these days for the BSC. So it may seem a little crazy. We may not be used to seeing it. As a first overall pick, it's certainly bold, but understandable if they want to get that wall break in early.
Totally, and there are other options as well. There's Griff still on the table, but versus Colt, it's going to be a difficult brawler to play. Wash Team could always go for it as their last pick if they wanted to. With the 8-bit now on hand, they had to be thinking about some brawlers that can accent it well. Here's a Gray as well, and honestly, I'm a bit surprised that Dog Walkers didn't pick up this brawler earlier. It could have slipped their mind, but maybe the Colt is just that good. If anything, he'll be able to lane Gray pretty well unless Gray has a super. Let's also note that 8-bit is already a great brawler on this map, especially if you'll note Wash Team, they banned out Colette, one of his main counters. And also, you can teleport him forward with the Gray. There's a Griff from Dog Walkers. They've gotten rid of the last wall breaker that's super, super viable, unless, of course, Pain opts to run the wall break gadget with Gray. And a B from them too, just to keep things at range. I'm liking the reaction from Dog Walkers, but I think this Colt pick might come back to bite them.
Yeah, this is really interesting. I think this is a great shout onto Gray's gadget, too. I mean, if they drop that grand piano, you know, they can still get what they want. And even if they don't, 8-bit doesn't necessarily need to work with wall break. You know, when manning his station, you really want to keep that 4-pronged wall up there. It's going to be right by the spawn area where that grass is. A lot of times, if you take that down, it's going to make it a little difficult. If you put him right behind those barrels, he can get that opportunity to speed himself up. They could go for the extra damage as well. And of course, with the cheat cartridge for those extra shots, it's so difficult to overcome. And Lola, of course, high DPS too, really seems to be a solid pick on this map. You know, the freeze frame can get you in good positions too, but I think just more than anything, that's a really good playing the objective type pick.
Pretty much. She can get insane DPS, especially if she's boosted up by 8-bit. So we'll see exactly what the reaction is. Wash Team kind of unexpectedly breaking open that wall right from the outset. Frixie is going to be facing against Charles at the mid lane, and you don't usually break open that wall, that 2x2 right in front of Frixie, or at least where it once was, because 8-bit needs a place to put that turret, and Wash Team are simply breaking down all the walls. They must be very, very confident, even into Charles on the B. We'll see if it comes back to bite them. For now, not too much action. Frixie gets tapped up just a little bit. Charles is playing a very metered game. A few footsies here at mid as he tries to keep the perfect range to keep Frixie at bay.
Well, now Dog Walker's getting a little more aggressive, but for the most part, this is what we call a stalemate. I mean, nobody really making any crazy plays right now. This is an opportunity to take down 8-bit, though. One kill could really make all the difference. And somehow Frixie's going to slide away. Chino, though, gets the Pain kill, and it's not going to be the same for him. Now a pick up on the right-hand side, a little back and forth affair right now as Lola's going to be sneaking down below the screen.
18% knocked off already. Patchy's to the rescue. He's going to be able to stuff this right lane exactly where it needs to be. Bettich's falls as a result. Now he's hot on Pain's heels. Gets a takedown as well. And Frixie's ready with that plugged-in turret. He has a little bit of bonus speed. He's now as fast as an El Primo for anyone wondering. He's trying to use that to his advantage. No wall break, though. Pain doesn't have any left. This is going to be sort of a pain for Wash Team to deal with, especially as Patchy is lurking on the back right. He does end up surrendering himself on the right, and he'll have to lane versus Pain on the right side. Charles also at the ready, but a wall is blocking line of sight with Pain on the right side. There could be something if Patchy takes down. Here's the use of the gadget as well to match, and another super as well. Pain back. Frixie gradually trying to push things forward. Wash Team are at a damage deficit. Even if it's just 7%, that could very well change as Patchy falls on the right side.
Yeah, Batucha's taking some serious heat right now, 300 HP. Charles connects the shot. 3v2 situation might be exactly what Dogwalkers need, but Frixie not letting him have it. He's going to be trying to keep this aggression going because they need to come back by a few percentage points here.
Teleport in. This is the move that Wash Team need. Big connection. Frixie goes down. Pain also clobbered. Only 15 seconds for Dogwalkers to make up this deficit. Can they do it? Charles tries to connect, but here come the tanky brawlers to body block. Charles trying to dodge these people out. Patchy with the connection of the super. 5% differential. It's a match. And Dogwalkers, they take it back with the final countdowns and the connection of Chino onto the safe. Brilliant stuff right at the end. That hyper-aggressive play, that teleport in, it ended up costing Wash Team because they couldn't respawn in time in the proper position to react to Dogwalkers.
Yeah, I thought that might have turned out to be a big brain move, but ultimately you may be right. You know, they get a little aggressive. They make their move maybe a little early. Traditionally in that spot, you want to be the last team to act, and that's exactly what Dogwalkers got. They had the opportunity to move up the map, and of course, they've got so much DPS on their side between Colt, Griff, and even B can land some heavy-hitting shots. Now it's going to be a reset here. Much more movement here to start off our game. Last time, a little bit of a stalemate, of course, but now it's Dogwalkers with positioning. Patchy laying it onto that safe. Batucha's low HP, going to be throwing out the ego. Make some connections there. Chino getting a few follow-through shots and finally goes down. Opportunity now for Wash Team to respond.
Very aggressive turret from Frixie. It's bound to fall pretty soon here. Chino might take care of it. Patchy's on the case. He's also taken down these walls to offer some more damage potential to Charles as he looks to connect on the right side. Bet's just trying to get his ego up, but he has to abandon ship as Charles is hot on that right lane. Pain also taken down. Frixie trying to lane up these shots versus Chino, but it's quite a challenge. Chino actually falls as he wasn't able to duck behind the wall in time. Great takedown for Charles. Teleport over the right side, but Patchy still got it on lock. And Wash Team already at a huge damage deficit. They're getting camped in their spawn in a sort of way as Patchy does eventually fall, but Chino and Charles go ham on the save.
Yeah, difficult situation here, and I think a little bit of mistake there from Batucha's Dew, who blew that super right before he went down. They've now got map positioning, but this is a major deficit, 93% to 16%. Frixie firing down shots in the mid. Here comes Lola with some of her own as well. Batucha's has the freeze frame up, taking some shots from Chino, and now trying to get pesky with it in this bottom left-hand side. They need to be careful, though. If they let one lone dog walker get up this map, could be enough percentage points, but Batucha is giving his team a fair fight now.
Well, here comes Pain in with the teleport. He knew just how valuable it would be to take care of Chino. And now respawning, Wash Team have gotten a good bit of damage on that case. Here comes the teleport in once again. It's going to offer a bit of healing, but gets caught up in the aftermath too. Charles with the takedown using the Killer V, and Patchy sneaks up the right side. He absolutely has to be defended on the right side. And if you can sneak through, it's GG. Wash Team trying to defend. Pain still able to get the upper hand. Dogwalkers can still finish this off as long as they can defend. Betchiz and Pain push in. Charles still trying to defend. There's a slow Patchy, follows up with a super of his own. 5 seconds left, and there's just no shot of Frixie making it in here. The amount of health Charles and Chino have to offer is simply too much to fire through, and it's a set victory for the Dogwalkers.
Valiant effort there if you're Wash Team. I mean, 93% to 16% is a long distance to overcome. They got close, but again, not quite good enough. It was a tough one. I think overall, just a great set being played there. I mean, that opening game was a little slow at the beginning, but once everybody kind of got their footing in there, they got their groove going, it was Dogwalkers, I think a great job there. And again, a solid draft. They made us eat our words a little bit on that Colt pick. You know, I think it's a dangerous one. I understand it from a wall break perspective, but you have to rely on Chino to play an excellent set. And well, he did the job.
Totally. Just such a brilliant player, especially place him on this brawler and he'll show you how it's done. And Cole, great damage dealer on the safe too. It was a prudent selection by Dog Walkers. And yes, I will eat my words with you, Kenny. I was skeptical of the Colt. Chino, he pulled it off. Wash Team, on the other hand, it looked fairly strong in terms of the 8-bit and the Gray combo, but combine that with the wall break that was offered by the remaining members of their team, as well as the Dog Walkers as well, they pretty much decided, yeah, we're just going to break the walls too, and we'll try and make do with it. And make do, they did most of the time. It was those crucial moments where Dog Walkers were able to push things back, where Wash Team struggled the most with the wall break.
Yeah, and I think you can see it there too. I mean, pretty even fight once again. Excellent stuff coming in from both of these teams. Kind of what we expected here, slightly favoring Dog Walkers, of course, at home. And the caster desk as well, we favored Dog Walkers too. Of course, we're taking a 2-1 lead here as we hop into Layer Cake. Very fun map. A lot of NA brawlers, if you will, show up here. You can see anything from Ash appear, which has now become more of an international brawler. You could even see the Lou get a little sneaky here as well, but I'd be a little more surprised on that guy. They're going to start safe. It's going to be just a simple max pick, but maybe we see some of our friends from NA like Ash or Buzz later down the line.
You just might, especially as a last pick. Neither of these teams will really shy away from that one, especially not Dog Walkers. They show absolutely no mercy. Here's the Janet selection, as well as the Otis. Dog Walkers picking some pretty evergreen brawlers, some brawlers that are just all around good at what they do. Only problem for Otis is that he's not able to fire too well around those walls. He fires a barrage of shots, which means he doesn't have the greatest peeking ability, but I think that'll be made up for by Janet, who can land on an enemy or can get some entry damage to push things back. And lastly, have that turret, which is so frustrating to play against, but it's kind of fun to watch because you watch everyone scatter as soon as it's placed down. Wash Team also, they break open some of the walls with the Colonel Ruffs that might offer some value to Charles if he is running that wall break star power, which, who knows, he might not. It's not too common to be running field promotion, but he very well could, noting the particular synergy between Ruffs and Max. We'll see the last selection is Carl. Now it's turn for the Dog Walkers to respond. Sam is their selection. What do you think of this, Kenny?
Yeah, this is interesting. I go back and forth with Sam specifically on Bounty. It's not always the easiest to juggle, especially considering that he's a very aggressive brawler, right? He wants to be up close, in your face, fists in hand, but if he goes down and he's the one carrying all the stars, well, it's just an easy give back for somebody like Wash Team, but no doubt in my mind, fantastic brawler. I'm sure they can make it work. You know, a nice well-rounded comp for Wash Team too, but Sam might be able to have his way with this kind of composition. There's really no hard counter on the other side here, no real tank counter, in fact, so I think this could be a good opportunity for Sam to shine.
With how quickly Sam was picked, it looks like Dog Walkers sort of wanted Sam from the outset as soon as they got that first pick, but he's going to face a lot of opposition, as you noted, especially versus Betiches on that right side, as he doesn't want to be feeding those supers too quickly. As a result of that immediate aggression, Dog Walkers do have that blue star, and they've already backed Wash Team up into their spawn. Apache's going to be going hyper-aggressive, possibly falling on offense. He's going to lose those Knuckle Busters as well. He won't be able to return for them. It's going to be quite some time before he gets those back. He's able to force a close range interaction. He just might be able to pick them back up. Does get some shots versus Betiches. Does not fall. Still survives on 120 health. Chino all the way on the back line. So Charles sort of left alone on the left side, but still he's able to back up quite effectively. Here comes Patchy. Big kill, but he's taken down immediately after. If Patchy's able to consistently get these interaction victories, then they might actually still be at a deficit just because of how some of the math works out, which is a little bit frustrating for the Dog Walkers, but they do maintain a lead.
Yeah, again, great brawler, but if he's the one with all the stars and he's up in your face, all they have to do is focus him. But easier said than done, of course. The rocket rain coming down from the skies. Frixie going to be low HP, phase shifting away. Tries to stretch out his super, but Patchy can't quite reach him. Going to be constantly cycling that super to try and heal it up. Pain escapes him too, though. 11-7 with 30 seconds to go. There's still hope for Wash Team.
Especially with the speed as they move in around the right. And Pain, he has a super in hand, he has the damage boost from Colonel Ruffs, and he also has a gadget to go. There's a final gadget from Chino, now laid down on the ground, soon to fall, and Chino has a super to take to the skies. He's trying to push back Carl on the right side, and it's going to be sort of a lost cause to aggro him as he can simply fly away. It's got to be Patchy or Charles, and we see Patchy get a kill on the left side, much aggression on the right as Patchy closes it in for that final vice grip of an offense. washed team fall, and we see a match point incoming for Dogwalkers.
And Charles just across these player camps has been so casual with it, so laid back and relaxed. And I think that's just through all the experience that he's got. Again, we said it a few times a night for a few teams, but it's truly just another day in the office for him. This is what they practice for. This is what they prep for every day. I've seen him scrimming all these maps a ton for these monthly finals, and they're clearly working hard for it. Patchy, though, also working hard to claim his second kill there. 4 stars on his head. A 5-0 lead for Dogwalkers here.
Gonna have to back up, though. There's Charles going down as he was left a bit alone there at mid. Betches and Frixie combining to take him down. Patchy on defense has that super in hand. They know that they have the advantage, and they know that there's not really too much wall break potential on the side of Wash Team as long as they don't feed a super to Betches. So he can kind of sit back, wait for their enemies to come to them. Patchy closes in around the top side. He manages to bait the super out of pain, stuns him out of it too, but no punishment there. He remains alive. Chino tries to finish it off with the super. He'll get some damage versus Betches and versus Pain in the same go. Betches might fall as Chino lands right behind him. Frixie popped the speed, but he won't make any use of it. Not exactly what Wash Team wanted. Be able to punish Chino and take it back. Near miss of the pickaxe. Dogwalkers remain in the lead, just 5 stars.
That could have been a huge turnaround if they picked up Chino there too. A major play coming in from him too. Now he's in the air. They can't touch him at all. Patchy meets him with the heavy haymakers, and now they're up 16-7. It was looking so close for Wash Team, but all of a sudden it's right back in Dogwalkers' favor. They're going to have a lot to overcome here in the final 30 seconds.
Patchy, as long as he stays on offense and stays in that position, not only does he not forfeit the lead for Dogwalkers, but he can also make some magic happen. There it is. Mutually assured destruction, sure, but Dogwalkers remain in the lead. 20 seconds left. It's drive time. Energy drink popped. Wash Team start to close in. But Patchy's here to defend. He has a wall to smack those Knucklebusters against. Mutually assured destruction once again. Frixie could fall to these bombs from Chino as he now looks to defend Betches. Counting down. Dogwalkers remain in the lead. Betches with the wall break, the spins, the pins. The wins headed over to Dogwalkers as they take down Wash Team 3-1.
And there's the little crack of a smile coming in from Charles. A job well done, of course. Really impressive stuff coming in from these guys. 3-1 against Wash Team. Quite the accomplishment. I think Wash Team played pretty well overall, but Layer Cake, man, they made that Sam work. Definitely one to watch there. I loved that set from them, and I think they're going to be very formidable opponents and a little bit of a rematch versus STMN from our qualifiers.
Yeah, this is something I'm seriously looking forward to, is seeing Dogwalkers face STMN just one more time. But after facing Wash Team, we have a bit of a clue of what they might be thinking about, especially the Sam. This was such a game changer for Wash Team to pick up, and he is getting nerfed in the next patch, might I add. He's just so good, and the way that Dogwalkers play it, Patchy puts these abilities to work. He's got such great control with the Knucklebusters on the ground, even getting stuns at some unexpected moments. We did see him fall just a moment ago, but that's kind of your job as a Sam. You push in, you play super aggro, you punish the enemy, and you completely disrupt their backlines. It forces people out of position, and the remainder of the Dogwalkers roster are able to take full advantage of it, pick up some kills on some safer brawlers that stay more towards the backlines.
It's so funny to me too. I mean, we saw it at the end there, but they're just such an animated team in the game. But of course, you see Charles on the player cam just sitting there, kind of smiling, doing his thing. I mean, what a contrast. And obviously a contrast here in kills too, of course. I mean, we see 10, 3, 6. Charles only had 3 and had equal to or more than the entire other team as individuals. Impressive stuff, a dominant set to say the least.
A statement, too, as Dogwalkers and Wash Team came into this one looking fairly well matched. We looked at the predictions, and we considered this, too, that Wash Team are great, but Dogwalkers are looking scary good. And they've even gotten some shout-outs from some of the other teams in the region saying how strong they are. Patchy, well deserving of the MVP, popping off on that Sam the entire last set, and usually playing some of the pretty flashy brawlers, but for good reason. He puts them to work. He capitalizes on those all-in scenarios. It's sort of his play style, and it has been for a very long time. Y'all might know him for playing the Mort. Now on the Sam, I don't really see much change.
I love it. A good choice from the people at home. We'll see what our boy F. Dot thinks about all this as we approach our final match of the day. I think it's going to be a pretty darn good one.
I think so too. I think this is a really good example of sort of the old guard and the new guard. We look at Patchy and his experience last season and then coming in. This is the storyline that you kind of root for as a caster. So I'm all in. Let's go.
Yeah,
I like it too. I mean, it's
of course.
all you, brother.
we're all so apt to talk about this last match. It's hard to even decide like who gets to share their thoughts here. But I mean, STMN and Dog Walkers, we're super hyped for this one.
Without a doubt, Reddy, absolutely. It was cool seeing Stamina kind of do their thing. That is the one question I kind of ponder is, would you rather kind of have the easy way in? Would you rather have the day off? Or just be warmed up is always the question. And so Stamina, TLG West put up a fight, but getting the 3-0 versus Dog Walkers and Wash Team a little bit more back and forth. Is Stamina less warm? I guess is kind of the idea that Dog Walkers want to approach this with. But I don't know how much water that's going to hold at the end of the day. I went with Stamina simply because I think that I'm going to borrow, Kenny, I'm going to borrow your line. Stamina's kind of the default for me here. And Dog Walkers need to prove that they can kind of like topple this tower before I'm all in. What do you think, Kenny?
I'm not going to lie. After you dunked on me a little bit earlier, I very much debated to go Dog Walkers because I said that line and I was absolutely wrong a little bit ago. But my heart of hearts, I do think Stamina is going to win this. A little bit of a revenge tour as well, as the Dog Walkers have beaten them recently in those qualifier stages. I think this could be a really fun one regardless. But yes, I'm going to go with it. I'm going to go with my guts. And that's going to be the default answer. It's STMN for me.
So, Reddy, when we take a look at this one, I want to ask you how big the gap is between Stamina and Dog Walkers. You went Stamina as well with your prediction, but how heavy is that?
I want you to imagine me like pinching my fingers here with a microscopic amount of distance between my index finger and my thumb. That's about how much distance I think there is. I think that STMN, they give an appropriate amount of respect to Dog Walkers. We've heard what they've said about this team. It is super, super scary. They're really, really good at drafting. However, STMN, they've had their fun. They've moved into the house. They're all having a great time, but now everyone's here and everyone's here to play. They were taken down by them in the upper bracket in those monthly finals, or rather the monthly qualifiers. However, STMN have said that over the last week, they've been grinding. They've been getting back up to speed. They're here to win.
Going to be a lot, going to be another interesting one. Really enjoying watching these guys use their four-man roster, right? They've got 4 players on the team, and it's not just 3 guys that play and the 4th. They all do. And even Bobby, who rarely sits out. We saw him sit out earlier today. So definitely an interesting macro approach to the game. Stamina approaching with 4 players and having different strategy. Certainly something they've got to be aware of, and something Dog Walkers have to be aware of as well. You kind of plan for your opposition there, Kenny. Patchy, Charles, and Chino are going to be taking the field. And so in a certain way, Stamina presents an extra variable by saying, sure, you might plan on dealing with whatever Sands is really good at, but maybe we'll just put him aside and let somebody else come in and play the game, and all of a sudden, there's a knuckleball right over the plate.
I think that's very true. I mean, they've got a strong 4, but at the same time, Dog Walkers, they've got a strong 3. You know, maybe they've got a little more chemistry as a result. I think there's a lot of ways to approach this year with that change and how many sets a team can play, the subs in and out, and things like that too. I mean, Dog Walkers had a pretty convincing early on too. I know it was 3-1 versus the 3-0, but the sets that they did win, they looked pretty strong in doing so. I think this last set that we got to see was a great demonstration of that. And of course, they love to have some fun with it too. Chino, Charles, Patchy, all very animated with those pins.
Gotta have it. I mean, if you're gonna be on top, you gotta think that you're even higher than the top. And when I look at these guys on the Dog Walkers, that's exactly kind of the vibe that they come through. They're confident, maybe even a little cocky sometimes, but I think you have to be that way in order to get to this level and then ascend to it. You're going up against Stamina, one of the most accomplished teams in the region. You better think you're that good. And so I'm very excited to jump on into this one. Ready? I want last thoughts from you. You're leaning Stamina. You think it's going to be pretty close. Give me all of the X factors that don't make it to the scoreboard.
Pretty much, dog walkers, they might be sort of susceptible to momentum. I've said that before. That's one of the main things that I've seen in games that they have lost, right? Which are actually sort of few and far in between. They're doing really, really well lately. That I want you guys to keep an eye on. See if you can see manifested in the gameplay some of the team comms you anticipate are going on. That plus pay attention very carefully to some of those picks from dog walkers, because I'll say it again, STMN have said these guys are scary good drafters. So if you see something kind of out of the box, just know that it's been well thought out.
Totally right. They have a great playbook, and now it's time to execute that as they jump onto the field. Very excited as we jump into our grand finals for the North American West region. Ready? Thank you so much, man. We will catch up with you in a little bit on the horn. For this matchup is going to be myself and my main man, Kenny. And we're going to start off at Bridge Too Far with Heist. We'll do Hot Zone and then Bounty, Brawl Ball, and Knockout if we need them. But I'm sure both of these squads want it to be quick and dirty. 85% of fans going with the Stamina team. Not surprised to see a lot of fans on that side, Kenny, but I want to see that dog walkers percentage go up and up and up.
Yeah, this is pretty wild to see. I believe these were actually identical bans almost to what we saw earlier. I think eliminating Colt's a little bit of surprise to me at the ban stage, but I understand it. I mean, maybe it's just a confidence pick from dog walkers, like the elimination of Grom a lot too. I think he's a really pesky one to deal with in this current meta. A Nani gonna be met by a Brock. This is gonna be a little bit of chess going on here. Nani, of course, might not be everyone's first pick overall on this map, but of course with the teleport that she has, so powerful for just getting across the map for free. And of course, gonna do super well into those traditional sharpshooter brawlers, ones like Brock, Piper. It's a good, solid response for that, especially if they run the other gadget.
Always what you got to be thinking about, all those different variables for sure. And the Brock man gonna be teamed up with 8-Bit. Love this pick. Obviously, Brock, we've talked a lot about how strong this character can be, particularly when it comes down to Heist. And 8-Bit, not only is it just going to amplify what the whole Brock strategy wants to do, but this is also a composition and a style that Stamina like to play.
Yeah, they do love themselves some Brock, and a couple really good players on there too, whether it's Czar or Bobby. A lot of the times they're going to be running at that brawler here. Got Nani to start things off. I'm curious to see how they finish things up, though. Still a lot of great options, and it's going to be Colette. You know, you look at this brawler, and you don't see anything super tanky, except for the giant arcade machine on the other side. No, he's technically not a tank by definition. You know, he shoots the laser gun, but he's a really healthy boy. I mean, it's where Colette can start to shine a little bit, and I think it's playing the objective, also playing into 8-Bit.
Also that. I think that it is so fundamental that, like, oh, Colette super, large percentage for free off of the Heist box. We established that, and then it feels like teams kind of moved past that as squads look to counter Colette. But at the end of the day, that fundamental strength is still there. And so Dog Walker's going, look, man, we do not need to reinvent the wheel. We got some long-range stuff and Colette super. And you go, cool, that's Heist.
Yeah, I think it's going to be curious here to see what this final pick is as well. And like you said, I like it that they played not only just a response to their brawler, but they are playing the objective. That's a big part of Brawl Stars. All these game modes are so unique and different. And sure, kills are nice. Having a good matchup is nice. But ultimately, if you're not playing the game mode, well, you're probably not winning. Final pick going to be Bell here.
Very true. No, totally right. I laugh just because, like, man, I'm a boomer. I've been playing games for so long, and one of the first things you learn when you play your very first competitive game, fight on the flag. Objectives is how, and so often it is easy to just get lost in the sauce and be like, I got 40 kills, and be like, awesome, you got 12% on the Heist box. You lose. Good day, sir. So Stamina and Dog Walkers take the field here today. DW with kind of the quintessential, like we said, the Colette draft. Colette actually going to move to the mid lane to get a different matchup, get away from that Bell who vastly outranges her.
Yeah, going to be looking for Chino to play on that 8-bit 7,200 HP, can get shredded by a few Chino shots. And of course, every time he connects that high safe in addition, it's 10% going in their favor. Patchy with a nice pickup on the Bobby, low HP brawler. That's where the Nani Peep can really shine too. Hovering down now, a few at 31, 50 shots, hitting that safe, and already 18% done. Great start here for Dogwalkers.
Yeah, and all that is just sort of like incidental damage, kind of like chip damage, if you will. You're just getting a little bit past the opposition, not unlike this, where we win the fight on the right and it opens up the door. Chino's up here in front and center, but isn't able to do anything and falls down before any real damage winds up coming out of Colette there. Ultimately, it's going to be 73% left remaining on staminas, and Dogwalkers very, very healthy just now. Is STMN getting involved? OG takes down Patchy in the right side. Because of that, the door will open a little bit. We're tied up. Scratch that. Lead change to stamina.
Ooh, and a big lead change too. OG putting in work right now on that high safe. Bobby, of course, winning his left-hand lane, gonna make it a little easier for him too. A teleport in from Patchy, just trying to do anything right now, but Czar continuing to get a win on this right-hand lane as well, and it's all over just like that in the blink of an eye. STMN, goodness gracious, that was quick.
Absolutely. And I think right there, that's one of the things that veterancy kind of shows you, is that, listen, they were losing hard for a while, but there's 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock in total. And it doesn't matter if you're losing for a majority of that time period, as long as you win at the end, you know? It's very simple. Doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile. Winning's winning. And so that's exactly what we saw Stamina do. Got behind the 8 ball a little bit, just vibed out, and then chose their spots. And that spot, Kenny, is a lot. It has a lot to do with OG in this middle lane. They're able to open up that, then they can walk forward. Here, though, on the back foot.
Yeah, OG, of course, going to be their primary damage dealer here. Patchy, though, getting a good angle. A lot of pressure being applied from Dogwalkers right there. Very different team with the past, I almost said, with a similar animal in mind. OG, though, going to be falling weak and now trying to break free a little bit here. Once again, a strong start from Dogwalkers, but it's all about how you finish, of course.
Ooh, Czar left side, 1, 2, 3, is able to take down Patchy, and a great adaptation by Chino, but Czar takes care of business there as well. Door open, and an important kill by Charles to take down the mid lane 8-bit. If Charles doesn't get that kill, Stamina off to the races.
It's going to be a close one once again. Patchy falling weak, though. Hits the nest egg, and honestly, probably for the better that they get that out of the way. Last time, they just ushered them all the way to the middle and right-hand side just because they covered them in nest eggs on the left. Czar going to once again be doing that Chino 3,000 apiece. He zooms on by, and now OG going to be dropping the turret there, trying to get some value out of it, but finds none as Charles takes care of that very quickly, and Dogwalkers all of a sudden really making him hurt.
That said, their turn's over. A kill out of Bobby winds up neutralizing everything, and Dogwalkers has to back up. 60% remaining for Dogwalkers, and Stamina obviously trailing at that 35% health mark. But again, Stamina was behind in game number 1 as well. Dogwalkers, I would like, if they can find the pressure one more time, and that's going to be off the Colette, can they finish? Charles needs to find the shot, but great pressure keeps Charles from going too far ahead. And ultimately, it's Czar left side that's able to win, but the countdown starts. 17 seconds remaining. Can Stamina step up? Now is the only time that they have the opportunity.
Yeah, they get a few shots up too. They need 5% more now for OG, low HP. Bobby doesn't have a lot to work with. Fires the rockets from the skies though, and I think they're gonna squeak by here. No, the other side, it's so close. But STMN get away with 6%. So close, but like you said in game number 1, it's not about how much you win by, all about that scoreboard at the end of the game.
Hey man, I'm not that smart. I gotta give credit where credit's due. That's Vin Diesel. You gotta respect the quote master. But at the end of the day, man, you know, that was, we got sort of like that bounty-esque ending where it's just like, all right, we're hanging out, and then 7 seconds, ready, set, go. And they were able to go ahead, they being Stamina, were able to find that extra damage towards the end. So because of that, 2-0 and done, we will re-rack and head to the next one. Rearview mirror real quick. And like I said, a lot of it, Dogwalkers were able to find pretty consistent pressure, but for Stamina, it was those moments of blitzkrieg bop. They were just able to open the window and then truck the safe.
Yeah, I know you're crediting Vin Diesel a little bit for the wise words, but I really liked one word you used there earlier in the middle of game number 2. It's turns. It really felt like every side was taking their turn, a back and forth affair, and ultimately it was STMN who could capitalize just a little bit more on all of those opportunities. And of course, we see it here. I mean, pretty even distributed kills. If you told me in looking at this, the only thing that really stands out is maybe the Charles DPS, but overall, everybody really contributing, doing their part, getting that damage, but ultimately it was just STMN who were able to walk away from this one.
Great stuff so far, and a good start if you're a Stamina fan. But that said, I'm not totally convinced that this is going to be over as quickly as Stamina might want it to be as we head into our second set of the grand finals. Hot Zone, Ring of Fire, and in general, we know what it takes to kind of win our hot zones. We talk a lot about Lou and area control and this, that, and the third. Hi, friends. But Ring of Fire specifically, what are you thinking, Kenny, when we jump into the Johnny Cash?
Well, we're going to see B as a safe first pick, but we've had all broadcasts to take a second talk about these safer picks. You know, we see Lou out of the way. I want to give a shout out to Stu here. It's somebody that I've seen scrimmed quite a bit in North America on this map. And of course, Dogwalkers have a player in Patchy that plays Stu masterfully. He's the best, if not one of the best in North America. Always love seeing him play the Brawler. And with that speed zone, he can bring the hot zone. I think it could be something good for them if they find a way to incorporate it. Something I saw in a scrimmage the other day between STMN and another really solid powerhouse from North America East. So kind of having my eyes on that. But of course, 2 really safe picks like we've been talking about all broadcast. The B, the Penny, got no complaints here.
Absolutely. Just a standard. Again, you know, anytime you've got a place that you can hide that turret, Penny is going to be exciting and a great option. And B just has so many buttons to press, whether it's Honey Molasses or whatnot. She has so many options with respects to her gadget, her super, and of course, just shooting folks. Colonel Ruff's coming down, and I'm always a fan of Colonel Ruff's. Not only does he do the good things with the sandbags and sort of setting up the HQ, like I like to talk about on the point, but listen, man, anytime you can amplify your teammates' damage, like I love damage amps like Bell and Colonel Ruff. I think it's just very cool gameplay to be able to support without healing. You know, you're supporting by helping do extra damage, and so I'm always on board.
Yeah, he's definitely a unique brawler and one that I feel like deserves a lot of credit in the competitive realm just because of how much he can do. He gets the bounce shots, he can power teammates up with HP and that damage like you're alluding to. But Amber, one we like on this map, I just don't see her as frequently recently, but this can certainly work. I mean, not just because it's an easy tap, but you can burn open that grass and really gain your team some visibility.
One of my favorite picks in the entire game. If you've heard me yell about this game enough, you've heard me. I like unique attributes to characters, as Bobby Locke's in the Carl Man. And Amber is absolutely that. She can take away a strategy of your opponents, which, to be fair, you know, it's not like we see like a Rosa and a Crow across the way. Dogman and Penny are going to be totally fine without the grass. That's totally cool. But Amber strips that strategy away to a certain extent and also just deals damage. But who had last pick Gray written down? Anybody?
I kind of forgot about him. I'll say it. Like, I did not go to first period with F-Dot. I should have remembered that. I think this is a really solid final pick. We saw the work that it could put in earlier. And again, even if it's not as inherent as something like Gray Jackie, he's still that guy. He is a great brawler. And before this balance change comes in, as far as I'm concerned, he's still at the tippy top of the meta.
Yeah, this is one of those picks where Gray, does it fit in the composition? Who cares? He's Gray. And that's kind of where we're at right now. Czar going to start this one off hot, running up the right lane, but Charles takes out the mid. So even if Czar was successful with this Carl flank, wouldn't amount to much. As OG steps up on the point, Dogwalkers take care of Czar. And we're back to mid control for the red team.
Interesting choice of gadget here from Charles, too. I thought he might be, you know, forced off of the sandbags because of Amber and the piercing shots that she has. She can burn right through those things. But if they can find value into somebody who's a single shot brawler like Bobby, it works out really well. I mean, even Carl, he just goes right through the things. They have to be really selective about how they go with this. But so far, so good. Small lead here, but certainly they're being contested over it.
Bobby taken care of, and Stamina having a hard time finding their opening, but here it might come as Zar gets a double kill. Still alive is Charles. Just kidding. Make it 3 for Carl. And the door is not only kicked open, but Stamina are waterfalling through it. On the point, 40% and counting.
Goodness gracious. I mean, Zar refuses to quit. 2 team wipes back to back. Zar having 5 out of 6 of those kills. You want to talk about a dunk. They're bringing out that ball, but that was insane stuff from Zar. He's still going. He might get another one. Oh, a trade. We'll take it. Credit where credit's due, man. That was crazy.
Zar was alive with 2 HP. That's 1 more than he needed. Fantastic sequence to allow Stamina to grab the lead, but now the tide is turned. Stamina 76%, but it's Dog Walkers that are on the point and counting up. Zar again finds himself on the flank, but this time the opposite happens. He gets put underground. Point stalled. Stamina trying to force their way up. Charles barely alive. Zar changes that, and it's Stamina's point one more time. OG steps forward, 85%, and going up.
It's not over yet either. It's a close call, but I mean, a good offense here from Dog Walkers can do the thing. Patchy gets a kill, a pull onto Bobby as well, a pickup there too. 3 brawlers now standing for Dog Walkers. All they have to do is stand on the darn thing for a few more moments, and it ticks all the way there. What a close one here for the Dog Walkers.
Back and forth, fantastic individual performance out of Zar, obviously, but the rest of the team was doing good work as well. Ultimately, what it came down to is just Dog Walkers. I used the term turn before. They just had more turns. They just had more opportunities to all in and step on that point. I'm not sure it was all the great pick. It was just good brawling. So Dog Walkers start us off with 1 already. And guess what? They're first on the point again.
Yeah, and I mean, they're winning the kill category as well. All 3 going for this one, but they're dangerously close to going down. The sandbags going up instantly upon that teleportation. Gino Charles now sitting safely with the amount of HP they've gotten. It's going to be 32% to 3. Strong start once again for Dog Walkers, but don't look now. STMN trying to pave the road for themselves to take another lead.
Little bit of a light position on the point because Zar was so low on the right-hand side. So they just step up, but they got to step right back out. And it's Dog Walkers on the point. OG's getting shot from all directions, including from a turret. So it looked like Stamina might have flirted with it, but it's still DW. 50%, but it's slowed down. Stamina doing a better job of trying to push Dog Walkers off the point and occasionally getting it done. But Patchy trades out with Bobby, and Zar, unsuccessful super.
Yeah, they're going to need a Zar pop-off once again right now. I mean, that's the only thing really climbing them back in this one. Opportunity here, but a great segment just coming in overall. Some good team wipes, some nice kills, and they're continuing to climb kills back and forth, of course, but even 1 brawler on that hot zone counts towards that percentage. Another teleport through. This time, though, Zar's going to pick up Charles. Gonna burn down. Well, they're going to have to play a perfect one, but it's still possible. If STMN can hold the line just a little bit longer, maybe avoid those patchy supers, at least an opportunity.
It's going to be tough. Absolutely tough. They have to play not perfect. It's not 99%, but it might as well be. 55% for Stamina and counting up, but with the step back, Dog Walkers step forward, but they get the kills. Zar and Bobby went up on top. It's still Stamina's game at the moment. Chino taking damage from OG. Teleport in. Dog Walkers teleport to victory. Great play there, and we're tied 1-1.
Yeah, big smile coming in from Charles, too. I mean, I don't think they needed to rush it. They were up so much. As long as they got that gray super, they were good to go. Just drop your brawlers off in the middle and just climb those last few percentage points. But I won't lie, they made me a little nervous. I would have been pretty heartbroken for them. But yeah. I think they knew from the get-go. They were sitting pretty. They were good. But great stuff from Dog Walkers. I mean, this is now a tie ball game. I think an excellent set overall, and they just kind of look like the better team despite Zar having one of what might have been the best plays of the day with 5 straight kills. Some crazy stuff on that left-hand lane.
Yeah, a lot of fun watching Zar go off. Not only did he just get the kills, but he did so in an effective way. Found the flank, took a bunch of players down so his team could step forward. It wasn't just flash for flash's sake. I'm not yelling at him for fighting on the road. He's zoning, baby. And so a great performance out of Czar. But not enough. Dogwalkers wind up taking it, and it's cool. That game-winning teleport essentially was the only gray-specific thing that we saw here. On a team that's made their name for just out-drafting folks and kind of winning in the textbook side of things, not necessarily on the field, this was kind of the opposite. They had gray and strong brawlers for sure, but to me, Kenny, they just kind of went out there and fought the opponent. I don't think they necessarily won the draft.
Yeah, I mean, I thought STMN came with some strong stuff too, and they're going to have to do it once again here. Canal Grande, a tie ball game as well. And we got word that Sands is coming in for OG, so we're going to be trying yet another lineup here. It seems to be something STMN are pretty set on here today.
So I'm very interested. I can't wait to kind of like go and do my homework and, you know, be a real spreadsheet daddy about it. I want to see which game modes, which maps, which brawlers that Stamina are choosing to swap out their fourth player on. Because if there's a method to the madness, Kenny, I love it. I need it. I want more of it. It's so sick. It's awesome. But if they're just kind of like, hey, we lost, who wants to tag in? I think that might be more detrimental than it is instrumental.
Yeah, there's certainly something to be said about that, right? I mean, they've got 4 very talented players, but if you're somebody like Dogwalkers and all 3 of them are getting the reps in every time, you build up that chemistry. I think it just depends on how much as a team you value that. But STMN, they've put this together for a long time. And like you said, if they've got a strategy behind it, maybe they've got a certain map pool for each person. Who knows? I mean, that's something we'll definitely have to ask them about in future days. But I see where you're coming from. I could definitely see how that could backfire on you.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you're just like, well, we lost, I'm done, you're next. I'm like, come on, bro. But I want a method to the, I want to see the science. So Patchy's going to be picking the Ashe and the Luz out there as well. Of course, we'll see what they all play. But the Ashe, certainly a strong choice. And Squeak. So Canal Grande is one of those maps that I absolutely love area deniers, specifically choke point abusers. Because of that mid and the way it works out, Squeak, one of my favorite brawlers in the game, full stop, but specifically in situations like this for sure. I think Lou's going to be the same threat level, if not higher, because of the same reason, but Squeak gets to do it on the regular, even without a super.
Yeah, so we've got this Otis on the other side playing into somebody like Ashe. I mean, if you get the mute button on him, great stuff. You know, a good way to deal with somebody tanky in front of your face. But I like that they take the Lu alongside it. In my notes, these were actually the 2 brawlers I was looking out for. Somebody that maybe more in that surprise category. But again, one of the biggest takeaways for me this weekend and just throughout general competition is Lu's just about everywhere. It's not just a hot zone thing anymore. It's a Brawl Stars thing.
Oh, yeah.
I'm very curious to see how Dogwalkers can kind of implement that into their game as they're playing a very NA style comp here. They joined the Carl in there too, which I think is going to force the Colonel Ruffs off these sandbags. They're going into Squeak as well, which isn't the highest HG brawler, not the most DPS in there as well. So not going to lie, I kind of like this for Dogwalkers. I think a very unique but very solid comp when I look at the other side.
Absolutely. This is one of those sort of like individual based compositions where what they were lacking with the Ashe and Lu, it would have been kind of, Stamina can kind of play from a distance. Carl is going to not allow that. Essentially, Carl is going to jump on you flying hook style and kind of try to bring the attitude to you and leaving space for his squad mates. That's the idea. Obviously, Ashe wants to be front and center, and he is, but that also might be what happens to Ashe for being front and center, get popped.
Yeah, it's kind of that same concept I talked about a little earlier when we saw Salmon Bounty. It's when you're an aggressive brawler like that, at least Ashe can kind of keep his distance a little bit, but if he's the one loading up on all those stars and just trades out with the enemy, it's almost not worth it. But right now, Apache trying to do his best to make it worth it. A nice popped gadget there, hitting that chill pill, getting his HP back up. A Lu super in the mid, going to completely cut them off. Of course, this being a map that's very unique in the sense that it plays more east to west, rather north-south. Apache with another kill. Goodness gracious, 10-3 lead for Dogwalkers.
Just walked him down. And here comes Chino. Patchy took care of Bobby first. Chino did it secondarily. And Patchy going to go to work as well, getting the trade out. Short Ding, doubling Stamina's 7 stars. It's just been a rumble here. Good kill for Stamina, shortening that lead to just 3.
And Patchy getting a little aggressive here too. The mute button hitting him. He's just a standing duck, but he's still getting a kill. A trade is better than none. Actually giving them a 2-star lead and all that too. It's gonna be Lou and Carl still standing in the mid. STMN now rushing back up. But don't look now, Ash back up in action. This is a close call.
Stamina now in the mid game, doing a good job of keeping Patchy at a distance. I think that's the win condition for Stamina. They just can't let Ash into their house, which easier said than done. Trust me, I know. But we got 12 seconds on the clock, and Dogwalkers have the lead, albeit a slim one. Czar and Bobby inching up on the right side. Sands is able to get the kill, and Chino too far away, can't close the gap. Neither can Charles. And one for fun, 21 in the pocket for Stamina, and they take game one.
Wow, what a good comeback from them too. A lot of kills going down in that overall game. They're locked in. I think OG probably making some good call outs here too. He's standing up, can't even sit down. I mean, it's just so exciting to watch, and such a close call too. Two formidable foes going at it. As Chino, of course, going to be going for the gadget to get this immediately. It's going to be blue star advantage and an extra kill once again. Patchy going to be stomping down this left-hand side. Picks himself up a 5-0 lead for his team.
Great job out of the tank player here for Dogwalkers, and they're all in. Drop the rats. Czar falls down again. Lucky number 7 here for DW. Lost game 1, but a great bounce back.
Yeah, and Patchy just kind of abusing this matchup right now. Now on his 6th star. That's perfect stuff coming in from him. And again, this is something we talked about in the draft stage, but Squeak, one of the squishier brawlers, can't do a lot of damage to somebody up close. He kind of has to wait for those projectiles to explode like you see there against Chino. It's not easy at all. And now Bobby's going to be in trouble here too. They hit the mute button, but he's going to be able to walk out of this finally going down. Looked unstoppable there for a little bit. Nonetheless, though, 6-star lead. Dogwalkers sitting pretty.
Bobby on the right side, watching his team get decimated by Chino, the one-man tornado, and Bobby also just winding up in the jaws. And so it's 20-9. Dogwalkers turn it up to 23. Oh, and the thumbs down pin. Get out of my game. Dogwalkers feeling some type of way.
Oh man, they've got me feeling some type of way with how good they're playing some Brawl Stars right now. As a fan, you just love to see it, but oh, he does get away. I was gonna say needs to pop that gadget. Flying hook to get out of harm's way. Chino has to be careful about how he does this though. He might spread those shots over to Charles and then things could get really interesting. Trying to hit him with a brain freeze, can't do so quite yet. 17-25. They need a lot of stars here, at least 2 kills along with it. But that pickup from Patchy should secure the deal. Beautifully played set from Patchy, Chino. So many kills to go around for this team, to be honest with you.
Absolutely. And I really liked the end of that game. I think a lot of what we were seeing here is just individual prowess. Dudes out here brawling. But what happened towards the end of that, which honestly, they didn't even need to win that hard, guys. You just didn't need to go that hard. They saw how Stamina started to spread out, and they abused the fact that they were spread, pushed down the right side, and just got the numbers advantage. Chino, we saw this episode already. He takes care of 2 people by himself again. Great stuff. Another good start for Dogwalkers.
Yeah, I mean, no matter how you lane it, right? I mean, they ignore the Patchy, they go to the other side, they're trying to play the Carl, but Carl still has a great matchup in this week, too. There's no way to get around it. I mean, he's just a lightweight brawler, and Carl, of course, with a lot of HP and a lot of damage, is going to show it off right there. 294, going to be the number to keep him alive. They're still doing good work on the left-hand side, too. They can't even walk forward. There's an ice pond directly in their face.
I love the Lou stall. It's very romantic to think about the huge Lou super that stuns everybody. But realistically, like, you need to burn time on the clock. You put you raise the drawbridge. You can't walk here, dude. And that's you've done the thing. You are effectively playing the game. Love that choice. Very cool stuff.
Yeah, it's more of an art, right? It's Charles playing a Lou. It's not a brute, aggressive brawler, somebody like Ash who picks up the hammer and smash. It's putting down these Lou supers, knowing that this map has 2 lanes, not 3. There's no Eve that can go up the middle, and it's really leading the way for them to take a big lead. 10 stars, and Chino still hungry for more. He's in trouble, though. A super dropping down. He somehow avoids it. Can he stay up? No, but he does manage to get a kill for all of his troubles. 20 seconds to go. 6 stars for DW.
Stamina on the right-hand side. Bobby looking for the damage onto Chino, and they are not able to take care of him safely. 18-13. Stamina's going to need 2 kills to win this one, and with that final Chino play, that's it. Dogwalkers are able to take the second set, and it's 2-1 DW, big picture.
One more to go. There's the man himself. I mean, again, he's so animated in game. They show off those pins. He hits you with it all the time, but outside of that, he's calm, cool, and collected. And that's exactly what they did there. Again, there were just so many moving pieces and everybody really doing a good job. So many different roles between the Carl, the Ashe, which is up close, and, you know, somebody like Lou, who really has to rely on his super. They made it count. You know, that first game going to STMN, I was feeling pretty good about their odds, but gosh, games 2 and 3 really looked great for Dogwalkers.
Yeah, for real. Again, the individual prowess was just on display. Chino obviously stole the spotlight, but Patchy was a terror on this Ashe. Just walking forward and hitting the button. Really just not even flashy, just effective. And that's what you have to do on the tank character like Ashe. Patchy does it to a T. Great work.
Yeah, you gotta love to see it. I mean, Charles doing a great job cycling out those supers, and one interaction too that a lot of people at home may not realize. It's something that I recently learned when doing some digging, is when Carl is spinning, he actually doesn't get interrupted by the silent seabed from Otis, his super. He can continue to finish out that animation. It's a lot of value that you can still get out of it. Just the little things like that go such a long ways, like you saw there, even if it was just an added on kill for fun. Man, big numbers coming in from Patchy and Chino, though. That is some crazy stuff.
Absolute destruction coming out from Dogwalkers, and they find themselves 1 set away from the victory here at our monthly finals. If you're just tuning in, we did have a pretty big upset, in my opinion, on the other side of North America. We might see the same thing here. I'm just saying it's possible.
I mean, this is an opportunity for a revenge tour from STMN, and now they find themselves down 2-1 in the qualifier stages. Dogwalkers were the one that knocked them down into that lower bracket. And now they're gonna have to go to Sneaky Fields and win 2 straight, but it starts here. This map is such an interesting one to watch. You can go with some wall break strategy to try and open up the map. You can go tanks, which have been running rampant in our meta right now, or you can prep for the worst. You can go with those anti-tank brawlers. It's a really difficult one to draft, to be honest with you.
It really is, and you know, difficult's one word. I think I'll say I think it's interesting because there are so many approaches that you can take to it, and truly, what's your team good at? That's the way you approach it, as opposed to, well, you better be good at this because that's the way it's got to go. A lot of different opportunities. Otis, not really tilting, not really showing us one way or the other. Otis kind of fits into all the comps, so we'll see the way it works out. But there's Tiny Lou, Ice Cream Man coming to town, really looking for just control.
Yeah, he somehow found his way onto another map, and no tanks yet, but both sides clearly prepping for it. I mean, we've got Lou, which can do really well in that category with the brain freeze, slowing down the enemies. He drops his icy pond, and it's a winter wonderland, right? It's a tank's nightmare, and of course, Chino being on the Otis, a strong brawler, and you know, when he's got still the starfish by his side, he can do a really good job at just halting enemies with a simple mute button. There's the man himself. It wouldn't be an A if we didn't have Ashe on this map. Love to see it.
Absolutely, and taking the Ashe away, especially after the performance that Patchy just had, this is definitely a ban by way of pick. Like, yeah, we know Stamina wants to play this, but it's guaranteed that they're going to play it, knowing that Patchy's across the way. So a nice selection there for sure. As the options over to Dogwalkers, and they look to round out their composition next to Otis.
Yeah, I think a ban that may have really impacted that. Yeah, I think Rico's an interesting one too. I know Reddy wasn't necessarily as big of a fan maybe on Sneaky Fields. I believe he was talking about it earlier, but I actually do not mind him on this map. When he can apply some pressure there towards the goal side, you know, we've got that little 4-pronged wall, I believe, closer to the goal. You know, he's got the bounce shots. It's really hard to dodge those without a wall break, so that's definitely something that they're going to have to prepare for. But the Rosa also being banned, typically a good matchup into Ashe. The Sam Ashe matchup, of course, a very fun one too. Certainly going to be a lot of punches thrown in that one, and of course, 2 of the best tanks out there right now.
Out here to make some music. We'll see how it works out as Sans and Bobby have selected the first and second choices of Lou and Ash. And for our last selection here, it's going to be the Max. So a nice utility facilitator like this choice, especially anytime you have Ash around, speeding up, sounds good to me. And Lou's going to be able to do the Lou thing. So I like Stamina's composition here. Dog walkers, strong stuff individually. I guess I'm going to take the easy way out and say I'm in between you and Reddy on this Rico. I get it. Doesn't mean I love it. But at the end of the day, Rico is, just a character that you can just out-brawl with. So we'll see if they're able to get mid-control off of these bounce shots. And Charles is going to get the last hit, but guess who did a lot of that damage, Kenny? It was Chino.
Yeah, I mean, it's the risk reward you run with him, right? I think Reddy brings a great perspective in the sense that, yeah, he's a squishy brawler going against somebody like Ash. It's a pretty free matchup for Bobby, but if he can keep his distance, cycle out these gadgets, we keep him healthy and really apply pressure when they're on offense, he has to be in really good position and keep his distance. It's not an easy one to play, which is why I can definitely see the doubt while I see the opposition coming in. I think you have a great perspective, but a lot of kills going down. Oh my goodness. Bobby, Azar get a cleanup right there, and what looked really good for Dog Walkers to start, like you said, that Chino damage coming in. Now, all of a sudden, looking alive here for STMN.
Patchy goes in by himself. Questionable play there, but not going to be that big of a deal as Sands doesn't go over for the ball just yet. Nobody really has momentum or leverage or the advantage. Both teams just kind of honestly hanging out, looking for the opening. Dog Walkers with 2 players alive. Seems like Stamina wants to think about it, but Patchy just spawns up. So again, we return to the mid. Just over a minute to go. And Bobby's going to walk up thanks to the big stun puddle out of Lou. Charles down for the count, and this could be the opportunity. Shot and score. Sands is the one to put it in. Stamina up 1.
Yeah, on defense, Chino certainly can't do as much there. Has to really hit those super shots and the regular ones to make it count. On offensive side, can be great, but that's where the ready factor comes in that he mentioned a little bit earlier. Great analysis from him.
Big
putting in a good perspective as Bobby picks up a big kill. Super shot over. Ooh, this could be bad, though. No, it's okay. Goodness gracious. They gave me a little bit of a heart attack, but they get it through. Nice game there coming in from STMN.
Yeah, just a little bit of, no, we're good. But it definitely gave me a little, oh no. So, nice recovery there, boys. And Stamina trying to claw their way to a 5th set. If Stamina win this one and we get out of Brawl Ball, we're going to knockout. And we know how knockout is to end the grand finals. So might be a good one. And honestly, I'm always here. I'm rooting for extra Brawl at all times. So the Rats come out, Patchy in trouble. But I don't think there's a scoring opportunity here if Chino has his way, but he might not. Team not respawning. And there's the defense.
Oh, and nearly a big play there, too. The gravity pull going to keep him off that for now. It's going to be Patchy, Chino, Charles now marching it down the map. There's the Winter Wonderland on the right-hand side, though, cutting off about half the map. Chino not connecting enough shots there to make Bobby's HP dwindle too much. It's going to be this tank matchup on the left-hand side. A pick up on the Sands there, too. Might be an opportunity to get a goal.
Huge play by Patchy there. Ultimately loses the duel, but he keeps Bobby out of the fight in mid. And that allows Dog Walkers to basically trade out even in the middle. Now it's after the fact, and Stamina pushes up forward, but defense will be respawning. Patchy goes in by himself again, knowing that his defenders will respawn no problem. Ball left in mid. No score just yet. Sands starts us off with a kill, and Patchy slowed and elbowed. In comes the scoring opportunity. Chino falls down. Czar kicks it in. Stamina up again.
Nicely played there. Chino nearly did the thing, but just not enough against all of those brawlers on the other side. 2 Lou supers in quick succession. Nicely done. Charles with a good super there, too. Ash, of course, releasing one of his own at the very end there, but can't quite get the pickup. Charles, I think, going to be enough defense on his own to really give Dog Walkers an opportunity here.
Patchy, again, leading the charge. Consistently finding himself on the front lines. This time it works out. Patchy's been doing this time and time again, creating space, but hasn't been successful. This time, he wins the fight. and opens the door for the Dog Walkers to go ahead and score. I think we're seeing overtime.
Yeah, when those whistles come down to, it's going to be an interesting one. Kick forward. Patchy might have an opportunity here in the final moments. They need to gain positioning, but they're very weak. Bobby going to fall, super shot in hand. It's Czar playing the lone goalkeeper. Patchy just going to keep walking it forward. The super shot through, and the goal on the right-hand side. Nicely done there. Charles locked in now as they go into possibly what could be the last game.
The accuracy, too, nails it precisely in the, I'm not a hockey fan, but there's like a number for that hole. The corner, all right, perfectly placed. Good stuff. As Stamina walks forward, finds a couple of kills right off the rip, and just pushes, shoves. It wasn't even classy. They just get it done. Goal one.
Now, Patchy trying to play defense here against Bobby. Bobby getting the win there, though. Sands thankfully picking up a kill. If you're a fan of STMN, low HP for both sides, though. They're going to have to wait for now. Charles picking up this ball. Not electing to pocket it just yet. If they concede and kind of play defense, they're not really going to have an opportunity to move forward, especially from playing from behind. That's not something you really want to do. Patchy frozen on this left-hand side as well. Czar with a few shots. Tough situation, and now it's DW, all defense.
Full reset. Ball castle up here in the top left. Not ideal for Dog Walkers as they are not on the board just yet. But the Lou Super is going to come out and create a no man's land here in the top left. Patchy actually wins the fight on the left side, but Bobby is just sending the rats all in. No, Charles doesn't fall down. 15 HP is enough. And Dog Walkers play defense, but that won't be enough. Dog Walkers need to find a goal here. If it all ends right now, Stamina wins. So Dog Walkers need to find an opportunity.
Patchy throwing down a super 2-3 brawlers standing for STMN. Bobby grabs the ball, face shift forward, an easy goal for Czar. This match ain't over yet. STMN smiles across the board, bringing us in to a golden set 5.
You absolutely love to see it. Here, I mean, Chino tried so hard. Patchy on the Sam, it was for me, it was maybe a different tank would have worked out. Patchy, he didn't do terribly, but I just didn't see the Sam be as effective as the tank across the way, essentially.
Yeah, I think that's pretty fair. You know, one of the things we pointed out in the pre-draft is Rosa a lot of the times can be that great answer into Ashe. Most times it wins that matchup. Of course, Ashe, Superman himself, can do just about anything. That's what NA's taught me. But you just see an overwhelming amount of offense coming from them, you know, especially somebody like Sands, who's supposed to be this kind of defensive brawler, right? Keeps his distance, throws down the loose supers, that art form we talked about earlier. No, he was right there with them. Everybody just pushing it forward and even getting the goal right there. I thought that was a really good step up for STMN, a hard-fought battle, and of course, Dog Walkers not quite out of it yet. This set 5, it's going to be a close one to call.
Absolutely, should be a lot of fun, and going into knockout, particularly always a nail biter because of the way it is. It's just extra exciting when we wind up with knockout in number 5. Take a look at the numbers though, and can I get confirmation that is that real? Bobby, 23 kills for Bobby, confirmed accurate.
Yeah, I actually just received word on that, F. He is him. I mean, that's absolutely insane. 23 kills, the game of a lifetime. That's a career-setting moment right there. That's the legacy that Bobby leaves in this region. Been so good for so long, and really just putting on a show for us there. The Ashe and all of the gameplay that they bring to the table, so fun to watch. Insane stuff.
You saw towards the end, we spilled the beans. OG is stepping in here for Sands in our final set of the weekend. Very exciting. Stamina again. If you're just joining us, where you been? But it's time to shine. Stamina is the top card. They've been one of the most winningest teams in North America, but the Dog Walkers, they have one of the most talked about players in the league, and they're stepping up to be, grab that torch. This is a fun team to watch for sure. Gene, first selection for the Dog Walkers.
It's intense. I mean, this is a lot of pressure on one last draft for our first weekend of the year. Tick, Gus, Bo. Another Bo on the other side, too. I'm a little surprised to see him banned twice, but clearly they don't want to do with it. And an unusual Eve pick here. Not that it's a bad brawler by any means. I'm just not used to seeing it picked frequently here, but it makes a lot of sense. This is not only a long-range brawlers, it brings the spawners to the table, which Jean does not do well against at all. That fanning shot can't quickly take down those spawners, and also that pool. You know, if it's got 3 extra little helpers standing in his way, can't make the big plays.
It's true. I'm an Eve hater, but you do bring up a good point. Daryl shows up here for stamina, and Daryl is an interesting character when it comes down to knockout. Very polarizing. We've seen some teams great success when it comes down to Daryl. I like the pressure he provides. You just roll on him, but it does kind of put you in a position where you have a very pointed strategy, right? It kind of is about targeting one guy and pushing him down when Daryl has that super available. And so in that vein, the enemy knows what's coming.
Yeah, the enemy knows it's coming, and they don't necessarily have a direct response to this. I mean, great combination, don't get me wrong. Max, Jean, long-time synergy for Brawl Stars, but they have a real opportunity to go for a direct tank counter. They could pick somebody like B here who does really well, long range, goes into tanks. Maybe they're fearful of whatever they leave on the board here, like a Sprout or something like that could counter one of those long range brawlers. But no, I mean, Daryl might have a good opportunity here to get some kills. You know, Jean, not a squishy brawler by any means, but there's not a ton of HP to go around on the other side. I don't think it's a free matchup, but I don't know. We saw what Bobby could do on the tank earlier. If he's playing this one again, I'm a little scared for dog walkers against that matchup.
Got to agree. I think at the end of the day, the draft, listen, it is very hard for me to ever really go against a Jean draft. The fundamentals are strong, get the pull and you kill the guy. However, across the way, and again, the Eve makes sense here. I like Stamina's draft more so than I like the dog walkers, and I'm a little surprised by that.
Well, it's going to be a loaded right-hand side. Patchy, Charles, Chino, all grouping together, and I think they might be going for an old-timey kind of strategy with Charles. I imagine they're going to be going for a different star power. Big pickup early, though. That's a huge mistake coming in for STMN, over-aggressing just a little bit, and you can see it there, too. They're gaining HP and health as they do that. Charles with the passive super going to help out and go really well with that magic puffs.
Works out well for dog walkers, and ultimately, Czar's going to look to charge up that super, land a couple of shots here. Of course, not over just yet. 2-on-3. Obviously, dog walkers have the upper hand, but Bobby has that super available. Here, Kenny, do you go for the win and use that super, or are you just kind of saving for next round?
I think they can make a hero play with Daryl specifically, but that's not the way to do it. Huge mistake there and a miscalculation on the bounce. Bobby, of course, can regenerate that a little bit easier since he's a tank Daryl, and it passively gets it for him. So that's one brawler I would say, yeah, it's probably okay if you really want to go for the hero play. But of course, Bell, yeah, it's going to be a little bit harder. And of course, most calculation there would ever happen, but Bobby already has it back. I mean, no sweat. They were definitely not favorites in that matchup anyways.
For sure. I do think Bobby would like to do anything but what happened. But that was last round. New round. New game. Let's go. Last time around, OG was the first one to fall. How does Eve protect herself a little bit better than last time?
Yeah, just can't step away from the team. Again, Eve doesn't have a ton of HP. Sure, she has the jump to get over a wall, but if you got all 3 brawlers from dog walkers, one of the influences, I think, for picking this Bell is that bounce shot. So if you hit one, you're probably getting some chip damage on the others, too. So I kind of see the inspiration for that as well, but now the offense is coming in. It's going to be DW moving forward. Czar getting pieced up a little bit here. OG has to keep his distance. They go for sandbags, too, to keep him protected, which, again, Bell can bounce off of. I think this Bell pick makes a lot of sense. They just can't get overwhelmed.
The gas coming in here. Daryl tries to roll in and deleted. Ineffective super. So it's OG and Czar versus the world. And the world winds up on top. Dog walkers 2 in a row. Honestly makes it look easy. And so that's one away from winning monthly finals.
Yeah, I mean, Dogwalker is playing their strategy to perfection here. And again, I got to give them a lot of credit. STMN have answers here. They didn't even go at a hard counter towards Bobby, who's playing the Daryl. They've got Zara with the bounce shot. They've got Eve, who counters the Gene with the spawners, but they have to get those supers in order to counter all three brawlers. Once again, on that right-hand side, this time Bobby and Zara trying to hit him with some aggression. Charles going to be low HP here, somehow stays alive. They get out of that one pretty much unscathed.
Yeah, real awkward positioning coming out from Walkers here. Luckily, like you said, able to heal it up and kind of walk away, no pun intended. And here comes the left side push. Stamina staying largely central. And Dogwalker split up. Bobby sees the opportunity and goes on in, trades out. So it's 2-on-2. Chino half HP. And here come the damage out of the spawns. And OG winds up with the kill. And the 2-on-1 for Charles will go the way of Stamina. And a nice start here. Maybe I spoke too soon.
Yeah, I think some nice response there from OG especially.
There
I mean, that's where the counterplay starts to kick in. And yeah, Charles going to just run it in. I think a good call too. You don't want to feed OG. You don't want to feed Czar. Just keep those supers, admit defeat, concede, move on. I think a great decision there.
We'll start again here in round number 2. Super available for Bobby. And again, it's all about the moment of opportunity. If Bobby goes in at the wrong time, they fail. If Bobby goes in at the right time, they might not fail. Not guaranteed the dub, but that's what they're looking for. And I think so far, Bobby's gotten it right 1 out of 3 times. Or I should say, the team.
Yeah, it's certainly something to watch here. And Bobby, a huge wildcard factor here. Now the speed going through, to the pull going in as well. They claim Czar immediately. 3v2 situation, and now Bobby's going to have to play this to perfection if they want to climb their way out of this one.
I think it's easier to win the 2v2 with Bell up, but with, there it is, with the Daryl and Eve combo, you probably just go next. So that brings us to a 3rd round here. Dogwalkers on round, set, match, the whole tournament point. Stamina trying to claw their way back into it. Should we find a Stamina victory, we do it again. Dogwalkers don't want to do that. Eve super a little sleepy, but Dogwalkers clumped up on the left-hand side. OG low, but a beautiful protection there. And here comes Stamina. Bobby rolls in, but Dogwalkers waterfalling over him. 1 player alive. Kenny, Dogwalkers are a kill away.
Bobby somehow gonna have to be a superhero once again. He had the game of his life earlier, but this time, no success. STMN, the talk of the town. They've got the house, they've got the team coming back, but guess what? Dogwalkers, the one with a monthly finals championship. Beautifully played and well-deserved here. Insane stuff for the day.
Fantastic, well earned. Stamina is the team on the top of the mountain, and in comes Patchy and his squad, and they earn this victory. Look how happy this young man is. That is a victory well earned. And listen, I said it before, I am a fan of the story. And we have NA East and NA West ending in a dope upset win.
It's a win for all, right? I'm pretty sad with myself. I really wanted to kind of counter dunk you when you dunked me earlier. I nearly picked Dogwalkers, but you know what? I didn't stick to my guns. That's on me. We're all going to take an L here at the casting desk and Mini at home too, but Dogwalkers, my goodness, they put on a show. This NA West, this NA East, wide open. These plays, this strategy, they did it so well. Again, they had countermeasures from STMN. They played against their opponent. Yeah. Dogwalkers played with skill, though. They had the mechanics. They stuck to their guns, and it worked out so well.
You know, it really, really did. Kenny, you keep bringing up that you threw that prediction, but here's the thing. You're a smart guy and you know what's up. So if you got your prediction wrong, that means the unpredictable happened, and that means we had a good show. So I'm going to give it to you over there. Knockout, significantly outkilled is Stamina. Only 4 for them through the entire 5th set, whereas the Walkers, well, they went to lunch. They were eating, and they're full because they win.
Yeah, and they're going to get to celebrate lunch over a nice monthly finals win. I mean, this has been an insane start. gotta love it for them too, right? I think this is a team that, were originally signed to an organization, let go or whatever have you happened there, and they come in here to a new season, a new set of players. They add Charles to the fold, Patchy, Chino going their own way out west, and they're taking on a Titan. I mean, STMN, we're all the talk in the offseason, deservingly so, but now we gotta crown one of these guys MVP, and we're going with Chino, 3 great options, and honestly, I totally get it from the audience at home. I mean, I wouldn't have been upset either way, but Chino, a good pick.
Yeah, for sure. This one definitely tougher for me as well. I think the cool thing about this one is when Chino was the spotlight player, Patchy and Charles facilitated, and then when Patchy was kind of going hard, Chino and Charles were able to facilitate, and you need to have multiple players be able to be that star player. I mean, listen, it's very unfortunate, but Mellow Ball doesn't work. You need to have multiple people sharing the responsibility on the squad. And so I think that bodes well for Dogwalkers and their future. Just taking a look at how they approach the game and how they find their victories. If Chino's sick, he's the MVP. Well, he's like sick as in like good. But if he gets ill, it's all good because Patchy can pick up the ball and he's just as ill. Patchy, what's good? We've got an interview with the boys, and there he is, Patchy. First time we actually get to talk, and I'm excited about it. You've been one of the most exciting players as far as Brawl conversation, but now you put your money where your mouth is, and you get the W. How you feeling, man?
Oh, hello.
We're having a little bit of an audio issue real quick, so I'm gonna figure that out in a little bit, Patchy. But if you can't hear me, just talk me through a little bit about...
I was just crying like 5 seconds ago.
Yo, my man, keep going. Sorry about that, folks. There's a lot of plates being spun back here, so we'll see if we can get Patchy back on the line, hopefully. But listen, I already heard what I want to hear about the interview. He was crying a second ago, man. Like, this is a dream for players to ascend here and get it done, and he absolutely gets it done. Welcome back, Reddy. What do you have to say about that one?
Not what I expected, right? But it makes me very, very happy to see Dogwalker succeed in this department. I mean, they've done it once in the BSC, and they can do it again. Beautiful stuff from the Dogwalkers, and you can seriously see that we have a new challenger stepping up to the plate here in NA West, but in NA East as well, it's precisely what you said. Both regions, not going to Tribe, not going to STMN, the Titans that everyone expected, and I'm here for it. It means that NA is getting that much more competitive.
Absolutely. I mean, the show must go on. If we just have the same winners every time, well, but we don't. So I'm alive, and I'm awake, and I'm definitely dummy excited about the way this worked out. Wash Team was the squad that fell down to the Dogwalkers, and I want you to keep an eye on them. That squad, they're going to make some noise. We'll see what their ceiling is, but I still like that team. Shout out to TLG West falling down to Stamina in 3 quick matches. And then, of course, Dogwalkers find the victory. They usurp Stamina, and a little bit of an upset, but I'm not upset. So certainly mad cool to see. Kenny, you were on the horn for me throughout the entire matchup there for Dogwalkers. I mean, what's the future look like for these boys?
It's good. This isn't just one win over Stamina. They did it at the biggest stage, of course, for grand finals, but this is maybe becoming a pattern of consistency. I mean, they did it in qualifiers. They do it here. We've got other things along the way as well. We'll get to see more opportunities for both of these teams and things like Snapdragon Pro Series before our next monthly finals. But man, I mean, they looked great. This is a team that made it to semifinals at Worlds. They're coming back together. They're all in one household. They're all in the same, environment together. And Dogwalkers walked in and took it for themselves. I think there's something to be said about that. And I think a great point earlier, too. The competition has just risen. I hope this really pushes teams like STMN and Tribe to work even harder. And as a result, as a fan, well, we get a little bit better Brawl. So I won't be too upset either way.
I think it's going to happen for sure. But don't forget, you mentioned Worlds. And that, of course, is the big picture. This victory is great. We celebrate it. February is cool. But big picture, we want to go to Worlds, baby. And this is how you get there. All of these points lined up. Dogwalkers in the lead now with their victory. 108 points in the pocket Can't take that away from this squad. So a great look overall in North America, but this is the way it looks across the world. Right now, East Asia, rep by Crazy Raccoon. Over in EMEA, it's all about Zeta, Reply, and Now or Never. South America East has Zest, and then of course we have our two regions that we just saw. But keep in mind, the last chance qualifier is a big deal as well. There are some regions, I'm looking at you, India, that don't necessarily have an auto in, so they have to qualify through the LCQ. The top 4 teams that go to the LCQ are the ones that are able to wind up in the good stuff. So you have to wind up on top of the top and then still qualify through the last chance qualifiers. So this definitely an exciting race to keep your eyes on as well. A lot of numbers, a lot of cool stuff, but all these points come from the plays. Reddy, you picked out a play of the day. Walk us through it.
This is true. I mean, this is just a testament to how fantastic the dog walkers. Just check this out. I mean, a beautiful teleport in a final goal. We saw Wash Team, they all launched themselves towards the enemy side to try and block that goal, but it was all futile once again. Just a coordination that the dog walkers have to have as far as play style and also in terms of drafting. To pull off something like this is miraculous. There's a very, very good reasons, a multitude of reasons that some of the top players in the region have called out dog walkers as being just some of the best in the business when it comes to drafting and being scary in that department. And this is precisely why we even slow it down a little bit to get a good perspective on precisely what's going on here, because the teleport, it's 100% instant.
For now. And I think that's a good kind of phrase to say, for now, because Tribe and Salmon are the top teams in North America for then. Because this is the new season, and we have 1 monthly finals, and neither of those teams wind up winning. And I say this with much love to the Tribe organization, much love to the Stamina organization, much love to those players, but man, I'm happy about it, bro. I want to see the top toppled, and that's what we're getting a chance to see. Kenny, you said it before, I think this level of competition will cause those teams to elevate themselves as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to see this. I think it's great for the game. It's great for the audience, of course. It's good for us, but it just adds to the storyline too. And again, we're only in month 1. There's so much left to be said for what they could do. 5 more months of competition. Anything could happen. There might even be teams out there that didn't make it to this stage that we don't know about that could make an appearance too. But I think overall, I still feel great about the future for Tribe and STMN. They've been consistent, shown what they've had before. But again, this game, all the players, they're getting a lot better. You could see it there. All those LCQ teams, there were a lot of really good teams on that list that aren't even guaranteed a world spot right now. That is a crazy thing.
Ready? We're about to sign off. Let me pick your brain. Just give me all the feels as we close our February.
Feels here is, look, I came into this one, and keep in mind, I might be a talking head up here, right? It might be my job to commentate, but at heart, I'm a Brawl Esports fan, and I'm a big fanboy of some of the top teams. So to see them go down, it makes me want more, and I hope we get more in the coming months. But at the same time, we have rising challengers. It's every viewer's dream to see this kind of competition elevate the scene in this region as a whole. And walking away from this, I think we can expect to be surprised in the coming weeks.
Well, I think all that's true, and I think the truest statement is this is the beginning of a beautiful year of BSC. I'm excited. The matches were exciting. Stay excited because we have APAC coming up in the future out in March. Thank you so much for joining us, Brawl Nation. Thank you. We love you, and we'll see you on the flip side.
Especially as he's circling on the left side, we get Freeze versus Killer. Here it is, a super popped by Killer, and another super down. Zuon freezes him up. Killer takes the lead as well. What an interaction on the left side.
Killer looking for the topside flank, being kept at a distance by Tyrant, and we're losing ground. Luffy getting shot here, but Killer on the top, distracting 2 separate players. Luffy's trying to find the kill onto his Libby. Pop, pop, pop. Mystic Esports take the round, the set. They take the monthly finals. Tribe Gaming falls. Congratulations to Mystic Esports.
They close in around Betches and Pain. There's a teleport in from Patchy. He gets silenced up. Betches does confirm the kill, but he's still taking poison damage. Tries to get something versus Charles. Teleports over to the right. Brixie has that super ready to defend. Charles goes for a clutch play. No way did that work.
6-star lead. Dogwalkers sitting pretty.
Bobby on the right side, watching his team get decimated by Chino, the one-man tornado.
Bobby somehow gonna have to be a superhero once again. He had the game of his life earlier, but this time, no success. STMN, the talk of the town. They've got the house, they've got the team coming back, but guess what? Dog Walkers, the one with the monthly finals championship.